Hi, everybody. I already have to clear my throat. I don't think that's a good thing. Welcome, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yo, are they dealing with the mistrial stuff and the filings today? Good morning, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Welcome. Shout out to Pika. Shout out to Didi, April, all the new people. Hold up. Let me make sure I'm not like playing somewhere else. Hey everybody, welcome, welcome. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for being here. I see Miss Hill. I see Cheeks in the chat. Welcome. I see, is it Nuria? Nuria. Welcome. Katie Cat, welcome. JK Delete, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Oh, April, thank you. Oh my goodness, April. Thank you. Oh wow. RA is in the house. Welcome. Is it afternoon? It's morning for me. I don't know where you guys are at in the world. Matter of fact, why don't you guys put it in the chat? What side of the world are you guys from? Let me know. Because I know we go like international. Anise, how are you? Shout out to you, Anise. Artie, Leanne Rose. Let's see, Tara, Carla. I see people coming through the UK. Shout out to the UK. Ohio. Yes, Scotland. Oh my. The Netherlands. The Philippines? New York? Yes. Oh my. Do I have anybody from Mexico? Who are the Mexicans in this I'm Mexican, by the way. My family. Shout out to everybody. I was like, do you have anybody from Mexico in here? The UK, Houston, Texas. Yes, Florida. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Arties. Shout out to you. Ardes. Kind of like Arties, but Ardes. Thank you, love. Kentucky, good morning, everybody. Come through. All right. While we getting through, now I know that they're dealing with some stuff early in the morning already. Listen, they already got started. So why don't we start here? But I also have to show you guys other things that have come up during the weekend. And of course I have to give credit to Diddy Docket. Shout out to Diddy Docket. And while I'm showing you this, we're gonna share this live.
Monday,
Hold up,
June 9th, 19th day of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Still the witness known as Jane on the stand. Still direct. It'll be all day direct apparently, and then the cross will begin. But issues have arisen, and one is forced to proceed delicately. There's a kind of a credibility gap between some reporting about Jane's identity based on questions or testimony elicited by the prosecution and others not. Is it tenable? How long will it go on? Are the instructions given, including to not in any way reflect the identity in notes, creating a chilling effect? These are issues that may well be raised, but we're going in to see first what the court and possibly Jane's counsel have to say. Jane's counsel said she was going to put in under ex parte, secretly, a hit list of influencers. We'll see. We'll have to just see. So we're going in. There was a filing by the defense of its emails from the previous week. This was on.
Did he just say a hit list of influencers? Is that the influencers that have been releasing her name? I guess I'm confused.
Under an order that Inner City Press, Toot Our Horns, had won in week one. We said they have to docket these things. The judge said do it at the end of the week. Now, it's not as useful when it's at the end of the week rather than in real time, but it did. But I didn't see yet the U.S. docketing, so the prosecution's docketing. I don't understand that. So that too might be raised. It should be an exciting day, and we're going to be live tweeting it all the way. In other news, Nadine Menendez, who was convicted in just such a trial before Judge Stein, has submitted an extremely large motion for acquittal signed by a former SDNY prosecutor. So that's how that rolls.
All right. So shout out to Inner City Press, guys. We're going to jump right into what is going on. So shout out to everybody coming through, you guys. Good morning. Hope you guys are feeling well. Shout out to everybody. Let's have a good court day today. I'm hoping for that. Sorry, y'all. My mic is on my way. Okay. So we start this morning with Jane Doe. Sounds like it's going to be an all-day day for Jane Doe as well. It was on Friday. We don't have the transcripts yet on Friday, so keep that in mind. But you know, once I get them, we'll get an opportunity to review them. We did review what was happening on Thursday, which was the first day that she was there. But here we go. So before the judge comes in, Judge, I have the defense motion dismissed, but the government has said they will respond today. I don't have anything from them yet. So we'll address it tomorrow, along whether whether Dr. Hughes can be recalled. They're trying to recall Dr. Hughes. Why would they try to recall Dr. Hughes? What are they trying to say? And for those that were like sleeping all weekend, which is fine, the news never sleeps. The defense applied a mistrial, is applying for a mistrial based on Bana Bongolan's balcony testimony. It sounds like, based on what Bryana is saying from the defense side when they did the cross, Diddy wasn't even there when all that stuff went down. But there's some really graphic pictures out there of these injuries, which I'm going to wait before I show you guys because they're exhibits. I'm talking about like really graphic bruising to the extent, and then her back is like full of bandages. Like, it almost looks like she got ran over by a car a couple times. That's what it looks like to me. But anyways, let's keep going. So let's see, with that, let's see lead counsel in the robing room. So what is being discussed? Inner City Press is letting us know the issues around the order on pseudonyms. Did Jane's counsel ever submitted her list of publishers? No indication the docket despite this. So Jane Doe's attorney basically was like, YouTubers are doing this. And I'm like, no, they're not. Well, maybe they are, but if they are, you got to check on the father, her child's father, because he's doing the most. Here's the deal, though. Yes, she's a Jane Doe, but she's somewhat of a quasi public figure too. I hate to put it this way. I'm just letting you know because of her dealings with other folks in the industry. She's also been in movies too. So it's like one of those things where it's like she's blocked. And by the way, for those that are trying to be funny and putting her legal name or her name in my chat, variations of her names are blocked. So my mods will see that and then we'll remove that. Shout out to the mods. Mods are amazing. We just can't have that, right? Because apparently there's a list of what's the word? Influencers, court attendees, YouTubers, as the attorney likes to say, Jane Doe's attorney. And I'm like, no, Jane, no. You need to go look at the at who she was dealing with before. He's the one doing the most. You need to look at Half Dollar. You need to look at 2 Quarters. Yes, because he's doing it. Not us. He's doing it. I think we should just call it out, It makes no sense to keep her not. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. But hey, I mean, we're going to respect it because we're not trying to get muted and silenced over this situation. Now, I have to tell you guys something. I have to give flowers to Diddy Docket, okay? Yes, Diddy Docket, our channel friend. Let me tell you what Diddy Docket did, man. I'm telling you, some of the stuff we wouldn't even know if it wasn't for some of you guys that give us a heads up. Some of the vloggers on Twitter. This is what I found out today. Okay. This is an old lawsuit from 2018. In the matter of Shakur versus Ventura, Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs have been sued by Danielle Amara Shakur, who alleges that they conspired to prevent her from testifying about Combs being a violent figure in her life. The plaintiff demanded 10.2 trillion. I thought it said million, but it said trillion. Okay. And Cassandra Ventura, Bad Boy Sean Combs, this was a handwritten lawsuit. Okay. And she writes, let me see, while we're waiting for an update on Inner City Press. This is what this person wrote who sued Cassie and Diddy and Bad Boy. My name is Danielle Amara Shakur, and I'm a victim of Cassandra Ventura and Sean Combs, Bad Boy Entertainment, LLC, and Postgraduate Center for Mental Health. I believe that Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs have been conspiring with the New York Police Department, the state of New York, Postgraduate Center for mental health to place my place in my residence, along with the plethora of other government agencies to prevent me from testifying. Mr. Combs has been a violent figure in my life and has caused myself, along with my family, the moments that I was born, that he established a network per Miss Ventura's lawsuit of police, medical professionals, and government officials to harass, taunt, criminalize, to protect test to prevent me from testifying. Her writing is pretty off. It's kind of hard to read sometimes. So I don't know what happened, but here's somebody that submitted a lawsuit in 2018. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this. Good morning. Good morning. Hold up now. Let me go back over here. It's just an example of some of the lawsuits that we have being filed right now. You said, how does anyone feel published about the audio being that was published? I haven't heard it. Believe it or not, I haven't heard it. Was that an exhibit that was released? See, I'm late. Let me say, audio published. Was it Miss Toby, was it released? Oh, yes, it was. Okay, why don't we listen to it while we wait? Because I have not heard this. Okay.
Audio from the Diddy trial, and it is pretty explosive. This is audio of a voicemail that Diddy left to the Jane Doe who's been testifying in this trial for the last couple days. And he sounds really annoyed. It's talking about her maybe giving him the silent treatment, and his response is, I got a busy life. I can't be dealing with your silent treatment, and we got to keep it moving. He says, you need to get back on your job. This sounds like a reference to her job being to continue to engage in all these freak-offs with him, and he sounds really pissed off.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So I don't know, you think you silent treating me, and you think I'm going to be, nah. You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence. And ain't nobody threatening you, and I ain't trying to go back and forth with no woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got no time for no motherfucking games. Where my life is at right now, I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you can be mad, I can have a spat, we can have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is. Cause you got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice.
Wait, what's the job? It's called icing you out. Hey, Vic is in the chat. Hey, Vic, what's the job that he's referencing? That's the question.
So either you go in the direction of like moving on and shit like that, or you like just like have me just keep moving. Ain't no threat. I'm just being clear. I can't do this shit with you every time you get upset.
That's S work, you said? Is that the job? Lord have mercy. I hadn't even, Miss Toby, is this the audio or was there another one? Let me know, Miss Toby. Oh my God. Get your job done. Freak off for rent? Man, oh man. That's the job is FO and she stopped doing them. That's right. Well, she stopped doing. Okay, so here's the question that I have. She stopped. There was 2 periods of time that they were separated, right? According to Jane Doe, 2 periods of time that they were separated. So was she doing FOs around that time? I'm assuming not. I don't know. Hey, Moni, how are you? The love contract. Dun, dun, dun. The love contract. Yanni, that's what I think. The more and more, look, some of y'all are going to get mad. I said this last time. I said, Little Rod Jones lawsuit. Now, am I a fan of Tyrone Blackburn? No. But there's some validity to the things that were written there as what's happening here. I think she was an S worker and she didn't even know it. Or maybe she did. I don't know. Okay? But because she loved him, That's what's being said. She loved him. This is what she chose, right? So I have to wonder. You said, so basically in his world, a relationship is a job. Clock it. Clock it. As people say, clock it. I don't know, man. You said Franny, shout out to Franny Law. He perceived her as an S worker and she perceived herself as a badly treated girlfriend. I'm kind of there with you on that. Yeah. Yes, the audio is open to various interpretations. My husband says, "Get on your job to me." LOL, I'm not an S worker. Oh, I see. So like, would you kind of consider it be like get your job done or get your shit together or get your ish together or get it together type of situation? Or what's another way to say it? Yeah, like I've been told to, hey, get it together. But then I do the same. Like, hey, do your job. Yeah, I've done that before. So I guess it just depends. But if I'm not talking to you, let me tell you something, because I do the silent treatment too. I'm guilty of that. If I'm not talking to you for a while and you tell me to get on my job, that's the wrong thing to say to me if I have stopped talking to you for a while. Okay? Don't tell me to get on my job and think that that's exactly what I'm going to do. Like, yeah, like get your shit together, says Felicia. It could be open to interpretation, I guess. I don't know. You said two different situations. I don't think her husband is asking her to do the things Diddy expected. Okay. Get on your job, get it together. All right. I guess we'll agree to do. Well, maybe we should do a poll. Should we do a poll on this while we wait? Because we're waiting on an update. Hold up. Now let me see. Let me tell you what CNN is saying before we even get started. Now hold up. Making sure we don't have an update on this end. No update on this end. CNN, and we could do a poll about this because I think get it together can mean various things, but okay. Hold up. Let's do a poll real quick before I do CNN. Get a job means what to you? Is it get a job or get to your job? Get to your job means what to you? Get on with it / get over it, or schedule the next FO, or undecided. Okay, for those that are undecided, there you go. Go vote and hit the like button, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Go vote. Let me know what you guys are thinking, because for the purposes of this, I don't know. Let's see. Thank you. Get on with your job, says Federated States of GM. The government should not be in people's personal relationship at all, says Byron. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's what this is about. I think that there's probably more to this, but we'll see. We'll see what the government says moving forward. Okay, hold up. Now, let me tell you guys what CNN is saying. Okay. CNN is saying Jane is back on the stand. And the judge says tomorrow he'll pick up on the defense's mistrial motion tomorrow. So the judge is going to read this motion because he's waiting for the government to answer. Okay. The defense submitted to move for a mistrial over the weekend. The motion was based on testimony of Briana Bongolan. I'll never learn how to say her last name, which defense attorney is demonstrably false. I have questions about Briana's statement. Not that it didn't happen, but if there's inconsistencies in one area, then I think that I don't know if I could consider it a value, if that makes sense. Now, like I said, do I believe that ish happened to her? Yes. But to me, there's a difference between it happened here versus like if you don't get the dates right. You know, I don't know. It's even like wrong in the in Cassie's lawsuit. That's the whole situation. And then you have Tyrone Blackburn, which I'm like, I was here for him to get exposed, to be quite honest. I was so here for it. I love that he got exposed. Okay. No updates. Okay, here we go. It is 9:18 a.m. Okay, that's what he writes. Jury is brought in. All rise. Jane, you're still under oath. Comey speaks. Good morning, Jane. Good morning. Okay, here we go. We're getting it together. Everybody get together. Make sure you guys are voting. Hit the like button. Good morning, Miss Comey, she says. Publish this photo to the jury, but not the screen in the public gallery. Who is this? So they're asking her for exhibits identification. Sean's security. Okay. So she identifies somebody as Sean's security. That's what's been missing in terms of like patterns. Of course, everybody's experience it's going to be a little bit different, right? But if you guys remember, Cassie laid out a very different situation where, yes, this man was paying everything for her. She was employed by him and everything. But there were times where she was trying to get away and security or KK was like going to bug her, bring him back to her type of situation. Did this happen here? Did this happen with this Jane Doe? That was the question that we all had. So security. And you guys can imagine, D-Rock, you can imagine all kinds of things. You know what I mean? You said, my husband once told me to get on a job and he was simply telling me to get that dinner ready because it was my turn to cook. Oh my God. I don't know. He tells, I will say, maybe we've had like, he's never said get a job, but he said like, hey, get it together. But the thing is if I'm giving you the silent treatment, you better not tell me to get it together. Because we're going to have problems. That's just like a no-no. That's just my thought. Thank you. Let's not play. Says, well, they got that's what I'm saying now. The dates were wrong on that metadata. Was he there? Was he not there? What happened? So I do have, and I said this before, I'm like, I don't know. Some of these witnesses, would that be cause for a mistrial? That's the question. Lindell, I don't know. Do you guys think that she's going to get crossed today? That's the question. No update yet. You said, I guess he wanted to clean her house. Intent is very difficult to prove. Beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard. Does Diddy know what he means by a job? What do you guys think? Shout out to Franny Law. Does he mean get your shit together? Does he mean get you a job? I don't know. Yeah, she did maintain the entire time she wasn't sure, but I just don't know if it was of value to bring that in there because of the conflicting information. You're talking about Bana, right? The conflicting information between Cassie's lawsuit and this lawsuit. It just didn't land well. In Tyrone Blackburn, I think even that information didn't land well at all. Yes, honestly, it depends on what they agreed on with the contract. Felicia, that's a good point. Don't forget the love contract, right? People, contracts don't always have to be a piece of paper that are signed. Okay? Contracts can be verbal, handshake. Contracts can be written in a piece of a napkin, and they could still hold value. Contracts are, literally, it's a very interesting thing. People think that, well, I didn't sign anything. No, but contracts can be verbal. You can make a contract with a person verbally, and then kind of go from there. Mm-hmm. Implied. That's right. Can you have a verbal X contract? I have heard of married people doing that. I don't know. Oh, what do you mean an X contract? Can you have a verbal X contract? But does the jury know that there's a contract? Have they been shown that? They don't need to be shown that. A contract can be a verbal thing. Many, I would say 2-3 years ago. Had to be 3 years ago. I took a a legal contracts course in the summer. And, oh my God. Like I literally said, oh, I got to be careful how I the things that I say, especially in forms of a contract. I don't want to be held liable. So she called it a love contract. It could have been flirty. It could have been a word of mouth, but a contract is still a contract. So yeah, it doesn't mean that it doesn't take away from any of that. Marriage license is a contract. Gotcha. Okay. Hold up. I think we have an update. And let me make myself smaller. Hold let's see. Here we go. Okay. Comey asks, and this, so Comey's showing her exhibits. Sean's deputy butler? Who did you call ATL? The entertainer Sly, because he lived in ATL. Okay, in Atlanta. Your message to Sean, what was it about? My trip to New York in 2023, he wrote, send me some of your ish of you being bad. Oh, wow. Okay. Publish this photo to the jury. That was the line that I read before, but not the screen in the public gallery. Who is this? Sean's security. And this, Sean's deputy butler. What's a deputy butler? Who did you call ATL? The entertainer Sly, because he lived in Atlanta. Your message to Sean. What was it about? My trip to New York in 2023. He wrote, send me some of your ish of you being bad. Okay. Okay. Head butler? Deputy butler? Ah. Yes. Did they start early? No, they start at like 9. They get up, they meet at 8:30 and then they start at 9. You don't need, Lindell, you don't need a contract, an unsigned, it doesn't need to be written. That's the thing. A contract can be verbal to be legally binding. It can be binding. You don't have to have it like at all. Trust me when I say that. You don't. People get into this is what I'm telling you. You got to be careful in your language when you talk to people, because people will find themselves in contractual relationships they didn't even know they were in if you're not careful. Okay. So then, my trip to New York in 2023, he wrote, send me some of the ish of you being bad. This is what Jane said. Then Sean says, I got the phones. Just send me what I don't have. Don't say no to me, please. Jane is reading something that Sean sent her. What did you write? Jane says, I wrote, you are traveling with our phone? Government speaks. You mean not Sean's 2 main phones? Jane says, yes, his assistant had access to those phones. So the assistant knew. KK, come to the front of the line. Wait, my gavel's over here. I'm using a hairpin. Come to the front of the line. Okay? KK, we've been waiting for you. Okay? We have been. Gotcha. Such as real estate contracts. Gotcha. Look at Franny Law says some contracts must be writing by law, like real estate. But if it's something like, some of the you said maybe KK left the country. Maybe. I wonder, like something like this, verbal, no emails about this, nothing like that. Makes you wonder. Hey, Nadia, how are you? Maybe KK has left the country. There's different ways to do it. They could say they could, that's what I'm saying. It's like you have to be careful what you say verbally, because like Franny Law was saying, if it's real estate, it's a little bit different, but not every contract is in writing. Just really depends. Okay. Jane says, I wrote, you're using this to get your D hard for someone else. Comey says, and he said you What did you say? Jane says, I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just want me there for a hotel binge. Government speaks. Why did you say that? I saw a podcast. Which podcast? Is it the one where he says that he likes to have marathon stuff? That he does the marathon stuff? He does the marathon S? He likes the marathon S? That's what he... Oh, man. Yes, Moni, is that what he's talking about? That's what it's giving, right? Young Miami. Remember that quote? Carisha, please. Yes. I told you I watched that. I said, this is so awkward watching it now. And then we're here today. He said he never goes. There's one where he says that he likes to do the marathon S. Like he likes, and then Carisha is kind of like, she has a reaction to it, which is kind of very interesting. Yes, do you feel me? This is true. You got to be careful. That's why I'm telling you. You got to be careful. Do you feel me? Like anytime you have a, like somebody said in the chat, if you go to a restaurant, there's a implied, like you're contractually getting services, right? You're going to pay for them. So you got to be careful. Okay. Comey says, what about? So again, I saw a podcast. Comey says, what about? About Sean bragging about having S for 48 hours straight on a yacht trip to an island near Miami. Oh, man. I think it's sad that we all know about this. Government speaks. When did the podcast air? A month after Sean said he'd take me on that yacht trip. Oh, wow. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Little Rod Jones said that this is what Little Rod Jones said in the lawsuit. I'm not putting words, okay? But he said that Young Miami, Jane Doe, and a lot of these were S workers. Now, did they know that they were S workers? That's the question. Or did they think that they were in a relationship? That's the question. See, that would be me suing in a civil lawsuit. It'd be like, I thought I was in a relationship. No, it wasn't monogamous, but I didn't know that I was providing services, like something about the contract. It's giving the Carisha interview, right? Little Rod was on point. Little Rod, it just depends. She thought she was in a relationship. Yeah, Miss Toby. Okay. So I want to bring a point up that somebody in my comments said. And I thought this was an interesting point. You know how they said that there was like there was violence with Cassie, right? There's a lot of violence. Is it possible that and we haven't gotten there. Maybe there might be violence here. I'm not really sure. I think that there was in the opening statement. It was said that there was some violence between these two, but not to the extent of what was going on with Cassie, right? Is it possible that the reason why he didn't get very violent with this one, and at least, is because of who the baby daddy is? But this Jane Doe also accused that father of DV2, by the way, at some point in their relationship. So I'm wondering about that too. I don't know. Okay. But yes. Hey Belen, how are you? Okay. Government speaks. What had Sean said he'd do with you on his yacht trip? Okay, Estevallo, objection. We have the first objection. Overrule. Okay. Jane says that after a 2-day hotel night, we go and do more on the yacht. Okay, but we never left. Had to recuperate. I saw on social media he took a GF there. He never said he was monogamous, though. Oh, man. What do you guys think? Man, did I really forget my iPhone password? Sorry, I'm struggling. There we go. I don't know. I'm struggling this morning. Why am I struggling so much? Okay. Shout out to everybody. Shocking. Lindell, use S workers, okay, in the future. That's the question, is were they? Did they know that they were? That's the question that I have. Now, like I said, I don't like Tyrone Blackburn, but there were some. I wish he would have gotten a new lawyer. I really do. But yes. Smex. Thank you. Diddler turned these women into grown prawn stars and Smex slaves. Wasn't really girlfriends. Hashtag. But that's the question. But did they know? Did they know that that's what they were? You know? Unknowing Smex workers? I know it's too early. The coffee hasn't hit. I forgot my passwords already. It's going to be one of those mornings. Yo, it's going to be one of those mornings. I don't think it does bother her. I mean, I think that maybe she understood the assignment, you know? Yes, they knew. Knowing doesn't negate the charge. That's true. So here's my question. Did Jane Doe have to sign something so she wouldn't get in trouble? Because again, Cassie is a unindicted co-conspirator. Did she have to sign something so she wouldn't get in trouble too? Because she's participating in the crime too without like really knowing. Yes, I agree with this. S work is still valid work. It's the oldest profession and people keep coming back to it. So it's not even like shaming that, but I do wonder, did they know about it? Hold up, y'all. That's the question that I have. You don't need a signature for a contract. That sometimes it's just verbal. You don't need I'm telling you, there's you could do a handshake and that could be a contract. You could just say like verbally, it could just be, you don't have to have a signature. Do you feel me, for a contract? And it really depends and varies from state to state. This is why you have to be careful in your language, because people find themselves in kind of a verbal messes when oh my god, why is that being shown to me? Okay, overrules. Okay, I've read this. You have to be careful. That's what I'm saying. Be careful and study up your contracts in your local areas, because people find themselves in really bad situations and they know nothing about it because they weren't aware that they had signed themselves up to a contract. The way I see it is that if anybody says contract services, that should be the biggest red flag. But I don't know if she knew that, you know? That's what, yeah, I heard about that. They didn't know, but they figured it out eventually. Well, that's the question. Do you guys think that this Jane Doe had to sign, also got something for her testimony? Because ignorance of the law doesn't like excuse you from it, right? Essentially, if she is a unwilling S worker, she signed herself up to this, right? Not necessarily, like if we were to say that. So in some areas, it's illegal. I think Vegas, isn't it Vegas, or where is it that it's illegal? Everything's getting overruled. I think we've only had one objection though so far, unless there's another one. Okay, we have another update. What did you write in your notes app? I wrote, I don't want to come to New York to be treated like a hoe. Why did you write this in your notes app? I wasn't sure I was going to send it. But do you send a version of it? Yes. Oh. So she was throughout her testimony, says Nella, got you. So yeah, it's crazy and it's still illegal. Okay. She was writing on her notes app, which, by the way, I write on my note app all the time. I think I have like thousands and thousands of notes in there that I never delete. And she says, I wrote, I don't want to come to New York to be treated like a hum. Why did you write this in your notes app? I wasn't sure I was going to send it. So she would write these notes to herself, not necessarily sure she was going to be sending them out, but they were about her feelings at the time. I wasn't sure I was going to send it, but did you send a version of it? Yes. So she was way in kind of like her words, like what we should say. I do that all the time, actually. Before I send a text message, I write it out. Is that bad? I do it all the time. All the time. All the time. But yes, yes, yes. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Thank you. She got full immunity? How do you know? I don't know. Do we know this? That she got full immunity? Christine Clinton? I'm kind of wondering about this. You only draft important messages? She's simply delusional. I feel like he told her from the beginning what it was. Well, in Nella, she said what it was from the beginning, right? Why would that affect her? I know people are stuck with the fact that she has custody of her kids, but the kid was being at a babysitter. Like, yeah, she was doing what she was doing, but as long as the kid's not watching, he's not being harmed by it. I mean, there's nothing else. I get it. It's not an ideal situation for a lot of you guys, but I mean, she set up her child with babysitting so she could go and perform. And I'm going to use her words, perform. So I don't know why. Like, I get it. It's not ideal. It's not something that us as parents, we would do. But she did set up her kid for babysitting. So her kid wasn't around. You know, yes, you could say that she was neglectful of her kid while she's meeting up with this man and doing all this stuff. But he was still being taken care of regardless. So there's that. There's that. Okay. What is Sean replying? Jane says, he said it was just a podcast talk. I said, you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht. Not me like you'd promised after the hotel night. Okay, government speaks. Can you read your text? Jane says, I quoted him on the podcast. You made Papa proud. Wait, he's still being called Papa? Wait, Cassie say he called him Pop Pop? This sounds so gross. Okay. What did Sean reply? Comey asked. He said it was just a podcast talk. I said, you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht and not me like you promised after the hotel night. Can you read your text? I quoted him on the podcast. You made Papa proud. She. That's crazy. You can't. For what, though? For what? Because she set him up for a sitter. Why would she be losing her kid? Guys, get it together. She hasn't lost her kid yet. Like, that's the thing, is like you guys are I don't know why you're so focused on the kid. She hasn't lost her kid yet. Okay? And Half Dollar knew what was going on, as he doesn't even do anything about this shit. Anyways, it is what it is. Let me keep going. Okay. All right, Comey says, you wrote, I don't want to feel obligated. Oh, the word obligated. That's interesting that she wrote that there. That you'll stop paying my rent. What did you mean? The guilty, trippy thing that he would say that I had to perform? For how long had you left that? Excuse me, for how long had you felt that, left that? I'm like making up words. For how long had you felt that? Since I got the home in April of 2023? Oh. Wasn't that part of the love contract? Was it implied? You wrote, I don't want to feel obligated that you'll stop paying my rent. What did you mean? The guilty, trippy thing that he would say that I had to perform. For how long had you felt that? Since I got the home in April of 2023. So now she was performing for her house? Young Miami called him Papi? Maybe he responded as no, Carmel Real. So let me tell you, Cassie, I don't know if you missed that part, but Cassie gave him the nickname Pop Pop because it was something that she'd called her grandfather or something like that. Thank you. Prediction. Thank you, Freddie Law. My prediction is love contract is illegal or illegal contract in writing for prostitution paid by R. Greenfield for Diddy business trafficking from state to state. This goes with Rico. Throw in Eddie My Angel and ooh. So again, you can't prove. You're like, no, how is it that you can there is no paperwork, guys. It's a verbal contract. Verbal contracts are still binding. They may be illegal. This one sounds like it's illegal, clearly, but they're still binding. If I said to you guys, all right, I'm going to go and um, go eat at this restaurant, okay? And I'm going to go over there and eat or whatever, and services are being provided to me. There's a contractual situation happening there, whether we understand it that way or not. To you, you may just be eating at a restaurant, but really you're providing services, rendering services to you, that type of deal. So there's contracts every time. That's why you got to be careful with your language. But yes, how are you obligated if this is who we think it is? Her child support, 500,000 annually, 1.3 followers, paid content, and then she currently has an OnlyFans currently with has been active for years. I don't know. See, those are the ins and outs that we're not even really thinking about. You know, she's having buyer's remorse. She could have left any time. Mm. Who left? Who picked the home? What was that a way to keep her doing what she was doing? Wait, she had Lady Scorpion. She had a pop-up necklace. What? Isn't that giving like branding? Like when I hear this, I'm sorry, y'all. Like I hear that, I'm like, it's giving branding. Mm-mm-mm. That's right. Contractual. Because she's about to get Diddy off, like the who? All right, let's see. Do we have an update? You said he told her, I'm giving you a heads up. I'm about to disappear. This is too much. Wow. So I don't know, man. I guess a lot of this is open to interpretation. Yes, that's right. Soul Power Tarot Coaching. That's right. Okay, we're waiting for an update, y'all. Prostitution is legal in Story County, Nevada. Las Vegas is Cook County, and Reno is another county. Mustang Ranch is okay. So prostitution is okay there. There you go. But can these prostitutes fly from state to state? Probably not, which would make the whole thing like a federal situation. She said on the stand she wanted a bigger home. She did say that. She did. Yeah. You think it is. It's insensuous. It's kind of weird that she would say that. Like, just weird. But hey, no update. Yeah, she's not losing her kid. $50 is not all that. He made money off of the SK victims who were his S's worker. That's what I'm saying. It's like she's not losing her kid for going to, she has her kid she had babysitters for her kid, y'all. Like whether is it ideal? No, it's not. But if she was if she's going out there and doing all this stuff to keep her home, like that would just be like anybody. So I don't know why people are saying she's gonna. Is it an ideal situation for the kid? No, it's not. But people do it all the time. Like I don't know what else to say about that. Am I the only one person lightly triggered by them questioning why she wrote things in notes and never sent them? Like, girl, I do that. How are you triggered? Let me know. I write stuff on notes all the time and don't send. There's probably a lot of notes that I have, and I keep them there to kind of like for my state of mind. You know what I mean? Like, what was I thinking when I wrote this? I was tripping. What did I mean by this? You know, that's what I kind of do, but that's just me. I'm complicated like that, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so they're playing an exhibit. Play this exhibit. Combs' voice. This is a true open relationship. Why do you have to make it a problem? Now I'm sick. Okay, government says. How did you reply to this voice message? Jane says, I called him back or called me back. Then we had a FaceTime. He said all the things to calm me down. There you go. There you go. He said it in his own words. She heard it too. Oh, ticked off? I do it all the time. Comprehensive. I do it all the time. I write notes to myself all the time. There you go. So there's a note. Yeah, Julie said they're not. So people are kind of out speaking. She's gonna lose. No, she's not gonna lose her kid. She's not. She's got babysitters. Y'all, would you want her to bring the kid where she was going? No, she's fine. It's not an ideal situation to have a babysitter for 3 or 4 days. I agree, but she's not losing her kid over this. The defense mentioned Diddy trip to an orphanage in Kazakhstan in 2011, portrayed him as a good man when Capricorn was on the stand. Why no questioning on that? I don't know, Yvette. Now, what do you guys think about this? So he said all the right things to calm me down, but it still doesn't change the fact that, I mean, the relationship is not on trial here, right? Like, that's not what this is. It's not on trial. Not even the lifestyle. It's the parts that are breaking the law, right? That we're on trial about. My question is did she know that she was an S worker? Right? Did she consent to be an S worker? Or was he calling it a monogamous relationship? Like he was not in a monogamous relationship. He's just open relationship. That's the question that I have. You know? No update yet. Hold up. Let me tell you guys what CNN is saying. Jane texted Combs, I don't want to be used to perform and fulfill your fantasies. In another message to Sean Diddy Combs, Jane says she felt disrespected and didn't want him to use her for his hotel binges. I don't want to be used and locked in a room to perform and fulfill your fantasies, Jane texted him, coming to a realization of what this reality is. Combs responded to Jane, I'm tired of your false accusations. The jury saw another note from Jane's notes app that she wrote this same day. Combs pressured Jane. So this is like this note app is like a diary, right? Even though maybe she never sent this to him, but this all goes into like the state of mind of the person because they're writing it in the note, okay? The jury saw another note from Jane's note that she wrote the same day. Combs pressured Jane to send bad girl texts. She testified. Oh man. Jane, one of Sean Combs' accusers, who's using a pseudonym, of course, of Jane Doe, is reading the text thread. Okay. So he would said to her, send me some ish of you being a bad girl. Okay. Now hold up. I think we have an update. Okay. What did you send Sean from the plane to New York? A photo of my outfit. Where were you planning to wear it? To dinner. Okay. Let me make myself smaller. To dinner. What did Sean send you? He said, you're going to dinner? He said, we're going to dinner? Did you? A late night lounge thing. Okay. So this is going to end up in like a hotel night, right? What did you send Sean from the plane to New York? A photo of my outfit. Where were you planning to wear it? To dinner. What did Sean send you? He said, we're going to dinner. Did you? A late night lounge thing. Oh, Lord, it turned into a hotel night thing. I swear. That's what it sounds like. You said, well, it's not even about popular. You're allowed to your opinion as long as you're, respectful. My opinion may not be popular, but I feel like she was thirsty. He told her and showed her many ways of that. He felt like she fit into his lifestyle, especially when she saw the red light in the hotel. Here's the question that I have. Even if that's the case, here's the deal. This is not on trial. The lifestyle part. Well, excuse me, not the lifestyle part. Her she's not on trial for the decisions that she did or didn't make. It's him. The question becomes is, did they engage in a prostitution situation? Was she an prostitute? That's the question. Not so much that she could have left. Yeah, sure, you could say that, but that's not even what's being questioned here. Did she engage in illegal activity with him, and both, vice versa? Or did he put her to this illegal activity? Did she have a choice in the matter? Was she aware of that? I think that's the thing. That's my thought. Okay. Government says, I'll read this for you. You wrote, I miss Hardy. And I wrote, yes, I have a passport with me. Government, then what did you write? I wrote, you turned me on so crazy, can't wait. Government, after the flight took off, I got a message from Sean. Oh, Lord. Yeah, if she doesn't testify, she might as well, you don't know. Maybe she's going, she could be going to jail if she don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, just like Cassie. Cassie is an unindicted co-conspirator. This woman has a child. Cassie just had a baby. Nobody's trying to go to jail for this guy. You know what I mean? Yes. Let's see. Would you think this is overstepping by the government? A diary is personal. No, a diary. Let me tell you, anything that you write, I could write stuff in a notebook. It might be personal, but if they're going to try to prove their case, they don't give a shit. A diary is personal. A diary is personal. It can only be seen by the writer. No, that's not true. Did she give the okay to have she don't need to give the okay. She does. A diary, planners, diaries, things like that. None of that is like, people think that phones, handwritten notes, when they're trying to make a case, nothing is fucking personal. Honestly, everything's out the door when it comes to that. So no, it's not personal when it comes to that. Okay. Comey then says, what did Sean ask you? Jane says, where Sly was. Then he asks, entertainment or movie night? Let me know. I'll get a hotel. Okay. So then she got a message from Sean. Okay. She was flying in, right? What did Sean ask you? Where Sly was. So it's like she's over there thinking she's going to go see him But he's already asking where the entertainer's at. Then he asked, the entertainment or movie night? Let me know and I'll get a hotel. How did you react? I felt upset and a little defeated. What did you do? What did you send next? Baby just got Wi-Fi again. Yeah. Yep. Manipulation is real? Oh my God. That's why I asked. She's a criminal. Should she keep her kid? Oh man. Okay. I mean, that's the question that we have. Is she an unindicted co-conspirator? It sounds like she might be. I don't know. But has she been charged criminally? How are you calling her a criminal when she hasn't been charged? She was subpoenaed to testify. I would think it would be for the sake of her child. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you, Franny Law. That's what I thought too. All that notes, diaries can be taken. Any of that. If they're admissible at court, even if it's private. Hell, I mean, they'll even figure out how to get your even though it's HIPAA, they can get your medical records in too if they, feel like they're important for the situation. I'm sure that there's a lot of fights back and forth with it. Sitter, babysitter. I think we were talking about this earlier. Okay, we have an update, all right? So what did Sean write? He said, check red phone. The other messages he sent me. He said, I have a surprise for you, just one. What did you take it to mean? That he'd be, that there be somebody new. Okay, so she starts crying or sobbing. Who? An entertainer. I hated it. Okay. So she's out there thinking she's going to go see Sean. Okay. What did Sean write? He said, check red phone. The other message he'd sent me. He said, I have a surprise for you. Just one. Oh, God. What did you take it to mean? That there be somebody new. Sob. Who? An entertainer. I hated it. So she was like, I was not happy with this situation. Of course not. By September 2023, the relationship between Jane and Sean Combs had begun to fray. Jane testified. In a podcast interview, Sean had bragged about having S for 48 hours with another woman. We just talked about that. I don't want to be locked in a room to perform and fulfill your fantasies. This is what she told him. I feel like we read this part before, so I'm not going to reread it again. We have an update. What did Sean send you? A picture of a man. I rolled my eyes. I wrote back, it's not loading. We're landing now. What did you send Sean? I suggested we go to Casa Cipriani, but I was driven to the Trump Hotel. I put on my outfit. Oh, wow. So she's getting off this plane and already he's like sending her, pictures of like who she was going to be hooking up with. This is like, oh my God, girl. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a lot. What do you guys think so far? She got addicted to a lifestyle. You said, I hate to say this, but it sounds like she's not mentally aware of what's going on. And she's currently going on. Sounds like we're listening to a child. Felicia, that's what I'm saying is like, that's the question that I have. Was she aware? Was she aware that maybe she was an S worker and didn't consent to this, right? But at the same time, it's like, what I think where people struggle with this Jane Doe is because she stayed with them up until the arrest, right? Now, because it sounds like she was in love with them. He might have not seen value in her, but it sounds like she was in love with them to the most part. I mean, she stayed, you know? Yeah, like lover boy tactics. Thank you. And I think was it Yanni who said this too. You said you think she was aware and she wanted more. Gotcha. You said get on your job, words matter. 100% denial. She knew she wanted to know something different. And she continued to hope. Gotcha. Maybe that's a. Did we do that question on the poll? Let me see, y'all. Okay. Let's see. What do we have here? All right. So look at these votes. Schedule the next two. Look at what you guys are saying in the chat. Get to your job means what to you? Get with it, get over it, get on with it. 38%. Schedule the next FO. 46%. 16% undecided. Okay, I want to ask you guys this. Do you believe that this Jane Doe knew what the knew that she was an S worker? We're going to say that. We're going to put I'm not sure. Because I'm going to tell you guys something. Like, I go. Oh, hold up. Don't vote yet. Don't vote. Let me stop. Because that was a bad poll. Let's do this. In your opinion, I did a typo. That's why. Do you believe that Jane Doe knew she was an S worker? What do you say? Undecided. All right, go vote and hit the like button, please, and thank you. Hold up. I mean, I think here it is. We have an update. Okay, so then she puts on her outfit. What happened that night? He was late. We went to the lounge. We bickered a bit. He was defensive. But we went to the room and Sly came. What did you text Sly? I asked if he could come to New York. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean. I asked if he could come to New York. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean. So she still felt like she needed to make it up to him because they were late. Huh. That's the question. Look at this poll. So 80 people have voted. In your opinion, do you believe that Jane Doe knew she was an S worker? 41% said yes, and 52% said no. 7% undecided. You think when she heard the podcast, she figured that out? Huh. I mean, literally. Well, I don't know if they will, Robin. I don't know if they are going to bring charges to the hotel. That's the question. So in order for her to see him, she had to S with someone else. Definitely coercion. I mean, could she just see him without like having to do the FOs? Is that I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Do we have an update? Excuse me. No update. Let's see. No update. Yeah, this woman was in her 30s, but once again, people are trying to infantilize her because she's a woman. I don't know if we're trying to infantilize her. I mean, I don't see that. I definitely feel like she was older, much older than, say, Cassie when she was 19, but I don't know if everybody's trying to infantilize her solely because she's a woman. I don't know if I agree with that. But yes, if she felt that she was his GF. He called her one of his GFs. Who is the government or any of us to say otherwise? I don't know. I don't know. Did he call her the GF? That's the question that I have. This is a crazy way to start the week. It's a lot. It really is, y'all. It really is. We have a lot going on. Here it is. At first, she could, but after a while, I don't think that she could see him without an FO. She'd get dumped or friend zoned. And he wasn't going to pay her rent, right? Like, that's what I got. He wasn't going to pay her rent if she didn't perform. That's my understanding of it. You know what I mean? Okay, in your opinion, do you believe that Jane Doe knew she was an S worker? Gotcha. VY says, she said, I will take care of NY. I will take care of you at NYC because that was a backup to take care of her if Diddy fell through. Remember, she was calling Sly before the freak off. That's right. That's right. Thank you for clarifying this. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Please show some support to the channel. Please, 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 and thank you. Appreciate it. You said, oh, on the stand, he would pay 3 to 4 months of rent after they break up, I think. Well, what happened in that period? Did he pay rent when they were in that break? That's what I want to know. Men who pay a woman's bills be care. Okay, wait, be careful. Is that what you mean to say? Men who pay women's bills, be careful. They are calling the coercion now. It's a different situation, Byron. I don't think that it's not like he picked up the tab or he's paying a bill. I think it's a little bit different than that. We're not talking about a situation like that. If I don't perform this, you're leaving me. That's a little bit different. Versus I'm paying the restaurant bill or I'm paying the rent this month. There's a little bit of a difference in the language. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that statement. But yes. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? Did he come to the hotel, to the Trump hotel? And did you and he have S in front of Sean? Yes. After the New York trip, where did you see Sean? In Miami at a hotel? Did you take to these pictures? Not shown to the public gallery. Yes. Think the med said, did you take these 2 pictures? Did he come to the Trump hotel and did you see and did you and he have S in front of Sean? Yes. After that New York trip, where did you see Sean next? In Miami at a hotel room? At a hotel? Did you take these pictures? Not shown to the public gallery? Yes. Wow. Okay, Jane says, we had Sly in Miami as well. Then went back to LA and we had an argument there. Tell us why. He wanted to set up a party. He wanted me to reach out to entertainers. I noticed something online that he was with an ex-girlfriend of his. I was furious. Oh, shit. Who was it? Was it J-Lo? Because he was meeting up J-Lo. They had some encounters around this time too, during the Coviana time, during the C19 time. Interesting. Yep. Rabbit, Diddy had been Diddy for a long time. Everybody knew. I find it hard to believe that these girls didn't know what kind of man he was. They were all about the come up, in my opinion, says Steeler Princess. Steeler Princess, how are you, Steeler Princess? Shout out to you. The love contract was not in writing, but the lease was. There you go. Which is evidence of illegal contract in furtherance of a crime. You can't. Thank you for. Shout out to Franny Law. The love contract wasn't in writing, but the lease was. I love that you said this. This right here, my friend. This right here. Okay? And who was doing the arrangements, the financial? Robin Greenhill, right? Mm-hmm. That lady. With who? TriStar? Oh, that lady. Yeah, that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one. Absolutely. Okay. Let's see. See, he had a GF and he knew, yeah, he did have a GF. And that's the thing is like, and she's worrying about the other women that he's with. That's right. Okay, hold up. I want to make sure. Is this the update that we have? Yes, I think so. Okay, Comey says, did you ever speak with any of these other women? No, I found them on Instagram. Okay, these text messages between October 15, 2023. Please read what you wrote. Jane reads, I texted, you got that girl next to you. Her BS is already starting, meaning drama. Damn, I was gonna wonder the same thing too. Did she ever contact Carisha, please? Did she ever contact people? Did this Jane Doe ever contact people to like find out? That was a question that I had too. Like, did Cassie ever contact Gina? Did any of these people ever contact each other to kind of find out? Damn, because that would have been interesting too. Of like, okay, like, yeah, I wonder about this. This case is playing into the man versus the woman agenda. What is the man versus the woman agenda? Rystar, Ilharmonic. Can you explain what that is? I don't know what that is. Literally, I don't know. What is the man versus woman agenda? I've never heard anybody say that. What does that mean? Men versus women? Let me know. You said no because I'm sure she did not want her BD to know for a fact that she was dealing with Diddy. Ah, that's interesting. Carisha still supporting Diddy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, literally, you say, is his name on the lease that he's still paying today? I don't know. I don't think his name was ever on the lease. No, Franny Law, I appreciate you saying that. How so? Byron, you seem to know a lot about the law. This will send a new dangerous case law and precedents. How so? I mean, it is a RICO case, so I guess you could say that. But how so? Please explain that. You seem to know a lot. Are you a lawyer too? I'm kind of wondering. Okay. Shout out to you if you are. Do I think Trump didn't know what was going on? I don't know, Robin. I don't know if he knew, if he didn't know. Lord have mercy. So Combs arranged a hotel night in New York after saying he wouldn't. This is what Jane testified. So he kind of like entrapped her to a situation like that. That's what it sounds like. But I think we have a new update. So Jane describes organizing another hotel night for Combs. Okay, so Jane testified that Sean Diddy Combs' surprised entertainer didn't go well, so she felt like she had to make it up to Combs. She contacted another entertainer they called for previous hotel nights and arranged to have him fly to New York. The jury saw a text between Jane and the man in which Jane told him that she was sort of his cash payment. In another text, she told him that he'd be in an envelope with cash left at the front desk of the Trump International Hotel. Jane testified that she got the cash from Combs. I don't know how I feel about like all of these hotels being mentioned, and you know what that tells me? That people aren't doing a good job in these hotels, right? Like what they're using them for. I mean, that's what I got to say. Jane says, I told Sean, introduce her to P. Who? Paul, one of the entertainers. And then I wrote, I'm not a corn star. These experiences are desensitizing as for me. Okay. government rights. And here on October 16, 2023, the same fight. Please read these. So they're reading text messages of when they had arguments. So Jane had texted previous. I texted, you got that girl next you. Her BS is already starting, meaning drama. Then she says, I told Sean, introduce her to P. Who? Paul. One of the entertainers I wrote, I'm not a corn star. These experiences are desensitizing as for me. And here on October 16th, 2023, the same fight. Please read these. Okay. Okay. Damn. Think we have an update. Jane says, I wrote, I don't want to be F in these rooms. I felt like there was more pressure on me than the others. There was an imbalance. Oh, shit. I had to earn basic things for romance, love and romance. He was giving it to others. He was clearly capable of it. Oh, my God. Okay. This sentence right here, I think, tells exactly what Little Rod Jones was saying. She says, I felt there was more pressure on me than that the others. The others. Girl, she says there was more pressure. I felt there was more pressure on me than that the others. So she knew, well aware, who's the others? Carisha, please. What did Little Rod Jones' lawsuit say? Multiple S workers. Multiple, and she, whether she believes it or not, I think she was an S worker too. Maybe Diddy didn't give her that title because she's thinking, I love him and I love him, and she didn't want to accept it, but sounds like she was an S worker too. They all knew of each other, Natalia, right? Jade, 3. Little Rod Jones named 3. Jane Doe, Jade, and Young Miami. That's right. Yeah. Yep. Again, she felt those are feelings. He didn't tell her that specifically. That's right. Good morning. Hey Sylvia. Shout out to Sylvia and James and everybody on my regular schmegulars. So did he have them in different area codes? Kind of like Ludacris? I don't, that's a good question. Maybe she thought that this would be different, right? Fact check TV. Like she thought her beauty and her kinks would trap him into loving her, and it didn't work. She thought having a home with her made her number one, and she wasn't. That's right. I mean, the man had money, you know? See, Yanni, this is a good point. There are plenty of women out there who would be okay with this, but it's almost like they fell for him, and I don't know. Like there's plenty of people out there that would have been okay with this lifestyle. There's nothing wrong, when it's consensual and not illegal. You know what I mean? But and then why do they have to fly out these S workers? They could have had local S workers travel, taking an Uber. They were flying out S workers. I don't know, man. Okay. Jane says, I wrote, it's been 3 years of me having to F strangers. He wrote, so we're breaking up. Is that what you were proposing? No, I wrote, I need a break spiritually. And then she started crying or sobs. What did you write next? I wrote, S is sacred to me. Oh, girl. You waited 3 years to tell him that? Girl, I'm sorry, y'all. That's crazy. But okay, that's my opinion. My opinion. I wrote, you always push me to do more and more. And I said, I need time to myself. I said, okay. Estavallo says, may we have a sidebar? You may. You know, the defense has only objected one time. And now they're asking for a sidebar. Girl. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me just say this. And let me take you guys to my community post because that's where I've censored it. I'm going to take you guys somewhere, okay? Now, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Little Rod Jones wrote in his lawsuit, okay, while they're doing the sidebar. Robin Greenhill, the accountant who would ensure the wiring, funds transfer, or cash payments to S workers. Frankie Santella, Moy Bond, all these people, right? It gets to a line right here. Young Miami, Jade, and Jane Doe, this Jane Doe that we're talking about, okay, even though he doesn't use the word Jane Doe, I put it in there, were paid a monthly fee to work as Mr. Combs' SMEX workers and received a payment via wire transfer from Robin Greenhill, which outlined defendants' ongoing criminal operation. The government has the lease as exhibits. They're sealed. Okay? It's funny to me that then Jane Doe is saying over in her testimony, like there were other girls all over the place. Look at Night Sharp. Night Sharp. They're just like, oh, girl, bye. So at some point, it sounds like she knew that did she know that she was a worker? Like, that's the question that I have. When did let me go back to that. Okay. And I'm sure the transcripts are going to be, I'm still waiting for Friday's transcripts, but I'm sure that she says, and I quote, I wrote, I don't want to be effed in these rooms. I felt that there was more pressure on me that the others. Who are the others? So she knew that he was doing the FOs with other girls and him. There was an imbalance. I had to earn basic things for my romance. Okay. Love and romance. He was giving it to others. He was clearly capable of it. Yeah. Sorry, y'all. And let's be honest, Diddy had a certain look, and it was going to be very hard to find a legit S worker that fit the visual beauty. Yeah, he had a certain taste. You know what I mean? He wanted certain things. I don't know. I don't know. I think the propaganda released prior to the trial made people see him as a monster. People aren't getting what they thought it was. It's hard to see what this is really is. Well, I don't know. There's like a bird right next to my window. I don't know if you guys hear the bird. You said rabbit. Example, you go into a relationship thinking it's a relationship, but then later say, I'm tired of always having to do schmecks to get your attention. Does that constitute knowledge? I don't know, because I think that's I think at least what's been testified so far, what we've seen is that there was a level of awareness that she had. Now, here's my question. Did she accept it? That's the point that I want to know is, did she accept this lifestyle? And I think one can make the argument that not only did she accept it, she was okay with it at some point. Like she knew, and then she felt obligated to perform. I think that she was conflicted at some point. You know what I mean? You said the birds want the tea. The birds are like, go away, go away. The birds want the tea. Yeah, the women, The women were okay with the S. It was the FOs they didn't want. They didn't want to also be like, they just wanted him. They didn't want to be with another person. That swinger lifestyle. That's what it sounds like to me. But yes. You said it's giving blood in and blood out to you? Literally. Literally. Oh my gosh. No update yet. Doing a sidebar. Hold up, guys. I gotta refill my water. Give me 1 second. Do we have an update yet? Let's see. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Support. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Make sure you guys are sharing. Please and thank you. I appreciate it. We have been on this Diddy case for hell. How many weeks is it now? It feels like it's been forever. Okay. Anyways. Let's see. Combs asked Jane for a hotel night while he was with another woman. This is CNN. Combs asked Jane for a hotel night while he was with another woman. In October 2023, Jane and Sean Diddy Combs were discussing Combs' request for her to arrange a party with entertainers or men paid to have S encounters with Jane. At the same time, Jane said she saw one of Combs' ex-girlfriends posting with Combs on her social media. Who was it? Jane testified that she was furious that he was asking for a hotel night while he was with another woman. You got that girl next to you, so figure it out. This is what Jane texted. Combs responded, "You're the only thing that's going to put me at peace, please." Okay, Jane says, "I introduced her to P. It's not me. It's entertainment that put you at peace." Jane testified that P was referenced to an entertainer named Paul. So while he's with other people, hold up. Let me see. Do we have another update here? Because CNN is killing it right now, too. CNN says, and I quote, "I'm not a corn star. I'm not an animal." Jane wrote to Combs in request for a break. Okay, so remember, Jane said that they took 2 breaks, okay? In later messages from the same October 2023 conversation, Jane wrote, "Our experiences are desensitizing as for me." She said she didn't want to be mistreated according to her testimony in court. "I don't feel like performing loveless cold S." Jane was frustrated because she felt like Combs treated her differently than he treated others. She testified, "I had to earn just basic things for my relationship like love and respect and romance, but I felt like he was giving it to everyone else. I'm not a corn star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. I don't want to do anything. I've hit a wall." she wrote in a message. She testified the request for a break referred to not wanting to give my body to anyone else at all. I'll only make L to you, love to you. That's what she said. Jane wrote back and said that she had to have S with strangers for 3 years. I'm tired, she wrote. So we're breaking up, Combs wrote. Jane testified that she had not suggested that they break up, but that in the other message in the conversation, but had only told him that she wanted to stop participating in hotel nights, S encounters that included the entertainers. Oh my God, girl. Walk away. Walk away. Listen, I know, I don't know. It's crazy. There were patterns that were emerging in the relationship between Jane and Sean Combs, the producer, who met the single mother in Miami and lured her into a world with the promises of extravagant trips. Jane was instantly transfixed by his wealth and charismatic personality. But as Jane grew more attached, Combs' sincerity waned. He would offer her getaways only to book a hotel for freak-offs or hotel nights. We're looking at text messages from 2023 in which Combs suggested she bring a passport to come and visit him in New York. But when she arrived, there was no international excursion, just a hotel, rooms waiting for her. Then I was in a hotel room back in heels in a row. I felt like I had to perform. Damn. That's what she said. I didn't say it. That's what she said. I don't know. You know? You said that's says it right there. Well, she suggested they not break up. I mean, like why not break up? Break up. Break up, But I think that there's, like I said, everybody's gonna have an opinion about it. Hell, I even have my own opinions about this situation. We're gonna have an opinions about, when she should have stepped in, what she said or didn't do. I think that's normal, but still, like, a lot of us are, kind of like in awed by this situation a bit. No update. Mm. Oh, I'm not breaking up. Girl, run away. Girl, run away. Run away. Run away. Mm. But yes. Let's see. We see beautiful models, but they were deeply insecure women that were targeted. I agree with that. I still say, girl, run away. Comprehensive pass says, unpopular opinion, but it's hard to comment as, I was not there, but it seems as though Jane did see this as a job, as unfair as one-sided as it was. I think she did at some point. It sounds like she did, but she had the whole, like, her property, the house that she was renting. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't want to lose that either. Sounds like she did. She saw, like, at some point it became a job, right? So that's fair to say, I think. I don't think it's an unpopular opinion. I think that that's kind of what happened to a certain degree, you know? Let's see. You said I'll be homeless? There you go. Some people would say, but she's also a single mom too. She is getting child support. And that's how she was kind of sustaining herself. But sometimes you don't need that kind of a $10,000 rental is quite hell of a lifestyle, don't you think? It's a lifestyle, for sure, for sure. Okay. No update yet. That's true. Single moms do go out there and get regular jobs all the time. So it does kind of make you wonder. Nothing wrong with the 9 to 5, but uh-huh. Men need to pay attention to the way these laws are being distorted. This is very dangerous. How are they being distorted? Let me know. Let me know more. I just feel like you make this comment and it's like we want to dig in deeper, but you kind of don't even put it out there. 120 a year was not worth the shit she put her body and her spirit through mentally. I agree. Not enough money, in my opinion. That's what I said. Get the bags and then run. Get the bags and then run. Well, you said you feel like the word coercion is being thrown around too much. Give me one sec, guys. Oh my gosh. This is the longest sidebar. I know it's taking a minute. What is going on? They needed to put some they need to get their drinks on this sidebar. The drinky drinks needed to be drinked in the sidebar, I think. But yes. She was getting child support without saying anything identifying. I believe her baby's father has he has not passed. No. He is not passed. He is live and well. No. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, her attorney is so worried about YouTubers. You need to worry about her. You need to worry about him and the shit that he's posting. Okay, talking about I'm gonna make a documentary. Does anybody know who Jane Doe is? That he is live, well, and loud. He is not. No. Mm-mm. I'm just laughing. He's loud. Yes, and thank you, and very publicly hates Diddy. Yeah. No, he's alive. Half dollar is well and alive. Yeah. The comments made me laugh, y'all. Sorry. I was not expecting you guys to say that. No update. R8, thank you for the first super chat. Aw, thank you for showing some support. Thank you for this. Now hold up. Let me hit. I don't know if I can hit the like button on it. Can I hit a like? Let me end this poll. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Are you guys good? Let me know. Thank you. Right, Sylvia. He has so much hanging over them in many ways to keep them there. Contracts, money, promises, broken dreams, lives, different things, right? Like, I think we kind of have to see that too. You know? That's right. I'm missing some comments, y'all. Thank you, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Thank you. I love the way you do these live streams. I appreciate you. Thank you again for your support. You said he was collecting part of that 10K? Natalia, you think? Oh, man. I don't know, man. You said get rich or die trying. Oh, Lord have mercy. So many references to movies. Oh, my God. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, Felicia, like the attorney needs to worry about him. I don't know why they're worried about YouTubers. Worry about him. Go censor him. Don't try to censor us. Go censor him. Honestly. But this is the longest sidebar, I will say. What is going on? They're going back and forth. I have questions about this. You said the baby daddy used to be more famous than Diddy? Yeah. You've been wondering about Half Dollar? Well, at least that he's had a hand in there on the stand. Half Dollar. Oh man. Yeah, that's what I gotta say. I don't have nothing to say. Lindell, they did say that this was the prosecution's last witness. So I do wonder about this in general. Yeah, got time to kill for the Diddy sidebar. Check out Jay-Z's legal news. Shout out to Diddy Docket. So Jay-Z, did you guys hear about that whole CEO situation? I do have that lawsuit there too. I haven't had a chance to review it because I've been busy, but I don't know how many witnesses the defense has. I do wonder, since they did say that they were going to go all the way to July 4th, I do wonder about this. I wonder. You said this testimony is laying out the foundation of the enterprise and how he used to traffic X as a junior. I have many questions as to why a 30-year-old woman would allow herself to do rugs. Yeah. I think that's a question that a lot of people have. Especially if it's going to be manipulation or coercion in that sense, right? Cassie at the time was 19 when she met him. So I think people maybe view this a little bit different. At the end of the day, though, the crime is still the crime in terms of the flying, the prostitution, all this other stuff. Whether you believe this woman is a victim or not, based on the RICO elements and all that's been laid out, she could very well qualify under these if the jury finds her to be a credible witness. Not if you and I find her, because we're not the jury. If the jury finds her to be a credible witness, yeah, there's a lot here. But yeah. Yes. You know? Now, are there women and men that are okay with this lifestyle? Yeah. When they consent to it. But did she consent to it? That's the question. Okay, wait. Do we have an update? Okay. During the long break, Combs is standing talking with his Xavier Donaldson, or his attorney. At 10:48, judge says, "Please be seated, Miss Comey. Bring back Jane." Jane walks up back Combs' table as he passes a note to his lawyer, Alexander Shapiro. They're passing notes. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. With the Hollywood bosses? Well, I mean, like I said, I think we have this like view of what a RICO should be. We're thinking that this is like mob mentality. And to a certain degree, maybe it can be, you know? I agree. Rabbit, my life and voice matters. Okay. Going to the sidebar. Okay. Sidebar. Could it be that the rugs found in the room when Diddy was arrested wasn't his? I don't know. Still his room, still his name. Could be, Couldn't be. Who knows? Age doesn't determine when you become an addict. Get hurt and take the meds daily and see how hard it is to kick, says Lady Kiki. Okay. Sorry. I wonder what they're passing. I wonder what they're passing. Let's see. You said on Diddy docket there's more witnesses, not just victims. I don't know. They said this is the last. I don't think that is this the last witness for the prosecution? I have questions about this. Really? They've only brought in like what 20, 25, 20. I have to count. It hasn't been that many. How many witnesses for the prosecution? Unplug this. I got cords all over the place. Last victim, not witness. I didn't think it was the last witness. Maybe the last victim. Because didn't they X out like Gina's not showing up? There was another victim that they said they had. There's more witnesses, right? I don't think this might be the last victim. That's what it is, but there's more witnesses, right? This is the last victim. And people think they mean witnesses. There are more witnesses through the lineup, though the lineup may have changed from previous. Okay, here we go. I think we have an update. I think we're back. We're back. Get it together. That was the longest sidebar of my life, but okay. What did Sean write to you? He wrote, I want to spend the day with you. I wrote back, you make it crystal clear exactly what you want for me. You're going to spend the day love bombing me? Love bombing me? What did you mean? Sean is very love bomby. Just going to ask her, what does that mean? Okay. Comey says, what did Sean write to you? So they're reading messages. He wrote, I want to spend the day with you. I wrote back, you make it crystal clear exactly what you want for me. You're going to spend the day love bombing me. What did you mean? Sean is very love bomby. So anytime he makes something wrong, he like love bombs. Okay. Oh, I had to yawn. Oh my goodness, the coffee hasn't hit me yet, y'all. Yeah, objection. What does that mean? That would be my objection. So that's the question that I have is how many witnesses are they going to have? Yeah, like knowledge. Okay, that lets me know she knew manipulation tactics. She knew what was happening and went along. Oof. What do you guys think? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, Nalo, that is true. Right, being subpoenaed does not necessarily mean you will be called. That's true. Very true. Okay, hold up, y'all. No update. Ooh, I'm trying not to yawn, but I'm like yawning like a hurry up. Let's go. I need some energy, something. Okay. You said they have a list of 190 plus, so we will never know how many witnesses, right? I guess we won't, right? I think it was manipulation, aka love bombing. Gotcha. Gotcha. You said she knew the term, so she was aware of what was going on. Like that was this manipulation tactic? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when did she learn that this what it was? Didn't she say in a previous statement that she had recently been unpacking all of this in counseling? I don't think she ever said counseling, Pika, but I don't know what she said Friday. I can't remember. And I don't know if she was in counseling. Mia was the one who said therapist. Cassie was the one who was in counseling, I think, but I have yet to hear that this one was in counseling. So she might have realized that before or after it was love bombing. I don't think Jane said counseling. So that's a good point. I wonder about that. Okay. Update. I said, I'm not just an animal people can F on. He said, you're crazy. Comey then says, how often did he call you crazy? Often. I said you want me to have you want me to S some D's? So you can jet off with Gina? He was still dealing with Gina then? I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone. Oh, see, Gina needs to come to court. Gina needs to come to court. Hold up. I said, I'm not just an animal people can F on. He said, you're crazy. Comey then says, how often did he call you crazy? Jane said, often. I said, you want to have me S some D's so you can jet off with Gina? I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone. Gina. See, Gina needs to come to court. Objection, conjecture, interjection. Gina needs to come to court. That's what Gina needs to do. Okay? Because how are we not putting Gina on the stand? How are we not putting Gina on the stand? Oh my God. Felicia's like, yeah, we've been waiting all weekend for this. What is going on? Oh my God. By the way, shout out to the members. Sylvia just reminded me. We do have an objection emoji in the membership. It's called objection with the N. Oh my God. Did you? She's not a Jane Doe. I don't. They're calling her by her first name. That's why we said her name. But she's not a Jane Doe. Everybody's like objection, conjecture. All of the gestures in there. Oh my God. That's crazy. Hold up. CNN says jury returns after short break. It was not a short break, CNN. It was not a short break. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh my gosh. He says great. It gets crazier and crazier, right? You said guilty. Why don't they subpoena Gina and makes her a difference in the others? Why don't they? Well, that's what they did subpoena her. She's choosing not to come. It just makes you wonder. I'm like, come on, Gina. Like, you're over here. You interview with Tasha K. This is why I don't know. I don't know. Mm. You said, I wish we could know how long in between each of these text arguments took place because they are picking out all the bad to show us. I'm curious how often these arguments happen. That's a good point. Like, just but that would be a lot of text messages to review, right? If they're only reviewing like the arguments in between. Hold up, let me see. 18 seconds. Okay. So often I said, you want me to ask some D's so you can jet off with Gina? I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone. Okay, then Comey says, in the next message, does he use your true name? Yes. And does he say, that's my house too? He does. He wrote, I'm coming over. You gotta let me in or not. Is your baby there? Are you gonna let me in our house again and again? Oh man, is the child there when this is going down? Is the child there when this is going down? Damn. That's the question that I want to know. He said our house. Is it our though? He's paying it, but is he on the lease? He said he loved playing the stepdaddy. Oh my God. Mm. He said at least he asked. So there's that. At least he asked. $50 gonna get mad now? I don't know. Just a tea, please. How are you? Yeah, is he on the lease? He could pay it, but if he's not on the lease, then it's not theirs, right? Oh my God. No update. No update. You said Diddy had no love for this girl. Yeah, I don't think he loved any of them. I don't think he loved any of them at all. Honestly. I thought he was gonna leave her alone though. I mean, isn't that what he said? Thank you, Justice. Thank you for telling me to hit that like button, please, and thank you. Diddy only loves Diddy. Yeah, it's giving that, right? Like emotional blackmailing. Well, I mean, he asked if the kid was there. So hopefully he's not going to get all crazy, which kind of made me wonder, did he like, were there ever times, at least when Cassie was alleged, were there ever times where he, you know, did too much while the, his children were there with Cassie? Like, were there ever incidents that he was doing this in front of his children? Kind of makes you wonder. It said it's giving dirty Diddy money. Dirty money. It's giving something. No update. No update. Okay. I think that's probably the one thing I will say. It did seem to me that he loved his kids. Like, I will give him that. But as far as the women, no. Okay. So they're reading more messages. Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm corny. Shake my head. What does shake my head mean? Shaking my head. SMH. Shaking my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said I was hitting up my mom. She said she was taking bone supplements is key. Then you saw Sean, or you saw Sean? Yes. Wait, what? So he was having bone problem? I'm confused. Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm so corny. Shake my head. What does shake my head mean? Shake my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said I was hitting my mom. I was hitting up my mom. She said taking bone supplements is key. Then you saw Sean? Yes. Okay. So Sean, okay. So she's talking to her mom about Sean taking bone supplements because his knees weren't good. Okay. Yeah. I know. It's like such an awkward text to read. I can tell you what supplements he actually needs. Yeah, it sounds like he did. Well, I know he took Ambient because that's what he texted Cassie that he was on Ambient or something. Oh, Lord have mercy. Tell you what supplements he needed, honestly. I don't know about the bone one. Okay. I know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Why is this relevant though? I don't know. It's Diddy's like, it's giving Linda. It's giving Linda. What are we doing here? I think they're trolling us. I think the court is trolling us. Hold up. Okay. We had the sobriety party at a hotel, says Jane. First, I went to a concert. I stood with security, with his security, Jonathan. I went to the store for supplies for the hotel night. Sean was in the hotel waiting. He called me, B, what the F is taking so long? Okay. B, what the F is taking so long? It's getting serious right now. He called me, B, what the F is taking so long? What he said. You said, FYI, you're only as old as you feel. I'm 59 and I feel like I'm 25. Shout out to you. Didn't I tell you people, I'm 40 and 40s is the new 20s. I have decided, except when I busted my ass on ice the other day. I didn't feel like I was 20 anymore when I slipped in black ice. That wasn't cute. I felt that fall for a couple of days. But yes, I agree. I'm like, yeah, it's a little bit different when you fall on ice and you're in your 40s. You know what though? You're right. Those bones ain't hurting that bad that they had to stop the FOs. Those bones, they kept going for the FOs. Literally. I mean, you couldn't stop a man's FOs. Seriously. Thank you. You said, I hope Diddy's knees are even more in pain in prison. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyways, let's see what we have. So he messaged her with his security, Jonathan. I went to the store for supplies. So security was accompanying her to the hotel. Okay. For supplies. Sean was in the room waiting, in the hotel room waiting. He called me, B, what the F is taking so long? Like, what? I've been like, I'm shopping for you. What do you mean? What's taking so long? Hell. He's like trying to hurry her up. Jane says, I got there. His assistant said, you don't deserve to be called a B. Is that Christina? Is that KK? I got there. His assistant said, you don't deserve to be called a B. Okay. And then Comey says, at the Elamatrage, I can't say that hotel, it's French. What happened? I didn't want to take rugs. Who was the first entertainer? Rico, then Paul, then Antoine. Then I threw up. Girl, what day was this? What day was this? She said it was there's no time frame here. We'll probably find out. Okay, what? Says Sean wrote to me. I was so stressed out. Okay. So we had a sobriety party at a hotel. First, I went to a concert. I stood with security. With his security, Jonathan, I went to the store. Remember the S stores to buy supplies for the hotels. Okay. Sean was in the hotel waiting. He called me. B, what the F is taking so long? I got there. The assistant said, you don't deserve to be called a B. And she didn't want to take the rugs. Then there was four different entertainers, Rico, Paul, and Antoine. Then I threw up. Okay, then Jane says, Sean said, good for you, throw up. Now you'll feel better. Then I had S with Antoine. I felt terrible. Okay, whose text is this? Says Comey. Mine's, I wrote, baby, I love you. Do you think we could put something in my hotel? Did Sean respond? No. Put what in your hotel? Oh my God. Oh my God. What do you make of this? You know, Diddy was like, you're puking? That's cute. You'll feel better. Let's get going. Take your time, but hurry up. That's right. That's what he basically said. What do you guys think? Rugs? Yeah, they said it was a sobriety party that turned into a hotel night. These three guys, right? All these S workers. God knows. And then, like, were they clean or what? CNN reports Jane says that she stopped answering Combs' calls after they fought. The fight carried into the next day. Jane testified. She says she told Sean Diddy Combs she needed space and stopped answering his calls. Combs left her an audio message saying, "You know what? I wouldn't be calling you like this if I needed you, girl." So there were times where he just needed. This guy's an addict. That's what it's giving. S addict. That's what it's giving. Combs left her audio on message saying, "You know, I wouldn't be calling you if I wouldn't be calling you like this. I need you, girl." Then later in the day, "Can I please come over? That's my house too." Jane said that he was referencing to the house that she was living in where he was paying rent. Jane testified that she was shutting him out, not answering his messages or calls because every time she let him in, I'd be right back into whatever he wanted to do. So she tried to like put some boundaries in this whole situation. At least that's what she's saying. I don't know. I wasn't there. What do you guys think? Okay. So when Jane says, mine, I wrote, baby, I love you. Do you think we could put something in my hotel? Did Sean respond? No. I needed furniture for my house. I wrote, you weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in DC. Who the hell is Chelsea? Enter the chat, Chelsea. Who's Chelsea? Was ready in DC. So they're playing a voice note. Sean Combs' voice note. I don't know where the F Chelsea is. I ain't with no biatches. Let me F alone. I'm single. Oh, so is Chelsea another girlfriend? Oh my God. So is Chelsea another girlfriend? Yeah, who's Chelsea? Another one? Oh, no. Where is it? Where? Another one. Chelsea, Jade, Carisha.
Another one.
It's like one after another.
Another one.
That's too many.
Another one.
It's like he's like going. That's what I'm saying. Wait, not Chelsea Handler. Don't let Chelsea. She's gonna make a statement talking about my name was mentioned, and that's not me. But thank you, James. Is it your birthday? Oh my God! Happy birthday, James. I don't know. Is it James? You guys drop some cakes and some flowers for James, please and thank you. I didn't know it was your birthday. Why didn't you say anything? Damn. And there he is. He said he was single, but she knew that he was single, right? That man's Tootsie Roll is gonna fall. I'm surprised it hasn't. I'm surprised that Tootsie Roll is still intact. Oh my goodness. That's too much. That's too much. Happy birthday, James. You haven't been keeping, don't worry. A lot of us are trying to understand. I am confused by the timeline too. The timeline is definitely confusing. I'll say that. Hold up. Washington is saying, you're crazy. Sean Combs would tell Jane when he tried to share her concerns about the hotel nights or freak-offs. She recounted in a stand on Monday morning. Okay, so they're verifying text messages and stuff like that. But I want to know who this Chelsea person is. Is she another one? Damn. Like switching people like that. That's crazy. That's dangerous. You know? I don't know, man. Yeah, Hugh Hefner did it too. I mean, that's true. Hugh Hefner did it too. Let's see. I don't know, man. Yeah, but he's not being charged for Ava B. And I'm still trying to figure out Ava B's situation too. You said Miss Chelsea Marie? I don't know who that is. Now, let me Google it. Google. I don't know. There's nothing. There's only Chelsea Handler that's coming out, but I don't know anything about that. Yeah, it flooded before, but that I thought he was. I thought she was with. At least rumored to be with Half Dollar. You know. Oh shit! There's pictures of her. Enter the chat, Chelsea. There's pictures out there now. People are posting them. Re-enter the chat, Chelsea. So Chelsea was another one, not Chelsea Clinton. Don't, no, not that one. Okay, not that one. Let's see. I'm so confused. Why didn't these girls run the minute he showed them what he was liked and expected? It couldn't be me. Well, Savannah, I mean, everybody's a little bit different, you know, and we don't know. Chelsea's another one that I guess was mentioned, you know. He said he's effing with Chelsea, and I quote, this is what it's being said here. There's a voice note where he's saying, I don't know where the F Chelsea is. I ain't with no witches. Please leave me the F alone. I'm single. So they were having like an argument. And it is really confusing because we don't have a time frame here, I don't think. It would be nice to have a time frame on this one. It's very confusing, I will say. On this one at least. Where's my hair pick? Did I drop it? Okay, well, I have to put my hair up on a pin. There it is. Okay. So yeah, it's very confusing. No update. Let's see what CNN is saying. Oh wait, we do have an update. Here we go. Phone is letting me know. What frustrations did you feel? The government is asking. Not being heard about how I felt about the hotel nights? Did you use names for the other women's? Yes, it was misdirected anger. I asked, what does the house have to do with what I'm saying? Okay. That's what she would say. What does the house have to do with what I'm saying? Okay. Jane says she responded to Combs' messages about medical issues because she cared about his health. Okay. So we talked a little bit about that, his bones or something. Jane continues to testify in the conversation of October 2023. Combs texted Jane a screenshot of a conversation he had with the doctor about his knees. She testified She testified. He wrote that he was stressed and there was a lot going on. On top of that, I'm corny. Combs texted James a screenshot of conversations he had with his doctor about his knees. She testified that he wrote that he was stressed and there was a lot going on. On top of that, I'm corny. This is what the testimony was. It's a repeat. Okay. Jane responded by telling him to take it easy and giving him some advice about his medical issues. She hadn't agreed to see him before the message. She responded because she cared about his health and she testified. I don't get it. He cares about, like, it's like, you guys don't care about swapping diseases all over, like UTIs, all this other stuff that's going on. I'm like, you care about this man's knees. It's his health. The Tootsie Roll could be infected, but nobody cares about that. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah. I have to wonder. And I had to pull my hair down because it was bothering me. Here it is. I wrote, oh shit. Okay, so she said, yes, it was misdirected anger. I asked, what does the house have to do with what I'm saying? She further goes, I wrote, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Oh. Government says, were you telling Sean you were going to speak about your relationship? Objection from Estavio. Defense. Sustained. Please read. Did you reference your child? Yes, I said, you got me effed up. Oh, damn. She says she's not Cassie or Gina. You got me effed up. You said, did he get his knees? He hurt his knees during an FO? I don't know, man. So I have some questions about this. No update. Was she going to speak out? That's the question that I have. In other words, I'm done with being in the shadows. What does that mean? Here's the question that I have. Well, and maybe I need to rewatch that interview that Tasha did with Gina. Here's the question that I have. How long was he with Gina? Was he still like back and forth with Gina even after she spoke at Tasha K? She said, you got me effed up. Oh, we got questions. Okay, we have an update. I said, just complete what he promised about 2 years, about the home. I said, don't contact me. What did he say in response? He said, I'm super clear now. I said, you had me on constant pins and needles. Now I'm sick. Leave me alone. Oh, this must have been up until like the break. So Jane said, I said, just complete what you promised about the 2 years, about the home. I said, don't contact me. What did he say in response? He said, I'm super clear now. I said, you had me on constant pins and needles. Now I'm sick. Leave me alone. Damn. Damn. Yeah, she went back to him after that interview, Lindsay? You said, I think she wanted to be on the red carpet with him like Cassie, but she was never public in that relationship, at least not that I know of. Damn. So wasn't Cassie, she was going to speak out too? I think she was mad that Cassie got there first. Oh, shit. But this was in 2023. Cassie filed her lawsuit in November. So this was October. Yeah, she knew about Cassie and Gina. Yep. Oh, man. Okay. Does the next message reference a prior relationship you had? Comey asks government. Yes. Then he says, I told you you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby girl. You'll see. He was threatening me. He was threatening me about the rent, that we don't need to do anything we don't want to. What? Does the next message reference a prior relationship you had? Yes. Then he said, I told you you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby girl. You'll see. He was threatening me about the rent, that we don't need to do anything we don't want to. Listen, and she's in a spot that she can't afford and it's under her name. Damn. Thank you, failed pessimist. Who hasn't hit the like button? Please and thank you. She did? I haven't watched it. I need to watch it. Let's see. This is a lot. You said kids was there, had a babysitter on call. You imagine? I'm like, her poor kid too, but not an ideal situation, but at least, she did set her kid up for babysitting for 48, 24 hours. Motivations around $10,000 a month rental home question. This is 2 minutes ago from Washington Post. The house that Sean Combs rented for Jane and for which he continued to pay monthly $10,000 rent has become a major source of contention. Jane is reading a text message exchange between Combs, asked her whether her child was home and that he was on the way to our house. Jane has just declined participating in an FO and was hoping to avoid the hip hop mogul. Can I please come over? That's my house too. I'm coming over. Are you going to let me in or not? Read the message. Combs, who had a laid back persona of hip hop, then texted her 6 more times. Are you going to let me in our house? Oh my God. Prosecutors have argued throughout the trial that the house was a form of financial coercion. Okay. The house was a form of, because she couldn't afford it, right? Okay. Jane says, I wrote, you're mad at me about a grown ass man. Okay. Comey says, stop right there. Was this referring to your prior relationship? Yes. I wrote, you wasted my time in this toxic ass relationship. Did you then refer to your previous relationship? Yes. Oh, enter the chat. $50. Even though it hasn't really been said, but that would be her prior relationship. Oh my God. They're going in about 2 quarters. Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're mad at me about a grown ass man. Something happened here because $50 likes to troll. Okay. And then she says, stop right here. Was this referring to your prior relationship? Yes. I wrote, you wasted my time in this toxic ass relationship. Did you then refer to your previous relationship? Yes. What did 2 quarters say? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. I don't know how we supposed to relate to the fact that she was upset about a $10K a month house. Wow. You said, Rabbit, she knew someone he knew and $50. Who was the other guy? I don't know. I think Half Dollar should take the stand. Yes, make him shut up. Half Dollar should take the stand. Oh, there was that guy too. Now that guy, I'm going to say his name, Jason Derulo. There was that guy too. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. This is crazy. I think he should. And then they could like basically quiet him and he won't say nothing. Okay. Hold up. Who is this? I gotta make sure. Sean Combs is a leader in some arenas, but he's also a history of following peers into. Okay, let me ask this again. Did Diddy target Jade? Oh shit. Shout out to Diddy Docket. That's the question of the hour. A lot of people feel different. I don't know. Okay, is Half Dollar, let me ask you guys a question. Is Half Dollar really serious? No way. Did she? So it's like industry men that she dealt with. That's interesting. Let me ask you guys a question. Well, I'll wait for my question because it's a complicated question. Okay, I'll ask it in a little bit. Jane says, you invited me to New York to pair me up with some random man. Any mother effers for your own sick essual. Okay. Combs then says, what were you talking about? The two men I had chose for myself, Sly and Antoine. Sean kept trying to say I choose. I had wanted it. Okay, hold up. Let me reread that so I understand this correctly. You invited me to New York to pair me up with some random man. Any mother effers for your own essual. Comey says, what were you talking about? The two men I had chose for myself, Sly and Antoine. Sean kept trying to say I choose. Then I had wanted it. Man. Did she feel like safe with these two individuals because she had done it before? Okay, so there was a sobriety party. This is from CNN. There was a sobriety party that turned into a hotel night. Okay. So they had like a sobriety party October 18, 2023. She testified. Jane didn't want to take rugs during the sobriety party and she threw up after having S with two men. She testified. She then told Combs that she had thrown up and he said, okay, that's good. Well, you'll feel better now. Let's go outside. Then she had S with the third man. She said that the end of the night, Jane said at the end of the night, she felt absolutely terrible. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Mm-mm. That's crazy. I'm laughing at the chat. I know. Wouldn't that be epic, Miss O? Mrs. O? Like, that would be like, oh my God, that would make history. It's like everything played out in front of us, and we're just sitting there like, what? Because honestly, like, this is the face-off that should have happened a long time ago, honestly. And now it's happening, but it's happening through his social media. I don't know. What would he testify to? I'm not really sure, but I'm just saying, like, if there was a face-off of sorts. Okay. Jane says, I wrote, you want to gaslight me? Comey says, what do you mean? He wanted me to believe I had wanted these things. What else did Sean text you? He said, you and me don't have no beef. I said, you created all of this evil inside me. So she knew what gaslighting was. She knew what it was. She knew what it looked like. Making her believe that she wanted to do these things when she didn't actually want to. Right? So, yeah. You said, it's like, I can't believe it, but then again, I believe it. Sylvia, you said, I believe he did. Revenge. Good thing he never got to the child, says Auntie Penelope. So she could recognize it, right? She just had a hard time getting out of that situation. Or was it that she stayed in that situation because of the house? Because she had to have this paid. So then that's when it became a job. Yeah, she never wanted the freak offs. That doesn't sound like that's what she wanted. Up until she couldn't consent. At some point, she was okay with it, and then it was like, I don't want to do this anymore. But then he kind of gaslit her, and she calls it out on her own. Nobody else, and I don't think she says therapist yet. So I think that's a good point to make. Jane says that she asked Combs for money following the traumatic party. Okay, so this was after the sobriety party. She asked him for money. Okay. Jane sent more angry text messages about feeling used for the sobriety party that it turned into a hotel night. How does a sobriety party turn into a hotel night? So I don't get. Combs sent her an audio message telling her he's single and doesn't have to listen to her. The argument continued. Eventually, Jane and Combs got into a phone. Jane testified that over the phone, Combs offered to pay her 3 months of rent after she expressed frustration over the party that she called traumatic. Okay, Jane testified that she told him, I'm not Gina or Cassie, two other women Combs dated, who Jane said left their relationship with Combs quietly. Well, Gina didn't leave quietly, okay? Jane Doe, Gina didn't leave quietly. She went to Tasha K. We all saw it, okay? Oh my God, we have an update. Hold up. This is heating up. Jay says, I wrote to him, I regret everything, all this toxic ish, which overran my life. He said, you're burning a bridge that you're going to need tomorrow. What did you write? I wrote, I don't trust you. He said 10 hours ago, you love me, not this. Oh shit. So she says, I wrote him, I regret everything, all this toxic ish, which overran my life. He said, you're burning a bridge that you're going to need tomorrow. What did you write? I wrote, I don't trust you. He said 10 hours ago, you loved me, not this. Damn, man. Let me ask you guys a question. Because, like, Kim Porter, being the mother of his children, we don't have any of this on Kim Porter's side. Like, oh my God, if we were to see text messages or something from Kim Porter and her kind of going through this with this man, that would be a different story. Matter of fact, up until, was it George Kaplan, at least, she might have still been participating in FOs. Maybe a couple years before she died. Damn. Okay. All right. She says he wrote, it's a free country. I'm an adult and you're an adult. You're writing a whole book about what you hate about me. We both made promises we didn't keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do. Okay. Government says, did you get the phone? Yes. Still giving her a choice to leave? That's what I want to know. Did he not playing with her? Damn. Not yet. He's not going to address it until the government. I think they're going to address it tomorrow, the mistrial. You think they're all participants from Kim to Young Miami? Damn. Yeah, the open relationship, thank you for saying this, Ivy Rose, I agree. The open relationship is irrelevant. The legal question is, did he use force, fraud, or coercion to make her engage in FOs? That's the question, right? Well, the question then becomes how many times also, like, how many, I don't know, man. It's like sometimes I think if there's one thing that um Cassie and Jane Doe, hell, even Gina, even though she's not testifying, have in common, is that maybe they felt like they can change this person. You know what I mean? Maybe they felt like they could change this person. Like I said, I feel like I've been in situations like that. Some of you guys can relate. When I was younger, I was in situations like that where, you stay in really not good circumstances because you think you could change somebody. I get that too. I don't know. But anyways, I think we have an update. Hold up. Let me see. No update. So Washington Post writes, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Jane texted Sean Combs during a heated argument in October 2023. The conversation became after another hotel night in Los Angeles. Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Combs, testified under a pseudonym, was particularly upset about this encounter. When Jane tried to talk to him about her unhappiness over the phone, Combs once again threatened to stop paying the rent of her home, she testified. Jane referenced Combs' ex-girlfriends because she felt pushed to the edge. She said, explaining her state of mind at the time, in a sense, don't play with me. Weeks later, Cassie Ventura would file an trafficking lawsuit against Combs. So, okay. So even before the Cassie lawsuit in October of 2023, she's having this exchange with Diddy, and she's like, I'm not them. You're not going to treat me like this. I'm done with this. And then in November of 2023, which we all saw and reported on this and broke, and when it went down, that's when the trafficking from the civil side went through with Cassie. Okay. That's when so this guy, I mean, there was a lot going on, clearly. I think so too. I think that this Jane Doe absolutely loved Diddy and still loved him up until the day of his arrest. I mean, she stayed around. But did he feel the same about her? Probably not. Probably not. Mm-mm. Comey says, what did you write here? I said, you knew I would finish strong. Pep talk to keep me performing. I know I was consenting. Like you said, you didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to take a pause. So the government asked Jane, what did you write here? I said, you knew I would finish strong. Pep talk, pep talks to keep me performing. Cassie said the same thing about these pep talks. I know I was consenting, like you said. You didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to pause. I need to take a pause. This consent thing kept going. So he knew that they were having conversations about consent. I said, you knew I would finish strong. Pep talks to keep me performing. He would do that. He did it to Cassie, right? I know I was consenting, like you said. You didn't know I didn't want it. Okay. This is my truth. Damn. It's a lot of manipulation there, in my opinion. Okay, we have an update. Why did you say, I know I was consenting? I picked up the word from him. He said, if anyone saw these videos, they'd say you wanted it. Was that true, Jane? I'm still trying to figure that out. The videos were, if anybody sees these videos, it would show that you're consenting. That is the question. Oh. 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 So That consent sentence, right? Right? That's the question. Damn. Damn, 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 damn. Was she under the influence? That's the question. Sink or swim? So her testimony to Diddy's benefit or detriment now? I think that that's up to the jury to decide. Do you think Jane expected a certain lifestyle due to a baby daddy and thought Diddy was her last chance because she was getting older? I don't know, Sassy. See, that would be a question of her mindset. I don't know all that. I think she loved him. So, are the videos supposed to be collateral of consent? And why would anybody see these videos? Like, when did it become a thing where people would actually be seeing these videos? That's the question that I have. Oh, I don't know, man. Yeah, the defense is doing a quiet happy dance in their seats at this point. I have a question about this. I really did. Like, this one tripped me out a bit. Okay, hold up. CNN says, and I quote, "You picked place. All these harmful men on me and my wrist and risked my health," Jane texted to Combs. The jury further heard a string of text messages. At one point, Jane texted Combs, you place and paid all these harmful men on me and risked my health. This was never love. I regret everything, and all this dark, toxic ish entered my life." This was in October. Oh my God. Shit, man. You need hard evidence, you said? Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I don't know. Well, I didn't receive Fridays. I mean, like I said, you guys can support by donating. I'm gonna see if we're gonna get them today's. We're clearly behind. Um Hold up. Hold up. While we wait. She was consenting. Again, consenting isn't the issue. Was this done in furtherance of the enterprise? You can consent to all the things, but is it still illegal? But it's illegal. It's illegal. I guess Shauna B, is there a typo in your thing? Let me know. Hold up. Let's see. Oh my God. Here we go. What did you see in the videos? I was high. I was just following a pattern performing. Exhibits, please read. Okay, so government is playing exhibits. It's for my notes. I wrote, I'm having PTSD from these nights. Why in your notes app get my feelings out? Like a diary, right? Get your feelings out like a diary. Damn. Wow. She was consenting, period. And Rabbit, she ain't love him. She loved what he could do for her, aka his money. See, and that's the argument. Like she was having conversations with them about consent, right? So it's like if you're not consenting, then like when do you get to step out? If you're saying, I don't know, like okay. I hear you guys, but I don't even think that's really what the issue is here. That's not the crux of this crime, this consenting piece. I think what it is that this is happening and these people are flying and there's the federal offense happening there. And she's doing this. It was there coercion manipulation, sure, but I don't even know like if that's the crux of the crime, if that makes sense. You can't consent if you're high. There's that. When did she realize it though? Before or after? I don't know, man. This is one of those. This is gonna be a hard one for the jury. I'll say that. Okay, Comey says, "Did you see Sean that day?" Jane says, "Yes, at his home. I was comforted by him. I was able to talk about the pain I was feeling, and he was hugging me. What are these photos I told of us? I told her I took of us in his master bedroom. I felt he understood me in that moment." So they would have these fights and then they would reconcile. Okay. So she was telling him, like, I'm having these, well, this is his notes. So I don't know if he actually saw this, but it sounds like at some point when things would kind of like simmer down, they would talk. Okay. Did you see Sean that day? Yes, at his home. I was I was comforted by him. I was able to talk about the pain I was feeling. He was hugging me. What are these photos I took of us in his master bedroom? I felt like he understood me in that moment. Oh man. But he was also seeing other people. Like if he wasn't going to get the FOs from her, he was going to get them from somewhere else. You know what I mean? Um I don't know, man. She kept going back. Yeah, she did. I mean, it sounds like she was with them. She was with them up until the arrest, right? I think we have an update. Okay, Jane says he had a Halloween video shoot. That was nice. But his birthday was approaching and I felt nervous. He'd want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. He had these things called movie nights, our movies, our videos. She was worried about his birthday. Isn't his birthday like in November? We had, what was that one year that he did the whole thing with the Joker? He really played the part. He had a Halloween video shoot. That was nice. But his birthday was approaching and I felt nervous. He'd want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. He had these things called movie nights, our videos. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let me see what CNN is saying. Nothing. No update. I'm ready for lunch, y'all. Okay, she says, I felt this TV could substitute for the entertainer. Then Cassie's lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted. Why? Comey asked. Because, and she starts sobbing, there were 3 pages that were harrowing what I was experiencing. Wow. She's talking about Cassie's lawsuit. She got him safe to say that there was no FO around that when the Cassie lawsuit dropped, or was there? That's what I want to know. Let me know. I felt this TV could substitute for the entertainer. Then Cassie lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted. Comey says, why? because so then she starts sobbing. There were 3 pages that were harrowing what I was experiencing. What pages were those? Probably knowing Diddy. I think they're getting closer to the end with her. I don't know, Miss Hill. Sounds like it. He was in 2023. He was a Joker. In 2024, he was 2023 he was Joker. 2024 he was Batman. Was he? Yeah, I mean he did, but I think see through you. I think the issue is that the crux of the crime? I don't know. I think where it's coming from is like, yes, he told her and she could have left, and a lot of us could say that, but I don't know if that's necessarily the crime per se. I think the crime is that the simple conduct in itself, the FOs, the hotel nights, the S workers, their escorts that became S workers, the traveling, all the stuff. That's the crux of the crime. I don't necessarily think that it's her, whether she left or she didn't. However long he was there. So it just, I don't know. I don't want to be in that jury. That, my friend, seems like crazy. I think she fainted when she found out that that there was mention of what she felt like was a similar experience. And she stayed with them, mind you, when the house after his home was raided, she was still there because there's pictures of her and him there. Okay. Comey says, did you screenshot those pages? Yes. Do you recognize this? It's Cassie's lawsuit, filed November 16, 2023. Had you met Cassie? Can you guys see me now? Let me know. I'm frozen? Yes, I'm back. I don't know what happened. It like froze or something. I don't know. Okay. I just needed to refresh it. There's no connection issues on my end, so I don't know what's going on. Okay. You could see me. All right. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. Okay, that's okay. All right, we have an update. Did you guys get the last update though? Okay, just want to make sure. So when she says that she read them and it was like she was reading something, her own story, then Comey says, read your messages the day after Cassie's lawsuit. Jane says, 4 in one night, and now I'm going to the doctor. Then 3 days later, government asks, I wrote, I feel like I'm reading my own actual trauma. God finally woke me up about this cycle. You gaslit me. Okay. Damn. Okay, now we're back. What do you guys think? Was I buffering? I couldn't even see the chat wasn't moving. All right, so I'm just trying to get to the updates, y'all. So she messages him in 2023 and basically says, like, you gaslit me. But I feel like she kind of knew that she was being gaslit because she was calling this out, right? Like, she was even, in her own words, she was saying, you're gaslighting me. So I'm kind of wondering about this. What do you guys make of that? Oh, we stopped at the 2015 show? Okay. So let me go back a little bit. So did you screenshot those pages? They're talking about the lawsuit. Yes. Do you recognize this? It's Cassie's lawsuit, filed November 16, 2023. Had you met Cassie? She says she met Cassie in 2015 at a fashion show celebration for Sean. That's the only time I met Cassie. Okay. So Jane says, I was reading these pages and I felt like a nightmare. I had a lot of sympathy for her because, and then there's an objection from the defense. Ask a new question. How did you react? Like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story. Okay. Then Comey says, read your messages the day after Cassie's lawsuit. Jane says, 4 in one night. Now I'm going to the doctor. Okay. Then 3 days later, says the government, I wrote, I feel like I'm reading my own actual trauma. God finally woke me up about the cycle. You gaslit me. So she is messaging this to Diddy. You gaslit me. Like, I woke up from this trauma. But here's the question that I have. Like, oh man, I'm struggling with this. Let me tell you why. She was calling it out. She was calling it out for what it was before. She was using words, you gaslit me. She was calling this out. So it's kind of like she kind of knew it and she still didn't, head out. But that's not what this is about. You said she's crashing out. That's not what this is about. She knew. So when did she say, oh, I'm out of here? Like, she was with them up until 2024. Until that's my understanding, until he got arrested. She was at the raids, yes. So what happened? What happened? Because it was after Cassie's lawsuit that you kind of have to wonder. I agree, Yanni. Maybe she got it from social media. I'm not really sure. Absolutely. Yes, Katie, we know that Diddy's on trial, but she is a witness and a victim. So that's why we're kind of evaluating the words that she's saying. Absolutely. He is on trial. But this is what the jury's going to have to do. They're going to have to evaluate the things that are being put out there by these witnesses and victims, right? So you have to kind of wonder, all right, so and now she's saying that a lot of this was trauma, which I believe 1000%. It just makes you wonder overall, like, where she landed with this. He was still paying for her stuff. Yes. Looking for every, I mean, I'm just wondering, y'all, like, what do you guys make of this? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Hold up. CNN is saying Ventura's 2023 lawsuit was like reading my own story. Jane testified. Here it is. This is what she said. Jane testified about learning of Cassie Ventura's November 2023 federal lawsuit against Sean Combs, a lawsuit in which Ventura accused Combs of R and physical abuse, which was settled a day after it was filed. I almost fainted. In fact, I think I did, she says. Jane said 3 pages in Ventura's lawsuit had a harrowing resemblance to her own experience. I just reacted like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story. Now, let me just say this. This is coming to me too. If I was Jane Doe, which I'm not, but I'm just thinking out loud, this man his house is getting raided. Stick to him until I'm just thinking like, oh, damn, this is giving me time to plan my next move too, right? Because yes, like, I stayed with them, but I still got to plan. I got a child. I got to plan what I'm going to do next. Okay, I reacted like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story. Jane said that she only met Cassie a couple times and passing years ago, and they had not communicated beyond that. Jane messaged Combs after reading the lawsuit. I was just in a complete shock, just messaging him like, what is this? What is this? So she had read the lawsuit and she was messaging him. Maybe what she saw was like her own experience playing out in front of her. Okay. Then Comey says, we're going to play some audio with your true name redacted. Show the full transcripts to the jury. Loud and scratchy play. Sean Combs saying, I love you. You know what I'm saying. I'm trying to stop all this madness. Jane says, I don't know. Yeah. Madness that at the end of the day, nobody's manipulating Diddy here. Okay. He created this shit. All right. Madness that at the end of the day, because he's the one on trial, he created some of this shit. Sure, did he have some people that were, you kind of have to question? Yes, but at the end of the day, he created this. He created this. He created all of this. All of this. He created it all, y'all. He did. He did. Whether you believe it or not, he did create some of this shit. Money and all of it. He sounds to me like he had a pretty bad addiction. Okay? And he needed to get that on check and he didn't. Period. So even though we have a lot of questions about this Jane Doe, which I question it all, as well as a lot that has been put out there. At the end of the day, he created this shit. And sometimes they did participate willingly, but the enterprise as a whole, this wasn't like a one-shot thing. There were times where they didn't consent. Okay, I don't care how you put it. There were times where they did not, they were like, okay, I don't want to do it. It just seems like that to me. I don't know. They were trying to be, yes, I agree. But the reality is that I don't think that there's any, like Diddy is not a victim here. I don't think any of us are unless y'all are feeling like he is. I don't feel like he is, but I don't know. It takes two to tango. Yeah, sometimes 3 or 4. There is a reason why she is in a situation and not other people. She kept doing what she was doing and kept getting what she was getting. Hashtag codependency, codependent relationship. Okay. But this was his addiction. This was his thing. And just like an alcoholic, people come codependent, right? Just like all these other things, people come codependent to situations like this. And to a certain degree, they became blind or they just co-signed. I think both things can be true. And you can still feel a lot of empathy for them. Now, as far as the kidnapping, the stalking, the harassment, that's a whole different level. That's something else. Okay? That's something else. All right. And what I mean by that is like you can't really excuse that at all because that's part of the RICO part. So keep that in mind. Okay. Update. Comey says, did you know where you were being recorded? No, says Jane. Did you know you were being listened in on? No. So more audio. Jay saying, who's there when I close my eyes and I have these effing things in my head? Play at 3:45. Play to 3:45. Oh shit. So he says, I love you. I love you. You know that I love you. What I'm saying, I'm trying to stop all this madness. Comey says, did you know you were being recorded? No. So she was being recorded and she didn't even know it? Did you know you were being listened on? No. More audio. Jane saying, who's there when I close my eyes and I have these effing things in my head? So on the raids, these are audios that were collected. Oh my. So they're playing at 3:45. Oh my God. So he had his own little tappings and wire tappings and stuff like that. And all this shit is being used against him. You have got to be kidding. All this stuff is being used again. All your wiretappings is being used against you. Damn, you just made the whole case for them. Oh my God. That's what I'm saying. She didn't even know it was being recorded. There you go. We were waiting for this, right? It's finally something in Diddy's possession. Oh my God. Astro, I want you to put some comments here with substance. There's a lot of people that don't agree with the stuff that we're saying, but if you're going to put a comment, put some substance to it. Like say something that's of value that's going to make us think and not just piss people off. You know what I mean? Like let's have a conversation about this. And she didn't know the FOs were being recorded. She knew the FOs were being recorded, but I guess there was things that were like recordings that were she didn't know. Oh man, oh man. This is crazy. Well, you see what? How would you know they're authentic or not? Like, what would you need, Lindell? Let me know. Okay, yeah, please think. Like, really think. Because, like I said, I don't mind you if you don't agree. You don't have to agree with anybody, but put some stuff that has some substance to it so we can actually have a conversation and people don't be getting pissed off. Like, I think that if we understand where people are coming from, then we're not going back and forth, like insulting each other. I prefer that over just something that's trollish, if that makes sense. Let's see. How many other things do we know? Do we think Diddy recorded? Or did he? I know. Everything's fabricated. I'm like, come on, Lindell. See, Lindell, you taking me back when you said that she planned her pregnancy and she planned her delivery. I said I cannot. I don't know. I don't know. Absolutely. We can disagree with respect. That's what I'm saying, y'all. There's a lot of people. That's what makes for a good conversation. I like having conversations where we don't agree. You said she's an S worker, and I think she's beautiful. I think she didn't have to do this at all and could have a job. Well, yeah. I think he was selling them. Well, did he know that he was recording calls? That's the question. Did he know that he was recording calls? Let me know. She probably would have made more money on FO instead of dealing with him in this drama. Period. She could have made a lot more money on FO, right? Or OF. I said FO. OF instead of I agree with this. She could have made a lot more money here. I don't know. She testified that she threw up one time. She testified that he that she was getting the UTIs and all the, ABC diseases for the most part, at least that we know of. Yeah. OF over FO. That's right. Okay, wait, there's another recording that's being played. Are they going to release these recordings? That's what I want to know. Okay. Okay, there's a recording. I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying. Jay says, I'm just effed up right now. Combs says, Sean Combs asks, are you recording me? Jane says, Jane, were you recording him? Absolutely not. So who's recording him? Hold up. Let me read that again. This is Sean Combs. I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying. Jane says, I'm effed up right now. Sean then asks, are you recording me? Jane then, Comey then asked Jane, were you recording him? Absolutely not. So are these recording from the feds? If he's not, who's recording who? Who's recording who? Oh my God, there's no update yet. I just read it. You can't see the post? Let me make myself smaller. He said, absolutely not. Oh my God. Well, then you think it's is it a wiretap? Yeah, why would he ask that? Why would he think that? I would think that he's recording her. But we didn't even find the plot twist. Let me and before lunch. I want to know. Well, see right through you. I haven't received Fridays, so I'm just letting you know. I'll let you guys, hopefully we do receive them, but please note that. I'm going to do my best, but we haven't received Fridays yet. So keep that in mind. Something is going on here. I'm wondering about these recordings now. Lindell, your shirt needs to say something is going on here. Are we getting a lunch today? I'm starving. Yeah, just know, please don't be mad at me if I don't go live with them or anything like that, because we haven't received Fridays yet. We're waiting. No update. When is the defense supposed to start the cross? Well, it could start today or tomorrow. I know his shirt, Lindell's shirt is going to be something that's going on here. LOL. Is this, but were they recording them already? Or was this Diddy recording? I could see Diddy recording because he's kind of paranoid at this point. Not 2 quarters tape the seat. Not 2 quarters wiretapping the house. Stop it. Oh my God. No, the investigation didn't even start until later on after the Cassie lawsuit. It didn't start right away. But yeah. Damn. If this is a wiretap, you need all the recordings. Well, I don't even know if that's going to become apparent for us. You know, he's paranoid, but not paranoid enough to stop the FOs. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, the man has an addiction. I think the man, in my opinion, I could be wrong. And listen, y'all are into whatever you want, whatever you're into. Okay. I think he was, you know, he didn't like women. He was on the DL, and, you know, he got paranoid, you know, but not paranoid enough to stop the, baby oil. But I did hear that you can get baby oil behind bars. It's actually one of the commissary essentials. It's considered a hygiene. We did Google that. I don't know about rubber duckies. I don't know about Tootsie Rolls, rubber duckies, or stuff like that. Okay. But yes. Thank you. Thank you. Hold up. No update. You see, I think it recorded to try to help the case that Cassie was bringing. Whose case, though? I don't know. The prosecution already got busted on the hotel video not being authentic. Well, that was a concern that they had. Yes. Let's see. Cassie was telling everything that was going on. You think this is sounding like a setup for who? For Sean Combs? All right, let's see. More audio is playing. More audio is playing. Okay, hold up. Sean Combs' voice. What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying. I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. I need you to support. You got me on that video thing. Okay, government speaks. What did that mean? The mobile TV, I got him. Okay, so there's audio where Diddy is like, what you did is not right. You know what I'm saying. I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. I need you to support. You got me on that video thing. Why wouldn't he talk unless he knew that these calls were tapped? Or did he do his own recording? Government asked, what did that mean? The mobile TV, I got him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jane recorded him? That's not what Jane said she didn't. Okay? I need to know what is happening. What you did was not right. What did she not do that was not right? Was the B-Day a setup? I believe he was a Tootsie Roll. He has a Tootsie Roll from all the substance abuse and overexposure to the prawns. Yeah. I heard that thing shrinks if you're not careful. That's what I heard. Okay. If you got to be careful how you're using it, because that thing shrinks. Okay. It becomes defected and infected. Yes, it does. You said the feds tapped the phone? Yeah. Yeah, the TV that she brought him. That's right. Drug-induced paranoia? Maybe. I don't know. It shrinks? Ain't no way. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. A collateral? You said, this is too much, y'all. This is too much. This is like, oh, we're waiting for an update. Yo, this judge better call lunch pretty soon because I'm starving. This is horrible. I mean, I believe Diddy is a bad judge of right or wrong, from right or wrong. He could have started to hear rumbles at this point about the raids. Maybe he heard. I don't know if, like, I thought he wasn't aware of them, right? Oh my God. Y'all are funny. You said it was already itty bitty Diddy. Any smaller would disappear. Lord have mercy. I don't get this piece. It's like, oh my God, this is like a lot. The man just had like an FO addiction. That's what it sounds like. He had and he wanted it. And that's the thing. It's like, he could have done a lot with that, you know? He has established a roster. At this point, it's completely plausible Jane recorded him for leverage after seeing Diddy's Cassie's payout. I don't know, man. A mobile TV? He was worried about I would be worried about the investigation too. I think he knew what he was doing was wrong. There is no, what's the word? In my opinion, I don't think that there's any thought process behind that. No. We're waiting. You see, I hope that the U.S. attorney authenticated the recordings, asking if the witness recognized his voice to be his. That needs to happen on the stand, right, Franny Law? That needs to happen on the stand. So, yeah. Wow. Well, Diddy take the? I don't think Diddy is gonna take the stand, y'all. That would be. I don't think so. Oh my God, Sylvia, thank you for the second super chat of the day. Oh my God, chimichanga does sound fucking bomb right now, but I'm starving. I might do a chimichanga later. That was a chimichanga with the Mexican sangria. Ooh, I'm telling you, I got the itis afterwards. When I ate, I said, "Oh, I'm ready to go to bed after this. I'm ready to go to bed after this." Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Make sure you guys are hit. Where are we at on the likes? Are the likes liking while we wait? I'm over here starving and I can't even get a like. Okay, we got 631 people. Can we get to 500 likes, please? Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Don't be a hater all your life. It's horrible. Horrible for your skin to hate on people. Horrible for your, your intestines. All that's horrible. Don't hate on people. Hit the like. It's free. Let me double like. That's right. Thank you. We're waiting for an update. I think they're going to call a break here pretty soon. You need to have something to eat. I know. I need a chimichanga. Let's see. Thank you. Hit the like button, fam, from like 991. Thank you. Oh my God. We definitely need a virtual verdict reaction brunch. I would agree. Some people, I'm telling you, Franny Law, I've heard people say from the legal field say this is going to be a mistrial. Some people have said that he's going to get convicted. Some people have said that it's going to be deadlock. Some people, I'm just kind of wondering. I'm like, well, we're not even there to even decide yet, are we? I don't even think we've gotten through the day. What do you guys think? You think he's going to take the stand? Oh, man. Okay. Oh, yes. Your Honor, this might be a good place to break. Okay. Jurors, you may go. Judge says, how much longer, Miss Comey? I'm confident I'll finish today. It may be till the end of the day, but today. So she's going to be up there for the end of the day. So we probably won't get direct until mañana, you guys. We probably won't even get direct until tomorrow. Tomorrow. That's what it sounds like. We won't get direct until tomorrow. What do you guys think so far? Oh my God. I am starving. I got to heat something up. I got to do something. I got to heat something. What do you guys make of it? So she's going to be there all day today. That's what it sounds like. Let me know what you guys think. Alleged Diddy victim details live prawn shows. Oh man, oh man. Experts testifying weighing on the latest Diddy trial from Banfield. Oh man, oh man. Let's see. Hold up. Do we have updates? Jane testified Diddy did not allow seize condominiums during hotel nights. Here we go. We're going to play this one while I go get something to eat and do what I have to do. Hit the like button, guys. I got to go get something to eat and drink and refill and got to do some stuff. Make sure you guys are hitting the like. Here we go. Let me know what you guys think. This is going to be played in the chat.
Jane continued her testimony on direct in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs today. And she testified to very, very graphic sexual activity in what Cassie Ventura called freak-offs and this woman calls hotel nights. But despite these graphic details, is this something that is going to move this jury towards a guilty verdict? I'm criminal trial attorney Sarah Azari, and here on Serving Justice, we look at what matters most in a criminal trial, the defense, of course. I want to bring in Safia Sami Ali, News Nation reporter who's been on this case from the beginning, as well as News Nation field producer Gentrix Shanga, who has been at the Manhattan courthouse. So ladies, thanks for joining me. Let's start with Safia. The prosecution is clearly trying to align Jane Doe's testimony with Cassie's from earlier in the trial. Are they lining up? What's going on here? Because there's obviously very obvious parallels in the testimony.
I mean, I would say it's like eerily similar in terms of what Jane describes as hotel nights and what Cassie Ventura described as freak-offs. Like very, very similar. We've got the patterns. We've got multiple partners. These events are involving multiple partners. They're involving male escorts. They're involving a high amount of drugs that are taken, different kinds of drugs. These are being recorded. The freak-offs are recorded. The hotel nights are also recorded. You've got, they go for days at a time. Cassie Ventura talked about how it would be days at a time, and sometimes she needed an IV to recover. Jane Doe talked about the same thing. She needed days to recover because it would go on and on and on. So yes, there's definitely a pattern. There's definitely similarities. The only thing differences for until now that I see is that there's no blackmail. We haven't heard about Jane Doe being blackmailed the way Cassie Ventura was with those recordings. And then also we don't know about physical abuse.
Right.
Ventura talked about being beaten and hit and abused.
And that's very important. That's very important because when Jane Doe is testifying about, I feared that essentially my man would leave me and I wouldn't have my rent money, right? That fear is misplaced because there's one thing to fear losing your guy because you're not pleasing him the way he likes to be pleased. There's another thing where, you know, you're fearing violence. That's a huge difference right there. And you know what else I see as a common denominator in these two testimonies from a defense perspective? They were both in it for something that they didn't get. Cassie Ventura wanted a career. This woman was being supported. And that's also very important. And I think that unlike Cassie Ventura's testimony, which was handled with care, I think, and I would assume Nicole Westmoreland's going to get up to cross Jane Doe, and it's going to get brutal like it has been with some of the other women. Gentrix, you were there. As we hear Jane Doe's claims about these hotel nights or freak-offs, what is the mood inside the courtroom? Are the jurors reacting at all? What is the overall sense that you get?
Yeah, absolutely. And before I answer that, I do kind of want to speak a little bit to the abuse that you guys are talking about, because the prosecution kind of alluded to something that Jane calls the worst day of my life in their opening statements, in which she talks about confronting Combs about seeing other women. This is what a lot of her testimony is about today, just being jealous that he was showing so much more attention, so much more what looked like more romantic and love and quality time with other women. And so they said in their opening statements that she confronted him about it. He got enraged and she got scared. She went to go run and hide in the bathroom. He kicked it open, ended up dragging her out, lifting her by her neck, and, kicking her on the ground. That is what we've been anticipating to hear all week. And surprisingly, we didn't hear it in these past 2 days, but maybe on Monday we will. And so back to how the courtroom was today. For half of the day, before lunchtime, Jane was very emotional. She was sobbing, recounting how much she loved Combs, how much, she just wanted to make him happy by doing this. She was love bombed. And then it almost feels like everything turned on its head. And now she's like, what's going on? So, when she's talking about having intercourse with multiple men at a time, the jury's really, at times, people are furrowing their head when the prosecution showed dozens of images of her during hotel nights with other with men. Like I think about like 4 or 5 of them. There was a woman who was just kind of like rubbing her temple. I think I read somewhere that the New York Times said that she was closing her eyes, but from my point of view, she was kind of rubbing her temple, really like looking at the image down at the monitor in front of her. There was a juror who was like really crossing her arms. There was a moment where we were all just kind of like, whoa. But then as we kept reading these messages in the second half of the day, people are kind of getting a bit antsy, kind of like, okay, we've been hearing kind of the same thing over and over again of this is what I want, but this is not what you're giving me, and you're being dismissive and all of this. So really it was kind of like it when you see her sobbing and just so sad for the love that she wanted and didn't get from Combs, you could see people really, it was kind of a hushed tone in the courtroom. But then, as AUSA Comey continues to read message after message, we're like, all right, well, let's get to it. I think we kind of understand what you mean by now.
I mean, it's more of the same. It's more of the same. And, let me say this. Well, 2 things. Number one, I'm a criminal defense attorney, but as I always say, we are kind of a different breed among lawyers. We wear multiple hats. We also become somewhat, very much knowledgeable about psychology and dynamics and relationships just because of what we deal with our clients. And so, I just see this buyer's remorse. I hate to say it, but these women wanted to be number one. Instead, they were used for very specific types of lifestyle and sex. And there's regret there. There's shame there for what they did to please Combs. I mean, that can't be denied. And I think the defense is going to go hard on this. The other thing I was going to also say is, I am wondering, when you're saying, Gentrix, it's more of the same. It's like, all right, okay, we get it. We get the freak offs. We get the baby oil. We get all this. And even the abuse, right? It's a pattern with him, with women. Where is the enterprise, right? Where is this structure? Where is this mob-like enterprise that's criminal? And I'm thinking, if they adhere to the theory of primacy and recency, which is what most trial lawyers do, they put their best witness first and last. And so we had Cassie almost towards the beginning of the trial. And I'm wondering if they're going to close with some sort of bombshell criminal enterprise evidence. I'm wondering where D-Rock is, and I'm wondering where Christina Courtroom is. Those are the 2 individuals that are seeming to me like the members of the criminal enterprise. He was the one that was reaching out to these women after Sean Combs got raided. I'm talking about D-Rock. Christina Courtroom was the one that was sort of telling Jane Doe, excuse me, Christina Courtroom was telling Jane Doe, you can take the drugs to Miami. Don't worry, it's safe. They very much were Diddy's right-hand people and very involved in, what these women were doing and these freak offs and all that, more than just those assistants who were cleaning up the hotel rooms and setting up baby oil and stuff. So I'm wondering if these 2 individuals have pled and are cooperating, Or are they witnesses for the defense? They're not going to be called by the prosecution, but the prosecution still has a big hole in its case, which is this criminal enterprise. There's definitely not proof beyond a reasonable doubt that this was a criminal enterprise for the purpose of the sexual gratification of Diddy. Now, Sophia, I mentioned my opinion about how I think her cross is going to go at some point next week. What do you think? Do you think that, you know, she's going to be coddled and handled with care? Or do you think that Westmoreland or someone else from that team, maybe Brian Steele, is just going to go for the jugular?
I agree with you. I think they're going to go for the jugular. I think in terms of witnesses, Cassie Ventura was probably a more sympathetic witness. She had the abuse, she had her career, everything. This one, I think they're going to go hard. I think they're going to go just as hard as they did with the other witnesses. They're going to, just like you said, they're going to paint her as an opportunist. They're going to talk about this love contract. They're going to talk about how he paid her bills. And still, we found out that he still to this day pays for her rent, which was just, I was very surprised to hear that. And that she had an opportunity. She didn't really explain why she said no. They were like, why did you do it? And she just said, well, I wanted to please him. So it didn't seem like there was a lot of compulsion there.
Right.
And so, I think they're going to go hard.
Yeah, you want to please your man no matter how freaky his freaky lifestyle is. That's your choice. That's not coercion. It's the antithesis to coercion. And like I said the other day, I don't think Gentrix was with us, but when I was growing up, my mama taught me there is no such thing as a free lunch. You know, you're getting your rent paid. You're deeply in love with this guy. You want to please him. You want to do this freak off thing or hotel night thing so that you can at the end maybe cuddle with him. I mean, it sounds pathetic that any woman would do that, but there are women who do that. And now you're saying that you're coerced? Like, that just doesn't add up.
I do have to add though, Sarah, there's two things that I think go with her is that she said that she was given a lot of drugs. She was not addicted to drugs before meeting Diddy, and that.
But didn't she say?
Drugs to numb
but didn't she say she chose to take the drugs because she hated what she had to do? Okay, again, that's her choice to numb herself.
But it was he kept. I mean, it seemed like there was an addiction that happened. That he kept giving it to her. She took it. Yes, she did. It wasn't like it was forced upon her, but she's developed an addiction. And then also, he told her she shouldn't work as much. He told her, I'd pay your rent. He kind of started exerting a financial control over her. He started having this financial control. And I think we talked about this a little bit. Once you're in that, it's really hard to come out of it. And so I think she thought, I have to keep doing this. Otherwise, me and my child will be kicked out on the street, you know?
Right. You have a point that there's financial control. With Cassie, it was more physical control, but nonetheless, it's control. But again, I think there's a huge defense theme here of opportunism, of money grabbing, of signing up for this lifestyle in exchange for what it came with, essentially, with the territory of being around Diddy. And I think that's a problem when you're dealing with proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But, you know, as I've said, this trial is the true litmus test of the Me Too movement. Are we that far into this movement that, you know, we're going to look past actual consent and into this dynamics of this relationship? I mean, because this would be one crazy thing if in terms of the Me Too dynamic, if Diddy got convicted, you know what I mean? And I remember talking about Me Too and adding the N in there, so it's Men Too, back in 2017, saying, you know, what is Me Too doing for the women who are true victims of assault and abuse? But the perpetrators are the average Joe who are not rich and famous and you know, P. Diddy or Weinstein or these kinds of people. What is it doing for them? Zero, because there's money and opportunity involved when it comes to these types of men. And so far, the pendulum has swung and has swooped up a lot of men of different sort of culpability across the board. But this one is really a stretch for me. And I wonder where we are. It's a true test, I think, of, you know, where we are as a society in this movement. Gentrix, there were copies of text messages between.
All right, hold up. Ooh, that's a heated conversation there. But let me shout out. I did not, because y'all, we were on break. Is it Minette McPaul? Thank you so much for becoming a member. Also for gifting. Thank you, my love. If you guys have been gifted, make sure you guys are putting hearts in the chat. I know people are at lunch right now, or confettis. Thank you, love. Thank you again for gifting. And then also for this $10 super sticker. Thank you. Appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Let me know what you guys think about this conversation that these women are having. I mean, it's an interesting conversation, I'll say that. Let me hit play on this, okay?
Between Combs and then I guess Combs and Jane, and then Jane and Cassie. What was that about?
So the text messages, at least that they went through today, a lot of them were mainly between Jane and Combs. Her talking about how she was very jealous of, you know, the attention he was showing these other women, as well as saying, I do not want to do these hotel nights. I do not.
And he said, girl, stop.
and this is where we're getting to what you said, Sarah, about this is a transaction. That literally, Combs said that in these text messages. He said, I'm doing my job, I need you to do your job. And when the prosecution asked what Combs meant by that, she meant, I need to do my job, which is making him happy, as well as, making him comfortable, but also these hotel nights. So in a way, that is her job. I would love to get your perspective on this, but she says many times, I felt obligated. I felt like this was my task. This was my duty. She even read a note, though she put onto her notes app, right? Where she's talking about she no longer wants to do that. So where is that in this whole idea of agreeing to go along with it? And so,
right, but when did she ever unequivocally say to Combs, I do not want to do these nights with you anymore, and I don't care if you're not going to pay my way? I don't see a text message like that.
She didn't say that I don't want to do these and I don't care if you don't pay. She did say, I don't want to do these. I don't like, this is not something I enjoy. And I think that I know that it looks like it's transactional. However, I do think those text messages that show that she was jealous, that shows that she wanted a relationship, that shows that she wanted time and attention, show that this wasn't just like a transaction where I pay for your house and you put on these hotel nights for us. I think for her, there was emotion. She was attached to him. She was expecting a relationship. And so for her, I think she was trying to build a life with him.
But you're describing what most women are like, right? Men are very basic, they're very transactional. They can be. Women, no matter how much they might think they can sign up for a transactional relationship, there's feelings of all kinds of layers of emotions and all kinds of things. And this is where I also think I really want to hear from the defense expert, the psychologist, the abuse expert for the defense. We heard from Don Hughes for the prosecution. It's very interesting to me because there's a lot of dynamics here, and I'm sure the judge is gonna limit that testimony because neither expert is actually. We call them blind experts, where they're testifying just theoretically about this kind of relationship and what coercive control means and all that. But it's not like they actually evaluated Combs or they evaluated Jane Doe or Cassie or whatever. But I'm still curious about what the defense expert is going to say to shed light on this very nuanced relationship. And because it matters. It matters to the idea of consent versus coercion and the idea of women who have one idea, well, if I please him, maybe one day I'll be number one. You have that with Cassie too, by the way. Speaking of the alignment of the testimonies, there was jealousy. There was, well, how come Kim Porter gets to go to these New Year's Eve parties and I don't? Gina, oh my God, he's seeing Gina again. I mean, it's clear that like he has his baby mamas who he really respects. There's no freak offs there. I have a friend who's a friend with one of Diddy's baby mamas. And very respectful relationship. There's no hotel nights or anything.
What?
And then he's got this type of sort of girl on the side who needs something from him, a career, support, whatever it is. That
I don't know about this lady right here. What is she? Her name is Sarah Azari. What? When did that? Okay.
I think I'm with Gentrix on this. That then it becomes a transactional thing. I'm doing this and this for you, and you're going to be my freak girl. Is it a crime?
He also had her smuggle drugs, Sarah. She also said he had her smuggle drugs.
Yes.
which I think that can go to Rico. But I think for her, she was probably more for the sex trafficking. But
yes,
that's
but
yeah.
I think when I was reading about her her testimony, I think they definitely, if not with other witnesses, they definitely established prostitution across state lines in her testimony.
And
Talked
across
about,
countries too, Turks and
yeah,
Caicos.
Yep.
yeah, and yeah, Turks and Caicos, and also sending the escort from Atlanta to Miami or
New
New York
York.
or wherever. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
So we have prostitution, no doubt, but that's like
Yeah.
a nothing burger in the context of this case. It's more about these other two very serious charges, specifically
Yeah.
Rico. Anyway, her testimony will continue on Monday.
All of which is illegal. Okay. All of which is illegal. All right. And don't forget the drug mule too.
I cannot wait to talk to you guys, you ladies, and also the viewers about the cross, because I have a feeling it's going to be fireworks.
Yay.
Anyway, it's Friday. I'm going to let you guys go. Thanks so much for joining me, and thank you to our viewers who have tuned in. We are
That was an interesting conversation. I'll say that much. I find that to be interesting. Now, Armand, shout out to Armand Wiggins, who is, I guess, doing a lot of co-correspondence with News Nation.
And I just thought, the guy's a D-bag, and you can leave him. You came into the relationship with a life, you took on the lifestyle, and you easily could have left. You know, yeah, you
Shout out to BJ. Yes. Shout out to BJ.
lose the fancy apartment and all the things that you got as a bonus by being with Diddy. But this wasn't the kind of situation where Cassie felt if she left, he'd come after her. He'd send his staff after her. He'd send his security agents after her. That Diddy would come after her and beat her senseless if she did just the least, tiniest thing that didn't involve him or was out of his control. I'm not getting that sense with Jane, and I want to be real clear. In order to establish that this is coercion or sex trafficking, you have to say, I don't want to cross that state line. I don't want to go to Turks and Caicos. Get on the damn plane, girl. Now you're talking coercion. Now you're talking she didn't have a choice. I felt like she had a choice in all of this. She just really liked the fancy money and the life.
Well, and she also liked him. That's what I thought would have been different, because she came a little bit different versus like, oh, he did all these bad things to me. She came like, I loved him. I wanted to be with him. He's a great guy. He was an amazing guy. He was affectionate. He had an alluring personality. All I wanted was him, but he didn't just want it to be me and him. He wanted me with all these other things. And when I didn't want to do that, then he would hold the money over my head. So I don't feel like she ever did not want to be there. She actually said she enjoyed it when it was him and her.
Yeah. I keep going back to the time I dated a-holes, and I'm like, I'm out of here. I do not like them. I am out of here. I'm going to get my own life. And so I tell you what, I am waiting. And you tell me if you think this is where the government's going. I am waiting to find out if he started to get violent with her, because then all bets are off, right? Now everything changes. Now
That's where we're waiting for. The opening statement does say that there was a violent situation between them. The defense called it mutual fighting or violence or whatever they called it, whatever it was. But I think a lot of us are waiting for this now. We're right where we're at right now. It sounds like she finds out about Cassie filing this lawsuit. So here she is. She filed this lawsuit. Now she's about to, like, I guess it's a decision point for her. But we know how this situation goes, because she did stay with them up until the raids, the arrests, all this stuff. Oh my God, BJ, thank you for sending the people. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. So I kind of wonder what you guys think about that.
Violence, threat, coercion, control. You can't just say it's controlling, because he's like, I don't want you if you're not going to live my kinky lifestyle. I'm not going to pay for your apartment. That's not coercion to me. But do you think that's coming? Do you think that they're headed towards some testimony from this witness, Jane, who might say the beatings started?
I feel like that's what we're expecting. But let me ask you, with your expertise, do you think that we could have kind of now been violenced out, and maybe if she comes in a place where I really liked him and I really wanted to be with him, but he still was looming the money over me, and I have my receipts, I have the text messages where I didn't want to have all the sex, because you know her testimony doesn't sound that far off from Cassie's. It's just not the abuse, but he's still manipulating her and kind of gaslighting her in a way. So I think that, you know, it's my
the financial coercion comes from the rent situation. I don't know if you guys picked that up. Edie Saffron, thank you so much for the $4.99. Thank you for working so hard, bringing us the transcripts, for keeping us updated. Great job, Rabbitha. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Edie, for that $4.99. Thank you. What do you guys make of it? Thank you. Thank you. Keep in mind, Jane wanted $10K a house. She didn't have to put it herself in that situation. It depends on the money. Well, here's the question that I have, Steeler Princess and everybody else. More of a statement. Jane Doe is not on trial here, right? Now, that being said, is she also kind of like Cassie, an unindicted co-conspirator situation? Because those situations are very much matched up, it kind of makes you wonder. But Jane Doe herself is not on trial here for the things that she said or didn't do. I think that's the biggest thing that we have to kind of recognize.
It'd be a little bit more refreshing to say, okay, everybody's not getting up here claiming that they're being beat, because a lot of people saying they're getting beat, they're not really coming out to be truthful witnesses, from Mia to Bana.
Certain aspects, and you're right, that's what the defense says. They chip away things when you say, I don't remember, I can't remember, whatever. But I'll tell you this, when I was listening to everything that Jane was laying out, it sounded to me like a divorce hearing for a settlement. It didn't sound to me like racketeering. And I also didn't get the impression that Jane was an employee. Okay, he's handing her gifts and money. My husband gives me a nice watch every so often too. That's not, I'm not on his payroll. I'm not his employee. So I got a very different sense, but I sort of feel like if she starts testifying about how things, you know, they started with the love bombing and then turned to the beat bombing, then that will change the metric. Let me ask you something else, though. What about the jurors? Because I know that you've watched them on occasion. Today, one of our staff members said there's one juror in particular who is like smirking every time Diddy's lawyers make a good point and, you know, dress down one of the government witnesses.
This is, I heard that the jury is like off the chain. I've been hearing this from multiple people that have been in the courtroom who said that, you know, the jury is heavy, is male heavy, right? And what I've heard was that there was a couple of juries that are smirking every time the defense says something or there's something going on. Why do you guys like, where is the jury at? Where do you guys feel like they're going to land on this? Because when I spoke to somebody, they told me that this is a thing that's happening and they had to kind of get the jury together at one point. But let me know what you guys think in the comments.
And then today, that juror was like beaming when this whole, you know, Bana Bongolan, you know, was caught in what looked like a lie because her dates didn't line up with the abuse that she said, you know, was exacted upon her on the balcony, being dangled. What's your impression of how this jury's reacting?
Okay, so for me, like, I was in the overflow today, but I think that, but everybody, you know, for the most part, was like kind of gagging a little bit, because when Westmoreland gets on that stand, or when Brian Steele gets on that stand, they put on a performance jacket like none other. So I don't know if the juror smiling was more about a nod to Diddy versus it was like, hey, she's really grilling her and this girl is sitting up there stuck, because it was like, Bana was over there looking like she had seen a ghost with those lies. And then she was like, she asked her, she said, a person can't be at one place, two places at the same time.
Right.
And then Bana goes, I guess that's right, by theory.
She did say that. We read those transcripts. Was Diddy where he was supposed to be the day that this balcony incident happening? And that's not even questioning the balcony incident. It's really questioning, did the events happen the way that they are laid out? And then, you guys know I'm here for it, Tyrone Blackburn got called out, and I was so here for it. I was so here for it in federal court. Steeler Princess says everyone keeps saying that she had to do the FOs to pay her rent. She didn't need to rent a house for $10K a month. What do you guys think about? That's a good point. What do you guys think about Steeler Princess comment? Let me know. Hudson, Saint and Co. Yes, she's not on trial, but I don't think the defense is not gonna chop her statements into pieces. You know that that's gonna happen. The defense is going. Who is it gonna be? pay attention to who's objecting, who's going to be doing the cross on this one, because I do wonder about this one, right? But thank you so much for so much for the $4.99, my love. Shout out to you. I have to kind of wonder, what do you guys make of everything so far?
And everybody cracks up because it's like, yeah, girl, you're kind of caught in this lie right now. So I think it's more of a lighthearted thing versus like, oh, I'm rocking with Diddy, because Bana was sitting up there like a deer in headlights, and then she was stumbling over herself, and Westmoreland was really grilling her. However, I do think that this will boil down to what men think versus how women see things. And I think that's going to be the issue with the jurors, because I'm hearing a lot of men are not really thinking Diddy did anything wrong, or at least it's not being proven.
Ooh.
Whereas women are a little bit more emotionally charged. So all they have to do is see the domestic violence video and they've made their decision.
Yeah, and listen, jurors might just hate him for that and say, I don't even care whether he's a racketeer. I don't like him. I want him going to jail just for that. And sometimes that happens. It's not right, but sometimes it happens. Armin, will you please come back to this show?
Yes. Will you please have me back for sure?
Wow.
Absolutely. I want to have you on my podcast too. I think your insights are really good on this trial, and I've enjoyed listening to you as well. Also on TMZ. So Armin Wiggins, thank you so much.
Wow. Shout out to Armand Wiggins, who's like, I guess got a regular spot now on News Nation and TMZ. I just needed to make sure that they say his name right, because it's not Armin, it's Armand. Armand Wiggins. Can we get his name right? I'm just saying. I don't know. I'd be correcting the people. It's Armand Wiggins. Okay. That's amazing though, that he's got a little spot over there. Shout out to him. He's been working hard on this.
And Hot 97.
Okay, let's see.
And what a week it has been. Sean Diddy Combs sat at the defense table, his chair pushed back a little bit, his hands in his lap, folded and completely motionless, as his former personal assistant, who was using the pseudonym Mia, testified on the stand that she was...
Okay, this is when Mia was there. I want to get closer to the dates of where we're at right now. I know that they're interviewing people. Who is this? Diddy? Let's see, who's this?
Say this, he was one of my idols and one of the people that I looked up to as a young black man in Harlem, New York, that, you know, was trying to make it out here. And, you know, I remember what he did for us and hip hop music and music in general and pop culture. But we're in a generation now where it's like, it's more of like, oh, let's make fun of people and let's make people meme worthy. So it's not that they're like forgetting what he did. They're taking what he did and then trying to flip it and flip the story and try to tell a different narrative now. Like, I thought about this yesterday. Like, if a mother wants to go buy baby oil, you know, they might look at the cash register, the person ringing them up, and think of Diddy automatically. And, you know, it's just a natural thing right now. A lot of people are trying to change his character. It's not amnesia. It's more so like, you know what? He did a bad thing. And that goes with people passing judgment so quickly. It's like, all right, he did something. Regardless of the facts, we're going to make him that person and turn him into this monster that we can't really say yet until we come down to the facts on what's going on in this case.
Right, and he's pleaded not guilty to the sex trafficking, to the racketeering, to the prostitution, all of these different charges. But what about the coverage? Because you're talking a little bit about that. Talk with us about that, like what you see, because as a journalist, you have to stay on top of what everybody's saying. It's like, what kinds of threads of thought or trends do you see happening?
I'm seeing a lot of people rushing to get those headlines, and that's a very dangerous thing to do in the journalism industry. As journalists, as I'm sure you know, Lisa, we can't fully cover on something unless we get the stone cold facts. If we don't have that, then we're considered sensationalism and just putting stuff out there for clickbait. And, you know, that separates, I hate to say this separates the major players from the people who are
What do you guys think about what he's saying? Edie Saffron, thank you so much for the $4.99. I'm getting nervous. Are they not going to call Jonathan Oddie to testify? It kind of seems like they're moving on. What do you think? I don't think they're going to call him to testify. Edie, I don't, which I don't understand why not. Like, I do wonder about this, though, and I've been thinking a lot about Oddie, too, given just everything that has been said in the last, I don't know, couple weeks of what they discovered from Jonathan Oddie and his involvement in certain aspects of this. But I don't know. Why wouldn't they call Oddie?
happy to be here. People are getting these notes and they're trying to submit it over as quick as they can. And whatever they hear, they tell their editor or whoever's, you know, writing it down for them. And then I guess to add that little boost, you know, let's pump it up a little bit more. And it's just like, guys, we can't do that. We can't do that.
What about in terms of the women and the accusers? What are people saying about that?
You know,
What questions are they raising?
yeah, they're pretty much trying to figure out, you know, what's really the truth here, because there's stuff that's been said about Cassie that people are questioning, like, what's really going on here, you know? And I think that it's messing it up for the women who have really gone through situations like this, and it's proven that they went through situations like this, and it's just a mess. And there's people out here who are really suffering. That's not saying Cassie's not suffering, but it's like right now, up until this point, it still is he say, she say. So
Right, because none of these accusers called police. None of them went to hospitals that we know of. 'Cause I'm sure they would have testified to that.
Yeah.
There were no rape kits or anything of that nature.
Well, okay. See, and I disagree slightly here, this he said, she said situation, because, you know, outside of all this need for certain things, you still have text messages, you still have sealed documents, you still have different things that it's not available for us to the public. So I don't necessarily agree with this individual who's giving an interview, but that's just my thought on that. I don't know what you guys think in the comments. Let me know.
Sure, and they stayed.
yeah, they
You know,
say.
I think that's the other thing. A lot of people are asking the questions like, why did you stay, or why did you keep texting him, I love you, or, you know, I miss you, and this type of thing.
Yeah.
So a lot of questions. One final word, how should people really be looking at what they're seeing? Would you advise? Because, you know, a lot is on social media.
Yeah, they got to look at it with due diligence, with their eyes open, and they can't believe everything that they see out here, because, you know, we're living in a time now where technology is taking over. AI is the biggest craze right now, and anything can be made up right now.
A lot to think about, for sure. We'll be right back after this. Thanks for joining us for this special episode of Street Soldiers on location at the Diddy Trial. You can watch the show again and share it on our Fox 5 NY YouTube page and in the Street Soldiers section on the Fox Local app.
We're waiting for them to get started. They have not started yet. Diddy recap on the trial.
Good evening, I'm Mike Marza, as we take another look back at another day and what was another week of testimony in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. His most recent ex-girlfriend sobbing on the witness stand today, describing what she said were drug-fueled sex marathons, saying Combs controlled her life. The woman only testifying under the pseudonym Jane. And there has been a lot of speculation on social media about her identity. In fact, her attorney told the judge those types of posts threaten her safety. In just a moment, we're going to be joined by ABC News legal contributor Bernarda Villalona to dig deeper.
See, they need to talk. They need to talk to $50, 2 quarters before saying that, because they said out there that it was the YouTubers. No, you need to talk to $50 and 2 quarters about that. Not us over here. Not at all. Ada, did you send it right now? I haven't looked at my phone yet, but let me check. Okay.
Into everything that unfolded in court today. But first up, Darla Miles with the recap from Lower Manhattan.
About 2 years into her relationship, Jane telling the court about a lack of courage she had expressing herself to Sean Diddy Combs. And before sending him a text message, she would draft them in her iPhone's Notes app. One from November 2022 reads in part, "Hey, I don't know why you're calling me for, but sorry. I don't want to do drugs for days and days and have you use me for your creepy, wild desires in hotel rooms." Also saying, "I'm done being used by you. I don't feel good."
She said creepy, wild desires.
Good around you. In her first full day of testimony, Jane telling the court about hotel nights lasting between 12 hours and 3.5 days. Drug-fueled sex encounters with male escorts. Encounters called freak-offs during Combs' relationship with Cassie Ventura. Jane testifying, "I would just take a shower and get ready for the next one." Prosecutors asking, in a typical hotel night, about how many rounds would you go through? Jane responding, "I would say every night was different. Sometimes it would be 1 round with one man or 3 with another." Who decided how many entertainers you would be with in one night? Jane answering Sean. Jane at times sniffling during her testimony and taking long pauses to exhale. Prosecutors multiple times asking if she needs a break, but she pushed through with tears free-flowing down her face, talking about her birthday in 20.
Thank you. I did receive, I don't want to say names to the first one, but thank you so much. And see through you. I got it too. Thank you. Sorry, my phone's a little slow right now. I think I need an update. but yes. And then hold up. I'm checking the other. Give me 1 sec, guys. While I'm going to play this and then check my phone real quick.
2023, when she thought it would just be the two of them. He was just so loving and sweet as always. And he said, "I'm so excited to see what the entertainment was tonight." I just gulped. I had this gulp moment like something was stuck in my throat, because I didn't expect that. Jane crying through her testimony about feeling compelled to have sex with 3 different men on her birthday. And right after that, seeing Combs on a luxurious trip on his private plane with another woman he was seeing. Texting him, "I don't ever want to do another hotel entertainer night with you. I didn't even want to do it on my birthday." Jane telling the court Combs was agitated and said they should just be friends. But after not talking to him for more than 2 weeks, he came back around, texting her, "Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. What are you doing? You're taking it too far. Let me make it up to you."
Our thanks to Darla Miles, joined now by ABC News contributor Briana Bongolan. So, again, really difficult testimony, even just reading the transcript. So much graphic detail about what she alleges happened. Take me to Jane on the first full day of testimony and what the prosecution is hoping she does for their case.
Yes, Mike. So I was in the main courtroom where Jane is testifying. And I tell you, when you read the transcript, it doesn't do it justice as being there, watching the testimony and looking at the jurors and seeing how people are reacting to it. Because it's a very quiet courtroom when Jane is testifying, actually when any witness is testifying, because you're not supposed to be making any faces or noises or responding to any of the testimony. But it's almost as if you can hear it's almost as you can hear if a pin drops when she's testifying. When Jane was testifying today, for a majority of the time, she cried, she sobbed, and not just little tears. I mean, you could hear her gulp while she's crying because it was like directly right into the mic.
Wow.
And when she's testifying, she's not looking at the prosecutor. She's looking down at all times and answering the questions. But in terms of what the prosecution really accomplished today, they still have another day of full testimony expected on Monday. But today they walked the jury through the amount of times of these hotel nights, the amount of men that she engaged in these hotel nights, to the point I believe there was like at least 11 different men, multiple times, men that she still doesn't even know the name of or can't remember the name of. And she walked us through in terms of the amount of times that she would tell Sean Combs that she didn't want to engage in these hotel nights, that she just wanted a relationship with Sean Combs. She didn't want all of the other stuff. And that at times when he would go out to say, "I'm going to spend time with you," she would think that it's just time between the two, and all of a sudden it's another hotel night, another freak off. So it's like he would string her to come to the location, and when she gets to the location, all of a sudden we're engaged in another hotel night. So that's what we got through today.
She said that happened.
I didn't see yours, but I don't know. Did you send it on the 8th? Was that that might have been the last one? Let me know. And I don't want to say your real name online or anything like that, but if it was PayPal and you sent it, I probably got it. There's just no way to kind of like, I have to be careful because I don't want to give out people's real names and stuff like that.
But in Turks and Caicos, for instance, where she goes down and she thinks this is going to be some romantic getaway, and she said what?
And she said that all of a sudden, guess what? It's one of the escorts that are coming, or one of the entertainers, that's what she calls it. One of the entertainers is there. And something that she had asked and told, like, okay, it's just going to be you and I. And all of a sudden, there's another entertainer. But I think the prosecutor today, I would say this, Mike, I think they got a lot more streamlined today in terms.
I got it, Ada. I got it. Thank you, Ada. I'm saving that. Thank you, Ada. Appreciate you.
To the charges. So in terms of racketeering conspiracy, today they focused on like the conspiracy itself, like who was assisting in setting up these rooms, who was assisting in getting the drugs. In fact, she said on 2 different occasions, Sean Combs had her go pick up drugs in LA from his house in LA from KK and the security, and then have those drugs, put it in her suitcase, check it in, and bring it to Miami. So here you were able to show the possession with intent to deliver and distribute in terms of the racketeering conspiracy, in terms of the.
I wish they would have. I'm honestly, guys, they should have made her They should have made her testify, because I feel like we're missing some in between too. Like, if we're gonna make patterns here, we have like so many other, I'm here with you on this one, Jane Doe. I am.
Predicate acts. You got to see a lot of the transportation to engage in prostitution. You got to see the money trail. So much they were able to bring out through the testimony today through Jane that I think was more streamlined than it was through Cassie.
And we've heard an evolution of how she describes the relationship going, because she said at the beginning when he first introduced this, what a lot of people would describe as a wild, sort of bizarre situation with the hotel nights, as she described it. She said it was exhilarating. And she said that she felt like it was something she'd never done before. She was doing it sort of in the privacy of that relationship, which is what she thought. But we saw the darker side today, and the crime is what the prosecution is alleging, where she says that she felt like she was trapped and couldn't leave. The interesting component to this, as we heard from the testimony today, is that he had been paying her rent. They negotiated $10,000.
And
he's
still
paying
is.
it?
He's still paying it. So that I think when that came out, I actually looked at the person that was next to me like, what? He's still paying her rent. So I want to see where the prosecution goes with that.
Paying her rent.
I believe that on Monday that they are going to play, there's some kind of recording, and I'm just going based on the opening statement when the prosecutor said that after Sean Combs found out that he was being investigated, he tried to cover his tracks, and he even contacted one of the victims in the case and tried to sell her a different narrative, like, oh no, this is what it really was. So kind of trying to tamper with that witness. So I think the prosecutor may say that he continued paying the rent so as to have her not cooperate with law enforcement and to tailor her testimony here in court. We don't know, but we'll wait till Monday.
Because it's important to point out that.
Hold up. I don't know if you caught that, but sounds good. Sounds good. If you send it to me to Cash App, just make sure you guys let me know, like, if your name is Michelle, right? Michelle, send it. I'll check if I got it or not and stuff like that. I'm trying to be very mindful of it, but sometimes, like, how PayPal doesn't let you use like different names. I don't want to be giving people's real names out there. You know what I mean? So try to be very careful with that. All right, guys. So something that was pointed out that I have to say something about. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. Okay. So I'll check it out. But so per Washington Post, defense attorney Diddy Garagos grabbed her file and prepares to leave the courtroom. Combs could be seen tapping her back with his hands. Garagos is expected to cross-examine Jane, who is central to the government's trafficking charges against Combs. Court will resume at 1:15. Where are we at? Oh, we should be started by now. Let's see where we at. No update yet. So it's going to be Diddy that's going to be doing the cross for her, but they probably won't even start till tomorrow. This is going to be an all-day thing for Jane Doe. Makes me wonder, you didn't get selected, Aduko, did you? You didn't get selected. See? Shout out to you. I'm glad you're back. Cash App? Okay, I'll check it out. I'll definitely let you know, but let me hit play on this while we wait.
They were still in a relationship up until the point he was arrested.
Yeah, correct. In fact, in the month before, just a few weeks before he was arrested, they had a hotel night, a freak off. And actually, on the day he was arrested, his hotel room was set up for a freak off. They had the light, there was baby oil, there was Astroglide. So the room, there was a bag with money. I believe it was $9,000. Remember, these are all things that are usually set for the freak offs. And I believe there was also a bag that also had narcotics. Remember, these are all things that both now Jane and also Cassie have said that these are the stuff that are needed for these freak offs.
Skipping ahead a little bit, but what will the defense try to do as they attack her story?
So the defense is going to go with this is a money grab because Jane testified, and again, now I'm just going to focus it from the defense side. Right. The defense is going to say that what she wanted was money. She wanted to have her bills continually paid. She wanted to maintain a lifestyle. And because she wanted to maintain that lifestyle, she stayed with Combs. There was nothing stopping her from leaving Combs. She stayed with Combs because she wanted her bills paid. She wanted to live in that lavish apartment that she still lives in till this day because Sean Combs is actually paying for that rent. Because what makes her different, and again, today is Friday, we haven't heard any violent.
Michelle, I did get it, and I also hearted it. So I did send you a reaction to it. This was Thursday, and I hearted it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I did get it. I put a heart on it. I don't know if you got my heart, but that's kind of like the reaction. You said Tinny Garagos is no joke. I would be terrified of her. Well, I mean, kind of makes you wonder how everything's going to go down. But the defense, I think we already know what's going to happen here. I don't know. It's kind of predictable at this point.
Any violence from her and Cassie is that there's no violence here. There's not someone that is beating you and threatening to say like, oh, if you leave me, I'm going to hurt you or I'm going to release the sex tapes. You don't have that here with Jane. Here you have with Jane. Jane is saying it's like, I just wanted to please him. I loved him. I just wanted a relationship with them. I loved them so much. I didn't want to do those hotel nights. I just wanted quality time with him. Because the common theme through her testimony is that she just wanted to please her lover. She wanted to please the man that she was in a relationship with.
So much so that she, the way it was described, got jealous because he was off with a different person, a different girlfriend on a getaway, and she was upset because she wanted to be that person.
Yes. So she wanted to be, and interestingly enough, doing opening statement from the defense had already mentioned that Jane wanted the lifestyle of being that one person, being in a committed relationship. Like she was jealous of Sean Combs, who had multiple women, that is the lifestyle that she wanted, where she wanted that quality time with that person. But even through testimony today, when she testified, she was like, he would use me for these hotel nights, and then I would see him on Instagram, again paraphrasing, on Instagram, having these lavish like dinners or trips with other women, but use me just for his freakish activity.
Which is what she alleged in the text messages.
Yes.
In real time, which is probably important to the case.
Very important. So in terms of real time, how about this? So, you know, in the iPhone, you got your notes section. So she will write lavish notes in her notes section describing how she felt and what she wanted to say to Sean Combs. And I mean detailed notes, because we heard of some of those notes. And then sometimes she will cut and paste it and send it as a text. And the prosecutor asked her, was like, why are you keeping these notes? So for her, she's like, well, you know, to go through my feelings, and if one day I had the courage so I can tell Sean Combs. But again, what's important is the dates. So you can't say it's recent fabrication that you're coming up with this lie now, because that is associated with the times that they were actually together.
Basically like a journal, like a real
journal. That's exactly what it was, a journal.
All right, wrapping up for this conversation, Bernarda, take me inside the courtroom today, because yesterday so much was made of Sean Combs' behavior and his facial expressions towards the jury. How was it?
So this was Friday, okay? This was Friday, just so people are aware.
Inside there today?
Oh, today it was much different, much different. And Mike, I have been inside of the main courtroom where Sean Combs is, I think, for 95% of the trial. And today it's a difference between, it's night and day. Because usually yesterday, before the judge said anything, Sean Combs will always look at the jury and nod hard when he's agreeing with something, or nod no when he disagrees with something. And the jury's right there. Remember, jurors,
they see it.
They of course they see it, because it's natural for a jury to, when they're hearing something that a witness says, and it's like, well, what do you have to say? Like, what's your facial expression? And the thing is that I saw why the judge did get upset, because it's either you're intimidating the jury or you're trying to convey something to the jury, that and that's not testimony. You're not on the stand. You know, if you want to say your part, you take the stand. Don't try to communicate something.
And today it was better.
Completely.
All right, Bernarda, great to have you in as always, in your perspective, and we'll see what happens as we continue another week next week.
My goodness.
As we say, court resumes on Monday, so stay with Eyewitness News and ABC 7NY for.
Wow, this is going to be interesting. Sister Craft, let's talk common sense. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Listen, I don't know I guess we'll find out what's going to happen with all of this. Now we're waiting. They should be starting now soon, unless they're going to start late. What is going on? What is happening? What is happening? How do you guys think the prosecution is doing so far in the questioning? Somebody said in the comments that the prosecution needed to hurry up and get it together and get to where they need to go. I mean, everybody's got a different opinion. Let me know. We'll watch this real quick.
Strangers while Combs watched. She's even testified to vomiting in the middle of one of these so-called hotel nights, saying Combs responded, "Good, you'll feel better now," and prompted her to continue. Combs has pleaded
Tootsie Rolls? Anybody need some Tootsie Rolls? Oh, man.
Not guilty to all charges, and his defense team says any sexual encounters were consensual. ABC's Rena Roy and legal contributor and criminal defense attorney Shauna Lloyd are outside that courthouse with more. Rena, what's the latest?
Well, Diane, Jane has told the jury that whenever she tried to resist having sex with other men, that Sean Combs sort of had a pattern of behavior that included things like persistency and love bombing. At this point, the jury has seen a lot of text messages between Jane and Sean Combs. One where Jane says, "I'm not trying to have sex with strangers to fulfill your fetishes." And Combs tells her, "You got it all wrong." Jane says she felt obligated to participate in those hotel nights because Combs was paying her $10,000 a month rent. She says he still is to this day. And the jury also saw a text where she says, quote, "threatening me with the roof over my head ever since I got here." She also sent another message at one point saying, "I know I was consenting like you said in the videos. I don't look like I didn't want to be there." And when prosecutors asked her if she did consent, she said, "Now I'm not sure," explaining that through therapy, she is now realizing that maybe she didn't want to be there.
Wait.
Shauna, Jane says she felt pressure
through therapy. So she's in therapy now. Okay. She's in therapy now. I think that we were going back and forth on that. She's in therapy now.
To keep performing these sex acts because Combs was paying her rent. How will prosecutors try to link that to the charges he's facing? And how do you think the defense is going to try to use that?
So what the prosecution is going to do is they're going to look towards this as the sort of fraud, the inducement, the coercion, right? Because that's what they have to prove in regards to Jane, is that he forced her into these acts. They're using the home, the leverage of not being the rent.
That's right, Aduko. You got that right.
As well as the promises of additional acts he was supposed to commit as the fraudulent inducement to get her to act in these activities. Now, we're going to see the defense push back against that in the fact that this rent paying didn't actually begin until 2023. They were in the relationship since 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
We're also going to see the defense attack this idea.
And he's still paying her rent. No joke. And he's still paying her rent. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
Even on the stand, she says, "I was consenting." She says,
Michelle.
I was mad at myself for allowing myself, which means that you actually made the decision to go along and to agree to the act. So you're going to see the defense say that that speaks to what her willingness was versus the fact that she was coerced. I think we're also going to see the defense hone in on the idea that this rent wasn't being paid until well into the relationship. And she said that she wanted a big, beautiful home when he suggested an allowance. So I think that's how they're going to attack this and show that these things were not actually coercion or.
Well, you guys are reacting. Michelle, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. And again, thank you so much for your Cash App. I did get it Thursday. Thank you. How the therapist tells her to get her own apartment or do a job. Well, I mean, that's something. I mean, just because he's paying for it doesn't mean that she's still there. You know what I mean? There's that. She's looking for a sucker and got licked, period. She was well into her 30s, already receiving tons of child support. Is a known groupie. Diddy still scum, but let's be for real. Oh my God. Hudson, tell me how you really feel. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Okay. But here's the deal. She's not on trial. He is. She's still a witness or a victim that the jury has to determine whether she is credible, right? Keep that in mind, okay? Smart move for Diddy to keep paying for her rent to show he's paying without getting anything in return. In fact, she's testifying against him. Oh, shit. My goodness. You guys are on fire today, okay? You guys are on fire. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. He could still be paying the rent. Doesn't mean she's staying there. He could still be paying the rent. Doesn't mean, there's a lease. You know what I mean? Let me know what you guys think, okay? Let's keep
force. These were just mere transactions in this seemingly transactional relationship.
Shauna, they've also read a lot of text messages and played voice notes. They say Diddy sent.
Their seemingly transactional relationship. I told you, what didn't we call this out Thursday? We were saying how it seemed very transactional, and they're using that same word, but that's a lawyer, so I'm sure they got a different speak to this, right? Keep that in mind, okay?
Sent, Jane. What stood out to you there about the messages and also the reaction in the courtroom?
So the messages are really so you can hear his tone of voice. I think that's really what the prosecution is trying to hone in on. They want the defense to hear when he says things like, you know, I'm not doing that anymore. We're done. You know, they want to hear tonation. They want to hear, especially because he may not take the stand, which is very likely. They want to convey that to the jury. And so that's why they're reading these text messages to give context, because a lot of their conversations happened via text, not over the telephone. So she's talking about why she didn't want to do these things and how upset she is about having partake in these hotel nights, and that she feels as though they are violations of her. And then we see his response back. You know, I didn't know that you didn't want to participate. And so it gives color to the jury so that way they can see it. The jury's tuned in. I mean, they're taking notes on some of it. A lot of it, they're kind of sitting back and more so taking it in. It seems like they're looking at the bigger picture as opposed to the individual line by line text messages.
I think that's important to look at the bigger picture. Now, hold up. Somebody said, is it 662 Pyru or Piru? You said that every relationship is transactional. Every relationship is transactional. So every relationship that you've had has been transactional. Really? How do you guys feel about that? I don't know about this comment, but I've never had anybody say that every relationship is transactional. How so? You mean everything that people always want something from somebody? I guess I have to wonder. Thank you. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Is every relationship transactional? No update yet. We're still waiting. Let me know what you guys think. Let's see. Okay, Jane is back on the stand after a lunch break. Here we go. We're starting up again. It's a lot of different things that are being said. Let's see. No updates yet from Washington Post, but let me know. I have to wonder about this. It's all about the lifestyle. You said, okay. Marriage license is a contract. Okay. So is a marriage, are all marriages contractual? Transactional? I don't know. I don't know, man, but I'm not getting paid enough, so I better do something. I'm married and I'm not getting paid enough. I don't know what y'all talking about, but clearly something's going on with this marriage. Okay, yes, every man has to provide for a woman in order to get smecks, and women have to give up the cookies for the man to prove his time and resource. Wait, what? We do? I didn't know those rules. Let me know. Oh, what? I didn't know this. Y'all know about this? Who wrote these rules? Who wrote these rules? No. Oh my God. That it's giving red pill. You're giving me a red pill. You're giving me red pill theory. I don't know. Do we got some red pill folks in here? Shout out to you guys. I don't want no problems, but I do have to kind of wonder about some of that thinking. I do. I think it's hilarious. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all are funny. See, I'm glad Moni called it out because it's giving red pill, isn't it? It's giving a little bit of red pill. Oh my God. Rosa Vargas, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Breaking, did you hear that? Did you hear the Lively versus Baldoni news? No, what happened? Did Blake grow a new mole? Let me know. Rosa, let me know. Blake Lively, we're still waiting for these guys to start. Blake Lively, breaking news. Did she grow a new mole? What happened? A beauty mark? Did she grow one? What happened? What happened? Judge dismissed the lawsuit? Oh, Justin Baldoni, $40 million countersuit against Blake Lively. I think it's been dismissed. Damn. That's crazy. Oh my God. Let me stop. Dismiss. It's dismiss. Dismiss. Rejected. That's dismissed. Baldoni's is. Whoa. No, his countersuit is dismissed. I don't know if that's a yay, but his countersuit is dismissed. This was literally Justin Baldoni's $40 million countersuit against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds dismissed by judge. Wow. Okay. Depending on what side of the pool you guys are standing from on this one. So I don't know. I haven't been following that too closely. But yeah. Okay. I think we haven't started yet. We're waiting for them to update us. Here we go. She's on the stand as of 8 minutes ago. Yeah. That sucks. His lawsuit was dismissed. So yeah. Dismiss. Completely dismiss. Yes. You said it's not an equal relationship. It is up to, what were we talking about? We're talking about the red pills. We could talk about every marriage is transactional, right? Isn't that what somebody said? Or relationship? I don't think it's true. I think you're wrong. Are you married currently? Let me know. I kind of wonder. How's your wifey feel about that? Because I don't know about that. Now I have to kind of wonder. Okay. The chat sure is moving fast, isn't? Let's see. My husband treats me like a queen. The diddler's totally guilty, no matter how you present the facts or the facts, says Penny Rogers. Shout out to Penny Rogers. Let's see. What else you guys are saying? Listen, my husband's getting all the goodies and the cookies he wants. I think I deserve a raise for my performance. You get the cookies and the goodies, everything, right? That's right. Always get a raise. If we're seeing it that way, I guess. I don't know. Whatever y'all are seeing it. Anyways. No, okay, hold up. Here we go. We have an update from CNN. Jane says she didn't see Combs in person for about 3 months after the Ventura lawsuit. Oh, okay. So here we go. Jane says she didn't see Combs in person for about 3 months after the Ventura lawsuit. The first time Jane saw Sean Diddy Combs after Cassie Ventura's lawsuit against him was February of 2024, Jane testified. In Jane's mind, she and Combs were on a break between November of 2023 and February of 2024. But they still had some can't even read. They still had some communication in those months. This is what Jane testified. So when the lawsuit dropped, she took a 3-month break from Diddy. That's what it sounds like. But they were still talking with each other. But, I mean, clearly he was still paying for her place, right? Am I hearing that correctly? He was still paying for her. Would any woman date a broke guy going nowhere in life? Yes, they would rather prefer someone that could provide for them and build a family. I agree with this statement, low-key. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? So he was paying for her rent when they were on a break too? That's the question that I have. Was he paying for her rent when they were on a break? He took a break, but was he still paying for the rent? Now, like I said, it sounds like he didn't really need her for FOs, so to speak, because he probably could have done FOs with Carisha, please. You know, I don't know. You said happy multiple partner Monday. Oh my God. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think so far? Let me know in the chat. Okay, do we have an update? No update yet. You would totally date broke ass wanderer artists, wannabes back in the days. That's quite the confessional that you're making there in my chat, my love. That's quite the confessional you're making there. Okay. And he's still paying her rent now. He is still paying her rent now. Yeah. Now, that's true. No update. Oh, let me see. Make sure. I don't think we have any updates yet. Nope. Okay, this was 39 minutes ago when they did the break. Let's play this.
Midday, Monday, June 9th, day 19 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, and it's all Jane. Jane has continued on direct. This will be the last day, according to Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey. But what a day it's been. Basically, it started, there were a series of communications in October 2023 where she was like, it's over, you've made me do these terrible things, you keep threatening me in the house. And he did then threaten her about the house, saying, if you don't perform for me, I won't perform for you. But then the Cassie lawsuit hit, and they've just been playing this audio tape of when Jane called Diddy, or Diddy called Jane, and they're communicating about the lawsuit. And he says, I need you now. You know what I'm saying? Are you recording me? And she says she wasn't recording you, but there is a recording. So the question is, where did this recording come from? There was a stipulation read about C's cell phone. So I think we're going to find out in the afternoon. But we also, then it'll end and the cross will begin. And it really should be something. We're also dealing with a number of other issues. One was on the censorship of the LA material by YouTube. That was removed. Appeal did it and it won. Of course, with the UN, there is no appeal, right? So you do accurate reporting, they don't like it, they throw you out, and then nothing happens. Even law firms write to them, nothing happens. But we remain pushing forward, and we're going to do the best that we can this week, and we're going to be continuing throughout whatever weeks it takes. U.S. versus Sean Combs, Inner City Press on the case. To be continued.
Shout out to Inner City Press. Okay, let's see. Do we have an update? Oh my God. See, Inner City Press even got a see, this is what they were doing to me too from YouTube. So he's reporting on everything that's because he's got a YouTube channel too, that if you guys want to check it out. I don't ever really see him on YouTube like that. But he uploads some of the videos that he has on YouTube. Hold up. Shout out to Inner City Press. But let me see if we can go from here. Drama. Do we have an update? I think, okay, it keeps moving him down. Here we go. No update yet. They're still on break. Well, not really break, but there's no update yet. Do we have, what is Washington saying? Jane is back on the stand following the lunch break. Dressed in an all-white suit, she has largely avoided making eye contact with Sean Combs. The music producer, on the other hand, followed her every step as she walked across the courtroom to resume her testimony against him. A former girlfriend, Jane is testifying under the alias. Wait, so he was looking at her? Why is he looking at her? Like, don't they tell you, doesn't your attorney say, like, hey, don't be looking at them? Because this is the kind of stuff that they look for. Like, are you intimidating them? Are you trying to do something with the jury? So this is what the Washington Post reported. Damn, he's got to be careful because that's okay. But she was a girlfriend. Yeah, she was a girlfriend. Hey, Tony, how are you? No worries, Tony. Take it easy. Shout out to you. I was thinking about you actually this morning. He can look at her, but not the jury. Moni's like, well, she's a beautiful woman. I would just be careful. Okay, hold up. Oh shit, we have an update from CNN. We don't have one from Inner City Press, but let me tell you what CNN's saying. Please stop using women for your fetish. Jane wrote to Combs. Jane sent Sean Diddy Combs a message on December 7, 2023, with the screenshot of something on Instagram that she said was something that was very triggering for me. The Instagram post was not discussed or shown in court. Jane texted Combs, I'm crying. It's so close to some nights I felt force. Wait. Jane texted Combs, I'm crying. And it is so close to some nights I felt force. She also wrote, please stop using women for your fetish and leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. Hire prostitutes and stop emotionally harming women that love you. She wrote this? Combs responded, "You trying to set me up? This is crazy, effing crazy. Are you recording our phone calls?" Jane texted back, "No, stop calling me. You will never understand because you're so deep in your own lies that you tell yourself." She also wrote, "I set up the men for myself because I didn't want to be set up with any more strangers. It was a protective instinct for myself." Oh my God. Good for her. Oh my God. Hold up. Hold up. I got to show you guys what CNN is. CNN just wrote another one. Hold up. See if I can show you guys this one. Oh my God. CNN says, "Jane, I became the side chick in my own relationship." Jane reads aloud messages between her and Sean Diddy Combs in December 2023, where Combs asked her if she was dating. She sent him an audio message, which was not played in court, and then wrote, "In part, I became the side chick and an S worker in my own relationship." She said the situation was traumatizing for her. Combs responded asking if she was seeing anyone, and then later asked if she wanted to see him in the new year and asked about his Christmas present. Jane responded to him saying that she was only going to provide for her child for the holidays that year because she's been unproductive for a couple of years. She testified that she was referring to the years she spent in that relationship where most of her time was taken up by the hotel nights. So this was December of 2023. Now, mind you, they took a break. Let me see if Inner City Press has an update for us. Oh my God, no update yet. Oh, wow. So she told him prior to that, she texted him to stop using women for your fetish. Okay. She wrote, "Please stop using women for your fetish and leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. Hire prostitutes and stop emotionally harming women that love you." Bing, 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 bingo, right there. And what did he do? And what did he say? Are you trying to set me up? This is deep. So here's the deal with Jane Doe. Jane Doe, you knew that this is what he was doing too, to a certain degree. He was in on it deep. Now, here's my question. Did she also get some kind of immunity too? Because for those that don't know, and I've said it, but I'm going to repeat it again, Cassie Ventura is an unindicted co-conspirator. She's very well a victim, but she's also an unindicted co-conspirator. So I have to wonder. About this. I have a lot of questions. He knew that it was illegal, right? I mean, he had to know. So much so that he's like, "Are you trying to set me up?" Nobody says that unless you were afraid that some ish was going to come out of it. This whole thing. I cannot believe it. Let me go back to Inner City Press. Good job, CNN, for that, because we didn't even get all that earlier. Oh, wow. I'm sure she got immunity. Something. He knew. Because she's not wrong. He could have been fine if he would have just hired a bunch of prostitutes. No, she was on those FOs for 24 to 48 hours. The longest she was gone, I think, was 9 days on the first trip. She said she had to have sitters on standby. She did. Let's see. Damn. No update yet. This is crazy. Okay, we have an update from Washington. Okay, so Washington Post writes, before the lunch break, jurors heard two calls between Jane and Sean Combs that took place in the days after Cassie Ventura filed her explosive trafficking lawsuit. Jane, who was dating Combs at the time, was upset on the first call. This is so like word for word, Jane said about the lawsuit, referring to her own experience with Combs having FOs in their relationship. They referred to it as a hotel night. Jane also told Combs that she was feeling manipulated. Unbeknownst to Jane, Combs had been recording the calls. He repeatedly cut her off when she appeared to be trying to articulate how she felt about the hotel nights. So he was who were the somebody was recording the calls. Jane was recording the calls? Who was recording the calls? How did the government get it? Because otherwise we're thinking it's wiretapping or something. And then they're being exposed here, which I highly doubt that that's the case. But we have a lot of questions about this for sure. Naomi, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you for becoming a member. Yep. Thank you. You said, hold up, let me see. It's funny how people get so excited when it sounds juicy, but argumentative with the witness sounds suspect. Like I said, the witness, I have a lot of questions for the witness. I mean, either or, I think everything's open for interpretation at this point. KK phone had the recorded calls. He did not accept the plea deal because he cannot accept responsibility for anything. He's the almighty Diddy. Now, I do wonder, I must say it, I do wonder about KK even more now. Where does she land? What's going to happen to KK? What's going to happen to KK? See, I want to know about this. Did he record the calls and then the feds wiretapped him? Or did he record the calls and then when the feds went to raid the homes, they were able to collect those recorded calls? I have a lot of questions about that. Do we have an update yet? We don't. Inner City Press is not updating us yet. Let me see. And I'm just double checking. So that was 50 minutes ago. And no updates. Let me make sure. That was an hour ago. And then he left it at right here. No updates yet. We're still waiting. CNN has an update though. This is less than a minute ago. This is what CNN says. I'm not even the same person anymore, Jane texted to Combs in December of 2023. Jane is continuing to testify about messages she exchanged with Sean Diddy Combs in December of 2023. On December 27, 2023, she sent Combs messages in which she said he was never satisfied. You couldn't ever handle this pain. I'm not even the same person anymore, she said in the messages. Combs asked her how they could move on and asked if she was free in the new year. Jane said that she lifted him up in those rooms and took on a lot to make him happy. In later messages, Combs said, "Stop with the rooms," and accused her of setting him up. Jane testified that he was referring to the hotel nights and testified that she's not planning on filing a lawsuit against him. So Jane Doe's not going to file a lawsuit against Diddy? Really? Okay. Maybe she just wants to move on. I don't know. She says she's not planning to file a lawsuit against Diddy. Damn. Okay. No update there. No update from Inner City Press. She said, honestly, she should not file a lawsuit. She will not win? You don't think so? I don't know. Well, I mean, on the basis of what, though? I guess that would be the question. I hope nobody is messing with Inner City Press. He's been doing this forever. I know, right? Like, what's going? I know that there were people that were trying to like start accounts with his name, and this is his account, and I'm a subscriber of it, so kind of wonder what's going on here. Let me charge my headphones, y'all, because I use them all the time. She also referred to him as an ex-partner. No update. What does Washington say? Damn. I mean, they're back from lunch. We're not even getting updates anymore from. Hope he's okay. Hope nothing's going on. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please. And thank you. And shout out to everybody that's supporting the channel. Thank you. We are back. Let me let the people know we are back. We are back right now. Right now. Shout out to everybody, guys. Thank you guys for being here. You guys are amazing. You guys could be anywhere else, but you're here in my little channel over here. My little itty bitty channel. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Court back in session. Let's go. Let's go. Let me let the Discord people know that we're live. Did Inner City Press update us yet? Let's see. No update yet. No update from CNN and no update from the news. I wonder what's going on. I would probably change my identity. But it's like she's stuck with $50 too. So there's that. It's a horrible situation, but I think that I'm gonna keep my opinions to myself. Let's see. No update. No update yet. Having a baby by a rapper should be the last embarrassment anyone needs. LOL, he is not special. It says Moon Rabbit. You're not special. $50 not special. 5 dimes is not special. I wonder if is Inner City Press okay? Because he's not even updating anymore. What's going on? What's going on? Oh my goodness, what's going on? Hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. Nothing is being shown. See what the Independent is saying. There's another source too. NBC News is saying 3 minutes ago, the witness told Combs in late 2023 that she needed to stay away from him, accusing the music mogul of gaslighting her. In a series of text messages shown in the courtroom, Jane said that it was the best way for her to stay clear of Combs, who didn't seem to understand her need for this distance. I wrote that because he was trying to work he's trying to work my reality again. Every time I would speak the truth or tell him how I was feeling, he would move on from whatever I was talking about. Man. No update from Inner City Press. No update from CNN. And no update from Washington. You're tired of looking at all these AI pics of Diddy? Well, don't look at them. Don't look at them. Thank you. Who is this? Yanni. Thank you for the PayPal, Yanni. Thank you. I got it. And thank you for putting your name, your YouTube name, because like I said, I try to be careful because the people, you got to be careful. Thank you, Vanessa Chavez. Thank you. Appreciate you. We're waiting for updates, but Inner City Press is not back on. I don't know what's going on. No update. You can't look at them because they pop up in your face every day. I will say that the AI pictures are funny. How every day if somebody's creating a different AI picture of Diddy, I'm here for it because I want to know, especially the one with the heart and he's got the gray hair. He's going like this. Oh man, we're waiting, guys. What's going on? Did something happen? Inner City Press, is he in court anymore or what? What happened? Let me see. Let me try to refresh. But there's like no notifications. I don't know what's going on. See, the last time he tweeted was 59 minutes ago. Okay, and then I'll check my phone too. This is the last thing we know. Somebody has his Matthew in the courtroom. Nothing. Let me see what my phone is saying. No update. What's going on? CNN doesn't have an update yet. Washington doesn't have an update yet. And ABC News doesn't have an update yet. We're waiting, y'all. Let's see. Mira Mari, thank you for renewing your membership. You've already been a member. Thank you. Mira Mari, thank you. Appreciate it. You said Tootsie Roll's probably having a meltdown. I don't know, man. You know what? Moon Rabbit, you're right. Mira Mari, thank you again for renewing your membership. This is kind of where I'm at. At the end of the day, whether you like the mother of your child or not, this right here, it's like, to me, he makes it worse for his own kid, him doing that. I don't think that's cute. I don't think it's funny. He makes it worse for his own child. At the end of the day, that's his mother. Like, I don't know. It's almost like it's weird. But that's how I feel. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Thank you. Kim was asked on the stand if she wanted it and if she was trying to figure it out. Who's Kim? Do we have an update? Okay, yes, we do. 12 seconds ago. Jane, I was commenting about the girlfriend of another rapper. I said, she is so beautiful. Comey then says, was this rapper an old friend of yours? Jane says, yes. I was flown to Las Vegas. There was a birthday party and we went to a S club or a trip club. We're going to call it a trip club. I recognize Antoine. Okay. Think Inner City Press is a little bit behind on the typing. He's back. But yes. Oh, no worries, Naomi. Thank you. I don't think he does at all. 50 is hurt. He deals with this pain through trolling. Okay. And nobody got to put up with that shit. Like, come on now. I'm sure a lot of people get hurt and they don't always troll. They got to figure out how to deal with it. Especially if social media is your job. You know what I mean? And that's your son. But then again, I don't even know if he really gives a shit. Cameras aren't allowed in federal courtrooms, so we get sketches. Let's see. You threatened to release my tapes and threatened to post them. Combs' one-time girlfriend Jane texted him, so he did the same threats? Hold up. Comey then says, other than the time, had you ever seen Antoine other than on a hotel night? No. This friend, was it platonic? Yes, in the hotel room, Antoine was having S with the woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. They were flirting. Oh my God, they're like swinging or what? What? So they were kind of going to like S parties? Is the New York Post or is it the New York Times? Let me see. I just hate the New York Post because they have like way too many ads. And I know I need to get an ad blocker for this. But still. Okay, this was 7 minutes ago from the New York Times, or excuse me, New York Post. Diddy threatened to release influencers' X tapes to her baby daddy. Hold up. New York Post. Diddy threatened to release influencers' X tapes. This was 7 minutes ago. We weren't getting it because not everything's being picked up. He threatened to release S tapes of influencer girlfriend to his baby daddy, according to the testimony. You threatened to release my tapes and threatened to post them. Combs' one-time girlfriend, Jane, texted him. Jane explained to the jurors what she meant by the text to the Bad Boy Record founder. At the height of his anger, he just said, I'm going to show your child's father these tapes. I have nothing to lose. Combs filmed Jane taking part of hotel nights, aka freak-offs, in which she had S with male prostitutes, while the I Need a Girl rapper watched and got a master's degree program to himself. Oh my God, hold up. That is crazy. He did that. Thank you for that. Now we have an update. Now we have more updates. Okay, so in the hotel room, Antoine was having S with another woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. They were flirting. Then Comey says, How were your finances in January of 2024? Better. I decided to do OnlyFans. What kind of content did you create? Lingerie, swimwear, implied, nude. What's that? Your hands covered your body. I wanted to stand on my 2 feet. Okay, then Jane says, I was getting child support and some money from Bear. I advertised his brand on my social media. He offered me money. Actually, he just sent it to me. How much? $9,000. He said, if you want to post for my brand, do. No big deal. Bear? Is that a brand? Bear is a brand? Let me know. My husband says marriage is a contract. If you don't fulfill the contract, your partner gets half of your money. Coco's mom, thank you for the $10. Coco's mom with a smile. Shout out to Coco's mom. That's it, right? You don't take out the trash, contract is null and void. You're effing it up. Thank you, Didi. Thank you for creating this amazing channel and group. Rabbit Mods, Fuffle Fam. Thank you, Didi, for being a member for 20 months. Thank you, my love. Shout out to you, Didi. Thank you. Alexis, I read the transcripts and I never heard her say that the S tape would be released. Is it Bear or is it like BARE, the brand? Well, damn. Okay. He's a big joker. Shout out to you, Coco's mom. Okay. Kind of like Skims. Okay. So CNN reports a shameful dark secret. Jane explained why she didn't tell anybody about the hotel nights. So, because it was a shameful dark secret of mine. In a message, she says that Jane testifies that she was trying to not answer Combs because he would gaslight her in a way that warped her sense of reality. Every time I would speak my truth or I would be really feeling, Sean would just give me a different version of it and say, it wasn't this, it wasn't that. So he was kind of like gaslighting her, right? He would say at points, they got into a FaceTime call. Jane testified Combs told her on the phone repeatedly to charge him an amount that would help her move on. Huh? According to Jane, Combs said things on the phone like, charge me for your resentment, and I just need you to get over this. Jane testified. He also said at the time, I don't want to lose any ends. I don't want any loose ends. After the call, Jane sent Combs a text outlining terms in which Combs would pay her hundreds and thousands of dollars for what she felt would compensate her for the 3 years of their relationship. Oh, she wasn't going to sue him, but she was still going to get paid. Is that what I'm hearing here, one way or another? In response, Combs told her that she was an opportunist, a liar, and a con artist. She also testified that Combs threatened to show her S tapes to the father of her child. Wouldn't that be revenge porn? Oh my God. That's horrible. Thank you, Candy's Life, for being a member for 6 months. Thank you, Rabbit, for doing this. You're fabulous. Thank you, Candy's Life. Damn. I wonder if she signed a contract in return for all that money. Well, I mean, like I said, verbal or not. She had something called a love contract. This is taking a dark turn. You ain't never lie. Yeah, wouldn't it be revenge porn or something like that? Okay. Jane told, okay, here we have an update from CNN since we're waiting on Inner City Press. Jane told the chief of staff about Combs' S-tape threats, she says. Okay, Christina KK Courtroom, come over here. We've been waiting for you. On December 28, 2023, Jane texted KK, Christina Courtroom, chief of staff, that Combs had threatened her about S-tapes. Jane testified. He said that he would expose me and send them to my child's father. He has been bothering me for 2 months. 2 months. Okay. Jane said that she talked to Courtroom on the phone the next day, and Courtroom agreed to hide the phones and the tapes that were on. Courtroom then suggested Jane and Combs give each other space. Jane testified. Jane said Combs told her, I always tell him all the time to give these things space. Otherwise, we end up in situations like we're in right now. Jane, and I quote, this is what Jane is saying, KK said. Jane says she understood Courtroom was referring to Ventura's lawsuit. This is like, what? We got an update. We have an update. Sean messaged me. He had a dream about me. This is what Jane said. That I was on the Concord. Concord? What did you answer him? Did I say that correctly? I missed him dearly, he said. So what you want to do on your birthday? I said, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they had led to. Oh, wow. I want to make sure I'm saying this correctly. I feel like I know what it means, but I tell you guys, I am hooked on phonics. Hooked on phonics. Yeah, Concord. Okay, what is hooked on a Concord? Like she's like a passenger in an airplane type of situation? She said, Sean messaged me that he had a dream about me that I was on a Concorde. So like he was on a plane with her? Okay. And what did you answer him? I said, I missed him dearly. He said, so what do you want to do on your birthday? I said, I've been traumatized for my past birthdays, what they led to. Girl, block, delete. But he was still paying her rent. So he still had to she had to keep it cute with them because, he was still paying her rent. She couldn't just be like, I'm done. But KK, on the other hand, knew what was up. KK was like, we need to give each other space because things like this happen all the time. We need to give each other space. But she still had to keep it cute, right? It would have been like if she didn't have to deal with them and just had to deal with KK, then this would be a whole different deal, right? He's not even smooth, right? That's what I'm. You said the Mile High Club? Yeah. Well, if she's not wanting contact with them, I would say that at this point, that's what it would verge to, but that's crazy. That's crazy. Let me tell you guys what the Washington Post is saying. Jane read a message that said, Combs said, I don't want any loose ends. So Jane was reading these messages and communication she says she had with Sean Combs after Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit in 2023. Combs seemed both nervous and needy in the weeks after this relationship with Ventura catapulted into the national conversation. I would say international. In the message, Combs asked Jane if she was trying to set me up. Another message asks if Jane is still single and if she would like to come and visit him for New Year's. Fuck no. No. No, no, no. I'm spending New Year's with my child. That's what that should be. Jane said she had okay, here we go. ABC reports Jane said that she had suicidal, can't say the word because then I'll get tagged, ideations at the end of Combs' relationship. Jane testified to the court that she had unaliving ideations at the end of their relationship with Combs, and that she expressed to Combs that she would K herself. She believed that Combs would use and break her, and that she hated her life. She wrote to Combs that she was done with her and she just wanted to end her life. When asked why she wrote these messages by the prosecution, Jane cried so hard that her answers was difficult to understand. Okay. So she felt like this was the end of, this was it. That's where she was kind of at the very end of everything, right? All righty. No update from Washington. Let me see what CNN is saying. No update yet. Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit more of a picture of this situation, but I'm sure that there's a lot of in between that we're missing. That whole thing when he threatened to release her S tapes, and then Christina Quorum was in there. I mean, if Christina Quorum testifies to this, that will be interesting. But okay, we have an update. Okay. So he's contacting her, I guess, during their birthday, and she's like, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they led to. Then government says, what did Sean write? He said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy. Love. What did you write? That I'm just being mature. I don't think I'm ready to see you. Did you see him on for your birthday in February 2024? Yes. She gave in. Did she have to do an FO? Did she have to do an FO? Did she give in? Damn. Wow. Mm-mm. It's kind of sad. Yeah, would she meet him again? She met him again. She met him again. Yeah, I don't know, man. She kept going back after that threat and after everything. It still doesn't take away from the crime, though, of the threats itself, because that in itself is a threat. But the thing is that releasing that tape would have been like, wouldn't that have been revenge prawn too? When I type the table, you find it hilarious? Like what? Like this? No, I don't know. Was it? This is the first time that I think this is the first time we all hear that he was threatening to release a tape, honestly. You know? First time. No, well, she met him again. I mean, what is that? What do you guys think that speaks to? Okay, new update from, hold up. Well, we have a new update here too. We'll read all those updates. So, new update from Inner City Press. Government asks, how was it in Miami? James says, Sean had candles. My heart was beating super fast. And I think his was beating fast too. We were oddly in the same color. I thought that was nice. What happened at dinner? Balloons, a 5-course dinner? Oh, Lord, don't tell me that it's an FO alert. Every time I'm like, they're going to get into it where suddenly here comes Antoine or here comes some other worker, entertainer out of nowhere from somewhere waiting in the background. How was it in Miami? Jane says, Sean had candles. My heart was beating super fast, and I think his was beating faster too. We were oddly in the same color. I thought it was nice. What happened at dinner? Balloons, a 5-course meal? I don't, because this is never turns out the way that it thinks it's going to turn out. I'm just saying, it doesn't. So, oh my God. Oh my God. Diddy agreed to pay $450,000 reimbursement to ex-girlfriend for their relationship in exchange for relationship. Charge me. I don't want any loose ends. Wow. So, okay. Yeah. Anyways. She was in love with them. Yeah, she was in love with them. But I'm just wondering if because she's walking into this, does she think it's going to be an FO? Because it's like, this is what it leads to. It's never just her and this man. It's always like her, this man, and another person. Okay, here we go. Update. Okay, no update. They got to the 5-course meal. I'm like, what happened afterwards? I know you said, Felicia's like, girl, his heart was not beating for you. He was scared of the current situation coming to light. Oh my God. I don't know how I feel. This is like, here we go. We have an update. Let's see. So they had the 5-course meal. We use X. Then Sean asked, do you want to see Don? Oh my God. But drive a hole. Do you want to see Don? What was your reaction? The government asked. I was high. I said, okay, me and Don had S in 1 star. Then we rested a couple days. Then we flew to LA. We were back together. Oh my God. Thoughts? We kind of knew how this is going. I feel like I know too much about Diddy, more than I probably didn't ever even want to know anymore. Like, we knew it, right? Didn't we call it? Tell it, Bill. Tell it. Shout out to Bill. Oh my God. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. But didn't we said this? Oh, I already said. We knew that it was like, you know, it's gonna come, and then here it goes. And here it goes. Somebody said, I'm done. See, bye, rabbit, I'm done. Don't leave, Moni, don't leave. I'm saying, because we kind of knew this was gonna happen. You can't make this shit up. This is like, oh my God. Oh my God. And there it is. Look at Diddy Docket. Diddy Docket in the Twitter comments. And there it is. We knew it. Oh, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, we're hearing this. It just makes me so sad. Like, okay, anyways. In 2024, where did you visit Sean? Miami in May, July, and August, and at my residence in LA a couple of times. Did you and Sean go out in Miami and LA in 2024? No, things had really hit the fan. A lot was going wrong in his life. Okay. Oh yeah, this was 2024. There was no fixing 2024. 2024 was not Diddy's year. Well, and neither is 2025. This was not at all Diddy's year, 2024. But she says here that she saw him in Miami, in May, July, and August. When were the raids? Because she was there with the raids too, with him. At my residence in Los Angeles, a couple of times. Did you and Sean go out in Miami and in LA in 2024? No, things had really hit the fan. A lot was going wrong in his life. That's what she said. The raids were in March. Okay. So I don't know. Wasn't it before or after? Hold up. Let me see. CNN is saying Jane says that she got back in touch with Combs because she missed him dearly. Okay, so they got back in touch in February 2024. In the messages, she says she missed him and then asked if he was free on her birthday. In the later message, Combs said that he would love to spend time with her on her birthday. She said, and I quote, "I'm a little traumatized from past birthdays and what they ultimately led to at the end of the night." She texted him. Jane testified that she was referring to hotel nights that occurred on her birthday in previous years. Okay. Well, and then here we go back at it. Okay. I mean, it takes people a while to leave situations like that. So, the press was after him about Cassie's lawsuit. See, 2024 was not the year. Well, neither was 2023. The press was after him about Cassie's lawsuit. Then Comey says, or asks, "With which entertainers did you have S with in 2024? Jane responds, "Antoine, Don, and Larry." So she was still doing the FOs in 2024 after Cassie's lawsuit. Okay. She was still having FOs, and it was with, or hotel nights, Antoine, Don, and Larry. We stayed in the residence. There was a lot of focus on Sean elsewhere. I showed him how lucrative OnlyFans was. This man literally is like, did not really understand. And he was still doing this. Like, you're still soliciting and breaking the law, flying these workers in and actively while after the Cassie lawsuit in 2024. I mean, okay, whatever. Maybe he didn't know he was breaking the law. Maybe he had no idea. What was he thinking? This is a whole mess. A whole mess. Hold up. Sean was putting on music and he went to my phone. He asked me, "Who's Bear? Why are you texting him like why are you texting like this with him?" The money thing came up, that Bear had sent me money. He started getting dressed. I started crying. I felt misunderstood. Oh. Okay. 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 He kept paying her for rent so he could keep stringing her along for more hotel nights. He was doing those hotel nights like crazy. I'm telling you, he's an addict. He's an S addict. Yeah. Yes, can we get 200 more likes, please? And thank you. I'd appreciate it. Okay. She says she felt misunderstood. It's a bad situation, I would say, but hey, everybody's it got to be something like okay, CNN has an update. Jane testified about how she got back with Sean. Okay, so we read that. There was text messages. So she gets back with them. She has set smecks with the guys, 3 different ones. At this point, I was so used to being in the outcome of whatever we're doing that I just accepted it. She and Combs rested in Miami a couple days before they flew back to Los Angeles. She left Miami and Jane and Combs were back together, she testified. Okay, we have an update. What did Sean text you? What did Sean text you? He wrote, "What's going to happen if I come over tonight?" I said, "Do you want me to be alone? I can arrange that." I wrote back, he was supposed to see his mother, in air quotes. I meant another woman. He wanted a party. What? So he finds out that she's texting with somebody named Bear, who we know was like somebody that was helping her with, you know, her work and stuff like that. She felt misunderstood. He's getting, you know, ready to be dressed. What did Sean text you? This is what Comey asked. He wrote, "What's going to happen if I come over tonight?" I said, Do you want me to be alone? I can arrange that. I wrote back that he was supposed to see his mother, in air quotes. I meant another woman. He wanted a party. Damn. Please stop saying smex. And unaliving is not a word. Don't come in my channel telling me what I can or can't say. Please don't come in here trying to tell me what to say or not to say. That will get you timed out very quickly. Thank you. I don't know who you think you are. Let's see. All that stuff gets you hooked, right? You said, please, not another FO. Yeah, it's giving that. It's giving that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me make sure. We don't have an update. I think the battery's about to die from the camera. What a disappointing legacy. That's what you guys are saying. If the camera dies, I'm going to have to switch the battery real quick. Despite the research. So was she ignoring him or didn't want to do it? I don't know. We're trying to figure out what's going to happen here. That's what we're trying to figure out. Did he fly them in or did they fly themselves in? Oh my God. Lindell. I don't know, Lindell. We're brand new. We don't know what happened. Lindell, I feel like we got to go back to the part where KK was between the flight attendant people, the people that were arranging that. Do we need to go back to that? I don't know. Maybe people need to read that part again. Let's see. Let's see. No update. No update. Let's see. Hudson and say, oh my God, thank you so much again for the $9.99. I'm starting to believe that she's an informant. Probably why they're calling her Jane Doe. It's not like she has a job to protect. She's been dating celebrities too long to be this naive. Yeah, she's been dating several celebrities. We'll say that. So are you thinking that she's like, and this is your opinion, Hudson. Y'all are entitled to your opinions, but are you feeling like this is like somebody that, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know if she would have left that relationship had he not been caught up in the things that he was caught up. That's how I see it. Ivy Rose, thank you so much for the $1.99. When you get a chance, I send you an email. I will definitely, when I get a chance to look at my emails. I have not at this point. Hold up. What did Sean ask Comey for the government asked? He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat. Have you ever sent him a demand letter? Had you ever sent him a demand letter? No. Sean said, you're making your own money. What did he want her to sign? What did he want her to sign? Oh my God. Randy Law says that if she's an informant, they could look at the $50 too. Oh, did he want exclusivity to her? That's the question. What did he want her to sign? NDA? Oh Hey, Measured Man, I don't think she would. That's why I told y'all $50 ain't about justice. He's petty. They know that they all can get away with the Tootsie Roll. What is it? 5 dimes. Quiet, let Vivica Fox speak out. Oh, okay. Witness tampering. He knew this was coming. Yes, Measure Man, we talked about this. Don't forget the DV $50 committed on her and Jason Derulo. Yes, Jason Derulo was another person that this Jane Doe has been linked to, by the way. Yes. Oh my God. Hold up. Do we have an update? What did you reply? I said I'm working on paying off my debt after being on call unfocused. How did you go into debt when you were dating a millionaire who gave you thousands? Objection. Objection from the defense. Sustain. Oh my God. That's the question that I have. How'd you go broke dating a millionaire? Measured Man, I'm just reading. I'm not really researching. I'm literally just commentating. But thank you so much. I appreciate this. Thank you for the support. And thank you to Hudson. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are entitled to your opinions. Like I said, I don't think that we are. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. You guys know I like to have differences of opinions. Thank you again. Well, RA, he should be paid for those sitters while she's out there doing FOs. That's one thing that he should have been doing, right? Period. Pay for those sitters while I'm out there entertaining you. Let me change the battery. Hold up, y'all, because this thing's gonna die. But anyways, I'll keep talking. You said how you type a word that doesn't exist. What do you mean? What word? She's got a big spending problem. How do you know that? I mean, yes, 10,000 for a month for rent. That's a lot of money, man. That's money people don't ever get to see a month. Chill. Certainly, I don't see 10,000 a month. That should tell you a lot. As a little itty bitty content creator, we don't see that kind of money. Not unless you're like a Mr. Beast or whatever. Then it's a whole different story, right? Then it's a whole different story. But you know, it is what it is. Does kind of make you wonder, though. We have a lot of questions about this. Okay, I just set up my camera, making sure everything's good. And here we go. Okay. Here we go. Oh, wrong setup. See, I connected it. Here it is. Oh, no. Come on. Is my camera going to act up? Hold up, y'all. Let me stop the camera real quick. Well, for not being biased, my bad, you rock. Well, thank you, Measured Man. I appreciate it. All right, we're waiting for an update while I'm fixing my camera real quick. No update yet, which is, oh, hold up, we do. So they objected and it was sustained. What did you write? I said, I'm tired. You can't even make it to the 2 years without bringing it up to me. What did Sean say here? Bear, my colleague, said, I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off. Wait, what? Who hates living in fear? Why is Bear living in fear? Was Bear being threatened? Who's Bear? And why is he living in fear? That's the question that I have now. Why is Bear living in fear? See, this is like so much convolution. We're going to have to figure out who is who in these situations. That's the question that we have. Okay. All right, here we go. Thank you. Let me make myself a little bit smaller here. Camera's working. Except I couldn't get the green screen going. That's okay. My colleague Bear said, I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off. Did he threaten the colleague? Why was he living in fear? And then Jane and Combs had more hotel nights after they reconciled. in 2024, she says. Okay, so there was more hotel nights. After Jane and Sean Diddy Combs got back together in 2024, she took about 3 trips to Miami to see Combs, and he came to Los Angeles a couple times. She testified. They didn't go out in public because things had really hit the fan with everything going on. It was just better to keep it private. Jane testified that they would have hotel nights at Combs' homes or at her house. That's what was said. Now we have an update. Jane says, I asked, did you tell Robin that his accountant to cut it off? He said, you make your own money. Oh my. Robin. And hold up. Here we go. And let me tag at that surprise witness. Okay. Here we go. Fire, alert, all of it. Oh my God. Jane said, I asked, did you tell Robin, that's his accountant, to cut it off? He said, you make your own money. Comey then says, did he continue to pay your rent? Yes, he kept paying. Did you learn his house were searched? Yes. And HSI came to my house. Oh my God. Damn. And Robin enters the chat. Hudson, thank you so much for the $9.99 again. The persons the Fed have been watching for a long time, they need a honey trap. They aren't getting almost $40K for child support. She knows the celebrity dating game. Phone tapped and she kept notes, said Hudson. Damn, Hudson, you're like seeing some things that some of us are not. Thank you so much for this $9.99. So you think she was like a honey trap? You said, I wonder why, well, we did measure, man. And actually BJ Investigates did a video on it. We talked about it. Why? Because a lot of this is intertwined with the Lou Taylor lady, TriStar, all of that. Make sure you guys check out BJ's video yesterday because she kind of broke that down. Shout out to her. But yes, we did cover this because Robin Greenhill was mentioned as the financial person who's paying these hotels. Yes. Okay, now hold up. Update. Who hired you a lawyer? Sean. Is Sean still paying for your lawyer now? Yes. What? Did you talk to Sly after the 2024 searches? Yes. He talked and said he had a tape and he intended to release it bit by bit on the dark web. So the S worker also has tapes that he plans to release on the dark web? Get the F out of here. Oh my, you're kidding. The S worker? And he's paying lawyers and he's paying rents? Oh my God. He's paying for, oh wow, I am in shock. I don't know, you guys. I'm in shock. Hold up. Okay, so I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Sean picked up his phone and recorded with it. I asked Sly Cabral how much he wanted. He said 10,000. I told Sean Cabral just tried to extort me. Sean was crying. What did he say? Get legal on him. So now the S workers are filming, having recordings of these videos and releasing them on their own. Why aren't they in fucking jail? Why aren't they being up on the stand? I'm sorry. I'm in shock. Oh my God. I did not expect any of this. You can't make this shit up. Like, what? You want to see that? I don't want to see those tapes. Why would I want to see those tapes? Sean was crying. Damn. Oh my. See, if he would have just gotten a therapy for this S addiction that he has, this would be a whole different story. I need I need an edible at this point. This is too much. This is too much. Oh my God. Yes. Wait. Sean used his own phone. Hold up. I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Sean picked up his phone and recorded with it. So did Sean give it to the S worker? I asked Sly and Cabral how much he wanted. He said 10,000. I told Sean Cabral just tried to extort me. Sean was crying. What did he say? Get legal on it. Combs, and this is what CNN is reporting, Combs suggested he and Jane split peacefully. Okay. So in messages, Combs told her that his mother was coming into town soon, and Jane responded implying that he was lying to cover up to be with another woman. Combs wrote that it would be best if they could go their separate ways peacefully. I would appreciate it if you could sign something for me. I could have closure comfortably. So Diddy was telling her you need to sign something. She said no problem. Combs wrote that Jane was making her own money now, so hoped that they could have a clean break. And he told his accountant, Jane testified, that his accountant was the person responsible for paying the rent on time. Robin. Jane texted him that she was still paying off her debt from being unemployed for 3 years when she was his on-call party girl. And I quote, she asked Combs for 3 months before taking on the rental payments. Damn. Thank you. So, hold up. I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Sean picked up his phone and recorded it. So did Sean give him the video? Or how? Because that's the only way I'm thinking. That he took a video of a video. I asked Sly Cabral how much he wanted. He said 10,000. I told Sean Cabral just tried to extort me. Sean was crying. What did he say? Get legal. Okay, then it goes, did you speak with Cabral? Yes, I told him this was sextortion and I would not talk with him. Then a media company called me and said they bought the tape and did I have a comment? I fainted. She starts crying uncontrollably, or he had to control the situation. We had to control the situation. Oh my God, I'm in shock. This is why I'm skipping words now. So a media company got a hold of the tape and said, did I have a comment? I fainted. We had, and she starts sobbing, control the situation. Okay. Did the media company ever publish the video? No. Do you know why? No. Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out, and I was with Sean in Miami. How did you first learn of that video? There was a knock on the door. So somehow this video was going to be released of her in the action. Oh my God, you guys. You said you're thinking wrong. The video was in SW's phone. So he gave her the video. So Sean picked up SW's phone and filmed it. There you go. Sean gets his things and leaves. Phone included. SW phone check and see the video. Gotcha. Thank you, Vicky, for clarifying. SW calls Jane and asks for 10K. She called Sean. Damn. This is crazy. Okay, update. Sean was called out. I went down and everyone was talking. It was a 2-star. What happened? Sean was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later, we had a huddle. His sons were involved. A huddle? Like a family get-together huddle? Like this was going on. This was happening. Measurement, thank you so much for the $10. Remember, this is why he strategically got with Dana Tran, a cybersecurity specialist. In my opinion, she did lots, and is the one who has the real info, and she fled. Thank you, Measured Man. Yeah, I was confused. Thank you, Vicky. for clarifying. I appreciate you. I'm sure that once the transcripts come out, it'll be a lot clearer, though. You said he cleaned up his stuff? She's the one with that wired Kim's home? Ah. We're like, called Dana Tran to the stand now. Okay, we have okay, so then government asks, a huddle for what? To come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he would say on social media. Oh, okay. So after Cassie's video or the CNN video comes out, they all got together as a family and I guess did a huddle to figure out how to address this. So Jane says, well, prosecution says a huddle for what? To come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he said, of what he would say on social media. Did you read it? The government asked. He addressed Cassie by name in the draft I saw. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough. But he never says her name on the video. Okay. So she was helping him draft the apology. So she was helping him draft the apology? That's crazy, man. That apology was such a bad idea. It didn't land very well, if you know what I mean. It still doesn't. And it wasn't even an apology. Making an apology video for your victim with another victim. Get RA, you take the trophy award for this one. How does that work? How do you make an apology video of another victim? I don't get it either. You literally just you said it all. Hold up. Combs hired a lawyer for Jane. This is CNN. They're now catching up after raids at his home. Okay. Homeland Security investigation left a business card at James' home the day of the raids on Combs' homes in March of 2024. She was photographed with Diddy, I think, around that time. She didn't speak to anyone at Homeland Security at that time, but she called Combs and said, and his security guard, trying to reach Combs about it. At some point after the raids, Combs hired a lawyer for Jane. She confirmed Combs is still paying for the attorney representing her now. So Diddy's still paying for that lawyer that's representing her. Probably the lawyer that's. This is so weird. Like totally not normal situation. You know? I'm sorry. I get too excited. I got excited when I read that. I apologize. My bad, Vicky. Sorry about that. I will read a lot slower. Thank you. Let's see. If she was a honey plant, it sounds like she was playing two ends against the middle. Who? If she was a honey plant? Thank you. Defense question. At Mika Quinn, right? Thank you for the $20. You said, that is why I don't trust Kimora either. She's good friends with Dana, too, and Kimora deleted pics. I think the fire was a distraction of Kimora at this, in this, was with him up to the day. See, that's because you got to type slower. I'm reading too fast and you typing too fast. My bad, y'all. My bad. I do get it. I'm like, oh my God. Because some of this we didn't expect. I'm sorry. I'm getting in my emotions. Okay, government says, did you talk later one-on-one with Sean about the videos? Jane says, yes. He said that Cassie hit him too. Then I was told that KK was coming and I had to go into another room. I did and went back to LA. Government speaks. Did you recognize this? Sean's IG apology. Remember when he wrote that apology thing? So this was all very, and KK was all in this too, trying to strategize the situation. Because Jane Doe talks to Diddy one-on-one about the video. And she says, yes, he said that Cassie hit him too. On the CNN video, we don't see that, but okay. And then I was told that KK was coming and I had to go into another room. I did, and I went back to LA. Did you recognize this? Sean's IG apology, says Jane. It's crazy, man. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We haven't heard from Naomi Campbell, Kimora. What happened to all these people? What happened to Kimora? You think Kimora would be out here, maybe she's scared. KK is the personal assistant. For those that don't know. Huh, that's crazy. I don't think Gene Deal's going to be on the stand. You said Kimora's part of this? Okay, hold up. Then we have an update. Jane says one of the entertainers threatened to release an S tape. See, that's the crazy part. Okay, we have some more clarity here, but before I go there, we have another update from Inner City Press. I'm confused by this. So video played by the jury, not on public screen and gallery. Sean, I guess you could hear his voice saying disgusting. Oh, they're playing the video. I have asked God for his mercy and grace, and I'm truly sorry. That video. Okay. Comey then says, how do you feel about it? Jane says, I was disappointed. I felt that there was no heart. Estavallo asked for a sidebar. Sure. Okay, so they're on a sidebar. So CNN reports Jane says one of the entertainers threatened to release an S tape. Jane said one of the entertainers they use frequently, Sly, threatened to release an S tape of them in 2024 after the searches occurred. Sly said that he had a 35-minute video of he and Jane during a hotel night because Sean Diddy Combs had recorded the video on Sly's phone instead of his own. There you go, Vicky. There. Sean Diddy Combs had recorded the video on Sly's phone instead of his own. There you go. So that's why Sly had it. Thank you. You were right, Vicky. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I couldn't believe what he was saying to me. Jane testified. She asked Sly what he wanted for the tape, and he asked for $10,000. She told him she tried to make it happen. Jane says she called Combs, who got his legal team involved. She then spoke to Sly again and told him that she had legal representation of what he tried to do was sextortion, and she wouldn't be having further conversations about it. She later received a message from a big media company saying that they had just bought the tape and asking for a comment. She says, I fainted and I called my lawyer, Jane testified. Jane said that the company never released the tape, but didn't know why. She said that she never spoke to Sly. She never spoke with Sly again. Shit. Damn. There you go. Oh my gosh. That's crazy, man. So she got a call from a media company. Sidebar. I think everybody's glued to their phone on Twitter right now because of this whole situation. They're all wanting to find out what happened. What had happened? What happened? Damn. It's crazy, man. All of these parties involved. I'm lost. The story isn't making sense to me. Too many turns. It's had a lot of turns. That's a great question. What is he being charged for? Extortion? Do we know Sly's real name? I'm just wondering. You don't have to put it in the chat, but I'm wondering. That's crazy, man. You think so? I bet you $100 that the media company was a corn distributor like Vivid. Damn. So you think that they might have sold the tape, but why haven't they released it? I guess that's the question. You think it's $50? Oh my God, Measure Man, you really making it rain over here, right? Sorry for typing fast at work, but when you see what you have been trying to expose for years, you try to get you get tired to tell. You try to get. I try to tell you out there. Gotcha. It's a lot of T's in that sentence. You try to tell to get you out there. Thank you, Measure Man. You think this is Big Joe? Ooh, don't even say his name because then he wants to sue everybody. Remember that Talia Graves lawsuit? Don't forget the Talia Graves lawsuit. Okay? Don't forget that lawsuit. Okay? It hasn't been excused or anything like that. My understanding. She said that she was violated by somebody in Bad Boy. Okay? And that her boyfriend at the time was working there. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Sean's team brought up the tapes. Think, Seymour, think. Let's go. Wait, yes, Half Dollar Media Company, right? So Half Dollar has a company too? That's about this? Really? I didn't know that. As Bart Simpson would say, see more butts. I didn't know that, Franny Law. I didn't know. Damn. It's like a lot of stuff that we're learning. Totally agree with this. Been trying to tell people, but they refuse to believe. So here they are, F around and find out territory. Damn. I don't know, y'all. Let me know. What do you guys think so far? Where are you guys standing with this? Man, oh man. There's so many words here, a lot of things we don't even like grasp, I don't think. Damn. He did the documentary with the wife for the accused list. You know, I didn't know he had a company and company like that. Okay. Well, where do you guys land with Jane Doe so far? How's everybody landing? Do you guys feel like the prosecution has landed the plane with Jane so far? I mean, they're going all day today. Let me ask you, let me do the poll. How do you feel? This is the question. Do you feel that the not 50-50 Measured Man, do you feel that the prosecution, hold up, the I'll put the DA, it's shorter, has landed the plane with this Jane Doe? Jane Doe. Here we go. Yes. We'll put 50-50. 50-50. And then we'll say no. Okay? Go vote and hit the like button, please. And thank you while we're waiting. Guys, we're waiting. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Jurors may take a break. Jurors leave. Okay, the jurors left. Miss Comey, can I get a proffer as to relevance? Comey responds, if I can compare the drafts, I'll strike the last question comparing the drafts. Agnifilo says, we want all those questions stricken. So they're still deciding, I guess, what's going to happen. Guys, let me see what time it is because I do have to, you guys know I can't stay all the way. I have to end it because I got to tend to baby bunny, and then I'll resume with either the transcripts. Hopefully we get them tonight. We're still waiting for the ones on Friday. So fingers crossed, okay? Oh, maybe I should end it here because I don't want to keep going and then get us into another I mean, all this is very interesting, but I got to tend to Baby Bunny, guys. I got to go. My sitter has been watching Baby Bunny for quite some time now. So I got to go tend to Baby Bunny. Guys, let me know what you guys think. Go to That Surprised Witness. She's breaking this down. And I mean, you know, she breaks it down a lot better than a lot of us could over here. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please. And thank you. I am going to end it now. Hey, if we don't listen, have your notifications on because we might go live and you just never know. You never know. Okay. Hit the like button. Bye, guys. Bye, bye, bye.